What is everybody? Welcome to Truth and Transparency Friday night. We're going to take some callers. But first, tonight's episode is Where Did Lauren from HTC Come From? Tonight's episode, after you guys let me know what you think, you have a minute. The time is yours. Whatever you can say, I think, blah, blah, blah. And Lana, you're an idiot. Lana, you're an ass. You can tell me what you think about me as well, as far as any of this coverage. Once we do not have any more callers, that's the purpose of this taking Fangirl Friday callers, is that I will then be transitioning into talking about new stuff coming out of the Idaho 4 case. So, yeah. Welcome, Floyd, becoming a YouTube member. Truth and Transparency, appreciate you. Thank you so much. And here we go.
Back in with Lauren Johnson, who is live for our third annual barbecue week. And she earlier said she was going to be doing something that has nothing to do with cooking at all.
No, I think she's making the grill. Lauren, how's it going?
Good, I am. I'm assembling the grill. I'm here with Nelson White, one of the owners of Sawtooth Pellet Grills, and he's teaching me how to do this. So here I am, and I'm putting the controller in, right?
Yes.
Okay, look at this. Look at me go. And then over here, I'm putting the igniter together. Now, our photographer Donovan told me he wants one of these, but he refuses to buy the one I assemble. But
Well, she's a natural. We're going to hire her on the spot. She's here for the rest of the day. We're going to be building grills all day.
see? So solid grill right there, made, assembled by me, or at least helped by me. And then what do we have over here,
Well,
Nelson?
these are a little further along in process. These are grills that we're building for our local dealers. We've got some great partners here in the valley. These are going to Gourmet Grills here, and then we've got these for Legacy, and then these are up here are going to be going today actually to Outdoor Living. So again, we've got great partners here in the valley that really like to show off Idaho made products, and these are again made here in Boise. All of our parts as much as possible come from the US, so that's a great thing.
That is a great thing, and I have to say, you're originally from Texas, right?
Yeah, I'm originally from Texas.
And so you kind of learned to barbecue, but you moved to a better state, right?
I love Idaho. I came for a year, been here a little over 10, so it's been a great place. I've really enjoyed living here.
Terrific. And so back over here, back to where we're assembling, I just, explain what this is. I just put the igniter in and the control. What else is
Well, the
here?
controller's the brains of the unit. This is what controls it. We have the auger, which is the brawn, the brains and the brawn, and then the igniter, which we showed earlier, ignites the pellets. And then this will go later to the fan that controls the convection of the oven, and as well as the bellows and the burning of the pellets to control that temperature very tight.
Okay, and this is going to go to some lucky person because you said I'm a natural,
special
right?
one. We're going to make sure that gets to just the right customer.
Yes.
I think Donovan's the right guy, right?
I think he is, yeah. So Donovan, this one's going to you. So coming up, we actually are cooking some delicious food. We'll try to save you guys some, but it's a good morning for barbecue.
All right. So first of all, I just want to let Turtle Boy know that it looks like she's always had her eyebrow arch going on. So this is Lauren Johnson. Good morning, Idaho. Sawtooth Pellet Grills Barbecue Week. And here is Bob Barker's Beauty describing your next item up for bids. A Sawtooth Pellet Grill. Just trying to have some fun. Anyways, who's Lauren? HTC. Try to find out when you want to know, someone's background with whatever it is that they're covering, yada, yada, yada. And people were like, oh, she's from, when people were talking about, I didn't even know this, that she has like a background in reporting of some sort with news networks. And so this is one of the videos. Yeah, I didn't even know that she lived in Idaho at one point. Such a great state that she moved apparently to another great state. But yeah, I here you go. So she was involved with a um, local news, Good Morning Idaho, and it's a live segment. Reporter Lauren Johnson learns how to assemble a pellet grill for barbecue week.
Breakfast because it is smelling delicious. I think we're going to love it. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks, Lauren. A lot more to
Okay.
it than just lighting your charcoal, right?
Okay. Here we go. That is Lauren before she became HTC, Hidden True Crime. Now, here we go. I think I pinned it. The comment section is pinned. Floyd, a new member here. Crime Tourist, how are you, love? Fangirl Friday, yes. Make yourself known. Hit the link. You have a minute. Tell me what you think. What would you do if you were having a conversation with somebody? You happen to spill the beans about, I was kind of talking really shitty about people. Oh man, if that stuff gets out, like, hey, I kind of said some things I shouldn't have. I really didn't mean it. I was kind of just mad at you, and so I was venting. Or maybe I even did mean it, but hey, if messages come out, I just want to let you know that I did say those things. And I mean, has anybody ever had a disagreement with a friend before? Michelle, YouTube member. I mean, how does it get to the point of stalking injunctions? Again, these are people that were friends at one point. People swimming in people's pools. So I don't know what that's like to eventually a friend that you're hanging out with, that you go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to go to the courts and make stuff up. Carson, eyebrow adjustment money. Thank you. I will take that money and go adjust away. AI is getting kind of crazy with all the stuff that you can do. Jackie, thank you so much. Member for 20 months. That's a long time. Long time. So what do we got here? Jenny, great. Jenny says, just be honest, man. That's all you can do. Yes, I definitely have. And I've definitely said some shitty things, probably. I thought my best friend slept with my boyfriend and treated her like she did after years because he was sick and said they did when they didn't. Yeah. Exactly. Now, thank you, Susan. I was just going to bring that up. There is a premiere right now because Lauren is answering or responding to everything that's gone on, which I believe that Lauren has a right to do that. I think that she should. First Amendment for all. However, we became lost after the first 10 minutes when the topic of conversation is the name Brad Pitt 27 times, possibly 227 times. So yeah, I don't know. The Brad Pitt lecture is wild. If this is what his patients get for their money, I'd be asking for a refund, says this Susan. Steven says, well, I never say anything behind someone's back that I wouldn't say straight to their face. Yeah. I also wouldn't be inviting people over to come swimming in, my pool or with my kids. I have to know them on some type of a level, Literally, Star says what goes around comes around, just like Justin Timberlake. Yeah. You know what Bella says? Don't stick your dick in crazy. So there's that. Nobody wants to be heard. Nobody has anything to say. Well, I'll tell you that I would never pull out my my couch for a slumber party. No, I would never pull out my petition if everything that I was saying was true. I think that's just how I would say it. Period. Where's DB? Come on. Do guys do this stuff? You know? They call it former baddie syndrome. What's that? Interesting. Well, I have some other things I want to talk about then. So her opinion on Richard Allen being found guilty and that he should have been found guilty. I think this whole stalker case has shown to me that that's why Lauren believes what she believes, because I think that she doesn't comprehend some things in, the legal less world, or, hey, what beyond a reasonable doubt means, what type of rights we have. I don't think that people that are innocent until proven guilty should be held in a prison for 9 to 13 to God knows how many months in solitary confinement, where they are pissing themselves, shitting themselves, eating their own feces, banging their head against the wall, all of these crazy things. And then finally is like, okay, I'm going to confess to killing, Abby and Libby, but can't anytime get it correct. So I'm of the standpoint that Richard Allen did not receive a fair trial. And I don't know how anybody can literally say that he did. So now I can kind of see where Lauren falls, though, and why she believes that Richard Allen is guilty. Because she just doesn't get it. It's that simple. I wonder if she can even answer questions like, who testified? If I sat through a trial, right, for how many days, of how many weeks, if somebody asked me a question about that, I shouldn't have to even go to my notes, especially if I covered it, in a pretty lengthy, after going to the trial, then I'm coming out and reporting on it. I think I would know. So I'm curious how much she would know about that case. So yeah, I didn't follow any of the Daybell stuff because I just felt like there was no need for coverage on Daybell. I don't think that there was anything that case needed attention, to the world. One of the cases that I actually wanted to cover this past week, and if it was to go further, was the Sonia Massey case, and nobody was going to be in the courtroom. I cannot believe that Law and Crime, nobody picked that up, and I just thought that was a shame. That was a case that I wanted to cover. But yeah, the reason I didn't get into the whole Daybell stuff is I just think that I cover cases where you want to bring attention and awareness to something that we, the people, should be questioning. I don't think we need to question the Daybell case. Yes, A&B, I agree. Totally. Speedy Bird, what's up? Yolana. 21 months. Thank you. 21 months. Doesn't it seem like it's just flying? It does to me. I think the most interesting part about wanting to even remotely listen to the whole Daybell is to listen to parts of expert testimony to do with digital evidence. Yeah. Daybell was a slam dunk, says JoJo. They were guilty, period, 100. I completely agree. Now, Richard Allen, so Richard Allen's case was 2024 October. And so before that, there was stuff with Daybell. And then actually after that was Lori's stuff in Arizona. which was in 2025, and I want to say like what was it, like April. So I feel like Delphi was smashed in between the start of the Delphi stuff in the April of 2024, and then you're going into the fall of 2024, which was the Richard Allen stuff, and then almost in like a year would continue where you get to 2025 and you get to like the spring, which was back to Lori Daybell stuff, and then the Boise stuff was in 2025 in that June, late June, early July, with Brian Cover's like, plea deal, then sentencing, and then you got CrimeCon in September, at the beginning of September. So that's kind of like the timeline as far as all of the stuff transpiring. And I've never seen her question if someone's rights were being violated ever. And she's covered the Idaho 4 case. She's covered Delphi. And for me, those two cases, I don't know how much coverage that she did on the Karen Reed case. But I've never heard her talk about questioning if someone's rights were ever being violated or if law enforcement has acted out of pocket. And I think it's kind of interesting considering the cases that she's covered to not like they were very controversial with that. So I was kind of amazed that to sit there and say that you basically go against the grain. I don't see it. I haven't seen it. So if you could point me to that direction, I would like to see it. Robbie D says she never has. Interesting. DB says, what's interesting to me about this situation is how Nate Eaton shared Lori's book. Her book was clearly critical of the Mormon Church's role in radicalizing members. He then sent it to HTC. I thought that she got the book from Lori. So I was under the impression that it was Lauren that shared it with Nate Eaton. That's not true. January 24th, 100%. I don't know how a jury gets past that, or at least at the end of the day, how the jury isn't saying like, listen, the confession, how do we give it any weight? We watched how he was in these other videos, and then look at him just completely deteriorate and look like literally like he's like who is this person? Oh wait, he's been in solitary confinement for how long? Oh my gosh. And then you actually hear from experts that are talking about this. How do you give any weight to a confession that literally was a multiple different ways and none of it was accurate? And then his DNA isn't at the crime scene at all. And other people's unknown DNA are there. Interesting. Okay, see, then I thought it was opposite. But then, yeah, DB, I'm in the same boat with you then. That is interesting. Nate got it, and then he was conned by Lauren into sending her the manuscript. Lori's publisher sent the manuscript out to select media for review before book published. Okay. What's the relationship between with Nate Eaton and Lauren? I have no idea. Let's see. I think the purpose of the whole Brad Pitt portion in the beginning of what they're talking about, for the record, is Lauren and Dr. John thought that they would start their live, and it's not even a live, it's a premiere. They pre-recorded this and then they just premiered it. So that means it could be edited. That's typical of Lauren and her broadcast. Like, she normally does that unless she's doing like a live from like her car or something like that during trial, which, hey, I'm fine with that, to each their own. So it's like this. Dr. John says, I'm not going to not watch Brad Pitt movies because Brad Pitt's a cheater. I don't care what Brad Pitt does. I'm still going to watch Brad Pitt because I never became fond of him because of his relationship or relationship goals. I'm fond of Brad Pitt because he's a good actor. So thank you. Tomboy Charm says that Truth and Transparency, they're having shots here. Trial earlier, vodka mixed with hazelnut spread, tastes like a Butterfinger. So CH says that is the whole argument. He was an alcoholic and flawed, but look at his body of work. Yeah. Well, we weren't too fond. We just pay attention to little things, which are, you have to be a subscriber for 10 minutes and then you have to wait every 4 minutes to comment. So it's little things like that I take away from, people when they do lives. So I would agree with what Dr. John's saying there. I don't care what one does in their personal life. If I like them as an actor or whatever, like, I watch their movies. So I think what he's trying to basically say is, if Lauren is good when he is good at their jobs, and that's why you guys watch them, not because of what they do in their personal life, like, that none of this has anything to do with anything, and that Dr. John also doesn't understand and can't possibly relate with how somebody like The Rock and all of these other big celebrities deal with all of this type of stuff. That's what I kind of got from listening to, I don't know, in the background. I'm like, just please shut that off. Like, I just can't. Because I just think that goes without saying. So basically, you talked about something for 9 hours that you don't want anybody to judge you on if they should watch your content or your art. That's another thing I don't understand. I never knew, because I don't follow enough to know, but it was brought to my attention that we make art. We make art. I've never referred to anything about the true crime world as art, making art. I think that's actually very interesting in terms of, like, wow. Like, wow. We make art. Well, I just cover the cases and try to get to the truth, and I report on things and I take positions that aren't that people don't want to take. But what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, and report on something, just leaving like, hey, this is like, these are the sides. Make your own decision, but be informed. I almost feel like by saying that you're making art, It's kind of like what a serial killer says when they're killing people, and like it's like art to them to kill. You know what I mean? I think it was Joe Carroll that said that. You guys know who Joe Carroll is? The Following, Kevin Bacon. I thought Claire was sexy. But yeah, no, what else? I think the questions that people have that I think they want answered is why didn't anybody know that there was a hearing that took place before the October 16th date? In the 9 hours, how does it never come up that there was a September 22nd court date in 9 hours? Anybody have that question? It's art because it's subjective. How you perceive it doesn't have to be accurate. Yes, it's all about perception and comprehension. Moments in trading. The people who are trying to give their side of the story do not have morals like we do. So you should absolutely not listen to both sides, only our side. Dr. John. That's really not a quote, right? Let's see what else. Oh, Carson. Yeah, you just help that reach that goal, girl. And I actually want to clarify something. I think I overly said that, Lauren, you're a pig, and I want to correct that for the record. Lauren, I have no idea if you're a pig. I don't hang out with you, but your actions are piggish. You're behaving like a pig. How about that? And I think that deserved to be corrected. So I could be appalled with the behavior, but yeah, so it's the behavior, it's the actions, it's the, I didn't even know that the level of like that there was like a friendship there. Like when you're talking about inviting people to go swimming at your house and have dinner and you're hanging out like on that type of a level, like the stuff I dealt with people like that I had never met before. So I don't know what that's like in terms of that's on just a whole nother level, I think. I got some receipts here though. Holding.
It was a forward from Nate Eden. I'm going to talk about how Nate plays into this. Right below that is Julia Romero. She was my publicist at the publisher. And here is the introduction email. You see Nate Eden down here. And it was a solicitation to review the book. The link has since been disabled, so it's not on here any longer, but the link was down here to the manuscript. So 2 days ago, after all of this stuff blew up, Nate Eden called me, and I had a conversation with him. And here's what he told me. He told me that he was in the courthouse. This would have been during the Chad Daybell trial. Now, would have been during Chad's trial. He called me and told me that he was in line waiting to get into the courtroom, and he was standing there with Justin Lum. And Nate said to Justin, and Justin and Nate have gotten to be good friends over covering the Daybell trial. And Nate said to Justin Lum, "Hey, I got Lori Hellis's book. Did you get a copy?" And Justin said yes, that he had gotten a copy. Lauren was standing right in front of them in line, and she turned around to Nate and said, "Oh, hey, I haven't gotten my copy yet. Could you forward that to me?" And Nate did. Lauren was never intended to get a copy. It was never intended that Lauren get a copy of the book, but she lied to Nate, and that's how the book got sent. So I'm going to share this, and I'm going to tell you now that I have been struggling all day. Stop screen. I have been struggling all day to try and get this PDF to turn around. And I can't get it to turn. And when I look at it on my screen, it is horizontal. But so I'll keep working on that, and I will post it in our community tab. This is a screenshot of a Facebook group that this person was in. And this is what it says. The first post is from Lauren Mathias. And it says, thanks to Nate Eaton, I have Hellis's book. Anybody want a copy? Anyone want a copy? That sort of goes against what she was saying, was that she only sent it to someone to fact check. First of all, her job is not to fact check my book. How dare she? It was a forward from Nate.
How dare she? So there you go. That's in the term of Lori. Lori's saying that this is how this all played out. So right there. And so it wasn't to fact check it. She's saying that she's like, anybody want a copy? And she read straight from that's what she was reading there at the end. She's like, it was a group Facebook, a group message in the DMs. And thanks to Nate Eaton, she says, I have Hellis's book. Anyone want a copy? So I don't know how many people were in the Facebook group or whatever. I was trying to. So there's just an answer that I was seeking. Hold on one second. Let me see if I have. I have something I want to show you guys. Well, I know that I have it. I have to find out where it's at. Okay, I had to grab a different laptop. Thank you, Sherry D, for sharing that with me. Okay. I'm trying to pull up. Otherwise, I can just read it. I'm trying to be able to pull it up on the screen. So, okay, yep, I got it. Okay. All right. Over the past couple days, I have spoken on the fact that you don't use a stalking injunction, right? If you want to stop, if you see that someone's defaming you, there's a way to do it, right? A to Z 50 Truth and Transparency memberships. Holy fucking shit. Thank you. Wow. Let me know if you grabbed one of those. Wow. Thank you so much. Oh, what's up, Donna Serafini? How you doing, girl? Mormon Church ordered its members not to speak about the case publicly. About the Lori Daybell case? Okay. So over the past couple days, I've talked about, like, listen, you don't go and weaponize, yay, sake shots, baby. Yeah, cheers. You don't go and weaponize a stalking. You don't go and get a stalking injunction. If you think that somebody's defaming you or torturous claims, you would go and you'd file a lawsuit against that person. Okay. So that's exactly what I went and did. And downloads. And so I went and filed I'm trying to actually pull up, because I did a declaration, but I also did my let's see, DG 114/2022. Oh God, what would that have been? Okay, here it is. I'm going to show you guys this. This is what, if she was being real, you would go and file something like this. If Lauren has suffered all these damages. It's loading. Okay, perfect. Make it bigger. Make this bigger. Okay, so I think I redacted some. This should all be redacted. Ooh. Defamation. Boom. So the defendant, Unmask LLC, and then the two people that run it. So, is it big enough for you guys to see? I just wanted to show you one part of this. Did it even show up? Okay. Let me see if I can get this to be a little bit bigger. I don't understand why Lauren just wouldn't have done this. Why wouldn't you just go and file, like, all she keeps talking about is defamation, defamation, defamation. Why wouldn't she just go and file the lawsuit? Like, I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. You would just file. And that's what I did. And I was able to, I did the defendant unmasked. I did, here are the facts. On or about August 15, 2018, plaintiff joined a private Facebook group called The Accused. On or about August of 2018, defendant Walsh moderated numerous Facebook groups that were for true crime discussions surrounding the Christopher Lee Watts case. none of which was called accused. On or about April of 2019, defendant began her own Facebook groups that were for the purpose to conduct discussions surrounding the Christopher Lee Watts case. Defendant is unmasked. On or about August of 2019, defendant filed for a business LLC unmasked. The paperwork was filled out by business manager James Angelo Versakis. Please see plaintiff exhibit blah, blah, blah. On or about December 31st of 2020, plaintiff started her first YouTube username on or about, and then changed this account to Truth and Transparency on or about in March of 2021. Please see plaintiff exhibit on or about November 11th, 2020, plaintiff started a private Facebook group, What a Day. This group was a place for plaintiff to display her evidence and steps taken to break down the discovery that was issued to the public pertaining to the Christopher Lee Watts case. On or about November 16th, 2020, upon information and belief, defendant began researching plaintiff and sending business associates private videos and private information that was not available to the general public, and then gave to her employees, volunteers, and subscribers. Upon information and belief, on December 16th, 2020, Kraft & Barnes was given plaintiff's personal videos from an alternative account, Nicole McGuire, whom defendants Walsh and Rosakis are believed to be or known the identity of this account. This account was used to provide personal information about plaintiff for the sole purpose to intimidate, harass, and defame. On or about December 31st, 2020, known business associates of defendant Walsh and Rosakis, Kraft & Barnes, they used his public YouTube channel to live stream plaintiff's personal Snapchat videos. Plaintiff had never spoken to Kraft & Barnes nor gave Kraft & Barnes permission to play any videos concerning the plaintiff at this time. That was me, the plaintiff. On or about February 24th, 2021, defendant began doing live streams about plaintiff's efforts to help the Christopher Lee Watts family and publicly used the language scammer to describe plaintiff to thousands of public YouTube viewers. On or about February 24, 2021, plaintiff began setting up business appointments to legally set up a nonprofit as well as a website to ensure the digital safety of all website memberships. This website could be used to help many families in the future, not only Christopher Lee Watts and his family, because his family wanted answers from the district attorney's office. They had rights. They were never treated the same as like Shanann's family. On or about February 28, 2021, plaintiff, I launched a pre-registration period that allowed citizens that wanted to be part of Fight for a Family to reserve a spot. The website would hold only 10,000 members at a time, so space was limited. On or about February 28, 2021, Fight for a Family had pre-registered website numbers. I can't remember what it was. This was my, obviously my rough draft. On or about March 2nd, 2021, plaintiff launched and finalized all paperwork for a 501c3 nonprofit organization, Fight for a Family. On or about March 7, 2021, defendant told her Facebook group members and YouTube VIP members that plaintiff's 35C group's members were compromised due to plaintiff leaking all members' driver's license. Defendant advised thousands of audience members to get a lawyer as everyone's security was in jeopardy and the dark web is being utilized by plaintiff. On or about March 15, 2021, defendant began using her YouTube channel Unmasked LLC as well as her Facebook groups that she owned and operated to make quote-unquote posts as well as live stream videos to defame plaintiff's reputation and the newly formed nonprofit Fight for a Family. These live videos as well as posts were not made aware to the plaintiff, myself, until January 7th of 2022 by VIP members of defendant's channel as well as ex-employees. On or about March 15th, 2021, defendant told her subscribers, members, and channel VIPs that she had a membership with Fight for a Family, in quotes, so no one has to jeopardize their financial security. Defendant relayed that she will sacrifice the risk and report back with the information. This would be a direct violation of terms of service within Fight for a Family's website membership agreement, but it should be noted that a Vanessa Walsh has never been a member of Fight for a Family. On or about March 19, 2021, Fight for a Family had blank of actual membership signed up. On or about March 26, 2021, Fight for a Family publicly stated that the nonprofit would no longer assist in any financial matters with Christopher Watts' case due to due to financially not being able to provide retainer funding, as the website was unable to keep financial promises made to Jane Fisher's firm due to the defamation suffered by defendants Rasakis, Walsh, and Unmask. On or about April 5th, 2021, plaintiff began a line of communication with defendant's co-host Teresa Steffens. Upon information and belief, on or about May 26, 2021, defendants Walsh, Rasakis, and Unmask orchestrated a career-ending defamation sex scandal against the plaintiff. On or about May 31st, 2021, Unmask LLC business manager James Rasakis reached out to plaintiff to inquire about obtaining a quote-unquote non-disclosure agreement. Plaintiff never responded to this Facebook message sent by Rasakis and then deleted by Rasakis. He then deleted the message but I took a screenshot. Please see plaintiff's exhibit. On or about, I forget what date this was, but defendant Rasakis used an alternate account, John Head, to communicate with plaintiff. This account sent a video that was only located by a link on DTOS's. It's a DTOS in the a channel on Facebook, YouTube, in the About section, and defendant Rasakis wanted plaintiff to play this video on her YouTube channel. On or about August 6, 2021, defendant Walsh Facebook messages plaintiff. I was contacted by these people. This would be the first communication between plaintiff and defendant as far as the plaintiff knew. Meaning if they had contacted me with alts, I don't know if I was talking to them. I get all the time people messaging me in the DMs like, hey, great job with da-da-da-da, and whatever. Upon information and belief, defendant uses alternate accounts on social media to communicate anonymously with citizens as well as YouTube creators. Upon information and belief, defendant uses burner phones and Google phone numbers to communicate with citizens as well as YouTube creators. On or about August 15, 2021, plaintiff gave defendant information that she was requesting as it pertained to a trailer made by plaintiff from her private Facebook group. This information pertained to Andrea Powers, whom the plaintiff knew as a web sleuth and a past friend of the plaintiff. On or about October 28, 2021, plaintiff was approached yet again by defendant Rasakis to initiate a non-disclosure agreement. They wanted me to get into an NDA with Unmask. Plaintiff finally agreed. Defendant Rasakis sent an email containing the non-disclosure agreement between James Angelo and Lana Oriani. This was signed by plaintiff on the same date. Defendant Rasakis purposely misled plaintiff by sending the non-disclosure agreement as quote-unquote James Angelo, leading the plaintiff to believe that this was his government-issued first and last name. On or about October 28, 2021, defendant wanted all of plaintiff's messages between Unmasked co-host Teresa Steffens and the plaintiff. This was the sole purpose for the defendant, Rasakis, obtaining a non-disclosure agreement with the plaintiff. The plaintiff declined to give any material to defendant Rasakis pertaining to Teresa Steffens as requested. On or about November 3rd, 2021, plaintiff was approached by defendant Walsh in the form of a direct message on Facebook where defendant Walsh asked plaintiff to enter into a non-disclosure agreement. Plaintiff agreed. Defendant instructed plaintiff that her business manager, James Angelo, would be emailing plaintiff. Plaintiff received an email just minutes later from James Angelo containing the non-disclosure agreement between defendant Unmasked LLC and plaintiff. Defendant Walsh claimed that defendant Rasakis, quote unquote, takes care of all of that stuff for her, end quote. Please see exhibit whatever. Oh, thank you. So what I was doing is I was connecting all of these accounts and emails because I was developing for my lawsuit here so that I had personal jurisdiction over these people to be able to sue them in Ohio, in which they send me those non-disclosure agreements. And in the non-disclosure agreements, it says that the state of Ohio is the governing. I had them put that in there, that Ohio was governing. And I was able to show that James Angelo was Vanessa Walsh's business manager, had access to the email account that I received my non-disclosure agreement with. And he had access to this email account that was emailing people. So this is what you would be doing if you want to sue Christina, if you felt some type of way, which it's not going file and make lies. Like, you wouldn't go and do that. I wouldn't go and lie and say that, like, I'm in fear for my life. I'm not. So let's see. Now oh, here we go. On or about November 11th, or on or about November 3rd, 2021, plaintiff received a phone call from defendant's co-host Teresa Steffens. Teresa Steffens notified plaintiff that she was no longer part of Unmasked LLC. On or about November 11, 2021, defendant Rasakas contacted plaintiff for information pertaining to YouTube true crime creator Jay is for Justice. Defendant Rasakas told plaintiff that he was contacting NBC's Dateline to get Jay is for Justice removed from the broadcast and wanted plaintiff to provide clips, audios, videos, etc. that shed negative light upon Jay is for Justice. Plaintiff declined and advised defendant Rasakas to not engage in this behavior, but rather focus on obtaining interviews for defendant Walsh and the channel that he manages. Yeah, I got those messages. I said, yeah, no. I said, what are you doing? I said, why don't you just focus on the channel that you manage? On or about November 13th, 2021, defendant Rasakas contacted plaintiff. It was to gloat about getting Jay is for Justice taken off of Dateline. Again, I have all of those receipts. On or about December 2nd, 2021, plaintiff had a 5-hour phone conversation with defendant Walsh. In this phone conversation, plaintiff advised and provided much evidence and information that her business manager and defendant Rasakas, as well as other employees or volunteers of defendants Unmasked LLC, were involved in behind-the-scenes real-life behavior that involved threatening, doxing, harassing, intimidating, and blackmailing. So I give Vanessa Walsh all of this shit and say, you have a big serious problem on your hands. On or about, I forget the date, it was December, plaintiff gave defendant Walsh a heads up that her upcoming live episodes are going to break down the sex scandal that happened against me in May of 2021 that I knew that she was behind. On or about December 3rd, 2021, plaintiff blocks defendant Rasakas on Facebook Messenger application. On or about December 3rd, 2021, plaintiff blocks on Facebook private messenger application defendant's business associate, Kim Taylor, also known by screen name Grim Truther. Upon information and belief, on or about December 4th, 2021, defendant Rasakas and business associate Vanina Sucketall purport to defendant Unmasked LLC business associate Felicia Berry that the nature of defendant Unmasked LLC's relationship with plaintiff has changed, giving them the green light, yes, to Felicia Berry to begin the hashtagging stalker, Lana Oriani, Truth and Transparency, Fight for Family that are attached to every single video made by the channel owner, Felicia Berry, which is in excess of 200 videos that were made in like a span of like a couple months. The hashtags with those phrases were purposefully used so that the plaintiff's name would surface those videos when Googled, enhancing the quickness of defamation and character assassination. Please see plaintiff's exhibit. It was a spreadsheet that I had of all the URLs of Felicia Berry with dates and descripts and titles. This will prove to be very damning to plaintiff on March 7th, 2022, when Magistrate Russell can be heard in the audio as well as read within the court transcript of the TRO hearing, Googling, quote unquote, Miss Crazy and watching videos prior to March 7th, 2022 court date. On or about December 11, 2021, defendant Walsh's friend and known business associate of defendant Unmasked LLC, Melissa Caldrone, is featured heavily in plaintiff's episode between December 2nd and December 11th. On or about December 20th, 2021, defendant Walsh, messages plaintiff and states the following: I'm launching some new shit and can't waste time or any more time on this Watts drama fallout that's years old. I'm paying lawyers to spend their time getting involved in documenting so I don't have to. Every false claim, every defaming comment, end quote. This would be the exact opposite to what she testifies to under oath on January 14th and March 7th, 2022. On or about December 28, 2021, defendant's business associate, the Grim Truther, aka Kim Taylor, produces 2 videos titled Own Your Shiz, and this one is for you from @Anyanka324. This video was designated to threaten, intimidate, and trigger plaintiff. On or about December 29, 2021, defendant's business associate, the Grim Truther, aka Kim Taylor, produces a video titled Heavy Word Salad Dressing on the Snide, #re-upload. This video was designed to harass and trigger plaintiff. On or about December 31st, 2021, defendant's business associate, the Grim Truther, aka Kim Taylor, produces a video titled Our Response to Shazam. This video was designed to harass and trigger plaintiff, as well as send a message from defendants Rusakos and Walsh. On or about January 3rd, 2022, defendant Walsh participates in a newly formed 3-way Facebook Messenger group between herself, Crafton Barnes, and Viviana Sucketall. Plaintiff was not made aware of this Facebook group messenger chat until May 11th, 2022, when Crafton Barnes emailed plaintiff a copy of the entire message thread. Please see plaintiff exhibit, whatever it was titled. On or about January 3rd, 2022, defendant Walsh has a memorandum put together that is titled Operation Takedown Lana by business associate Vanita Sucketall. On or about January 3rd, 2022, upon information and belief, defendant Walsh contacts or has an anonymous party contact plaintiff's ex-spouse to interfere in plaintiff's custodial relationship with her minor child. Please see exhibit pages. On or about January 4th, 2022, upon information and belief, defendant Walsh contacts or has associates contact agencies to illegally report the nonprofit organization Fight for Family. On or about January 4th, 2022, upon information and belief, defendant Walsh asks business associate Crafton Barnes how to quote-unquote completely delete old chats. Defendant Walsh is trying to figure out how to delete her entire messages between plaintiff and messages with other co-conspirators to quote-unquote take down plaintiff. On or about January 4th, 2022, upon information and belief, defendant Walsh's known associate, Vanita Sucketall, is inquiring about the address of Fight for Family client Delsha Flanagan, who's Jeter's mom, Shell Jeter's mom, as well as addresses where the plaintiff's ex-wife resides. This would prove to be important on January 14th, 2022, when defendant Walsh fills out her application for a temporary restraining order against plaintiff. And she lies that she doesn't know my Addie. Oh, thank you. Thank you. On or about January 4th, 2022, upon information and belief, defendant's known associate Vivian Sucketall asked defendant if she can put a spy into plaintiff's Fight for a Family website. On or about January 4th, 2022, upon information and belief, defendant's known associate Vanita Sucketall tells defendant Walsh and Crafton Barnes, quote unquote, great teamwork, everyone. We're going to get her this time, end quote. This statement is referring to the numerous past times that they have tried to ruin and defame the plaintiff, such as the sex scandal on May 26, 2021. On or about January 4th, 2022, defendant asks Crafton Barnes if he can go to the police and try and get a restraining order to make it so the plaintiff can't talk about you online. On or about January 4th, 2022, Crafton Barnes tells the defendant that he received an email from Kim Kaufman. Defendant purports to Crafton Barnes and Viviana Sucketall within these group messages that she has never been in contact with Kim Kaufman and that, quote unquote, I doubt she's willing to help me. I've had a huge target on my back over the oxy, end quote. Crafton Barnes makes it known to the defendant that Kim Kaufman, quote unquote, does have a passionate hatred for Lana, implying that maybe Kim Kaufman would help defendant with Operation Takedown Lana Oriani. Please see defendant exhibit, blah, 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 pages, blah, blah, blah. On or about January 5th, 2022, Vanita Sucketall tells defendant that she can guarantee Kim Kaufman won't help, or even if she does, she will backstab you. In quotes, we best work with what we have. Clip the recording of the Watts getting people to troll you, end quote. Defendant Walsh acknowledged her business associate's advice by gesturing a thumbs up reaction within the group messages. Please see plaintiff exhibit blank pages blank. On or about January 6, 2022, Kraft and Barnes edits and creates on the behalf of the defendant Walsh a harassing video for the purpose to trigger plaintiff. Please see plaintiff exhibit blank, page blank, and plaintiff exhibit blank, the video created by Kraft and Barnes. Upon information and belief, on or about January 6, 2022, defendant tries to go to the Broomfield court, but due to weather is unable. Upon information and belief, on or about January 6, 2022, defendant tells Kraft and Barnes and Viviana Suckadall that, quote unquote, she will go balls to the wall after them and I don't have the means, end quote. Upon information and belief, on or about January 6, 2022, defendant tells her known associates, Kraft and Barnes and Vanina Suckadall, quote unquote, I think we all know what happened with the sex panel. It's not rocket science, end quote. The sex panel is in reference to the sex scandal that happened to plaintiff on May 26, 2021. Upon information and belief, on or about January 6, 2022, defendant within minutes stated to her known business associates, in quotes, I haven't even watched that panel more than a few minutes because I didn't want to give it a view, end quote. This would be the defendant referencing the same sex panel that she just told her associates, in quotes, it wasn't rocket science to know what happened with the sex panel, end quote. On or about January 6, 2022, defendant's associate Vanina Suckadall can be seen writing, in quotes, it's only way to save you and MJ because Cooper is pinning it on MJ and MJ was not given full information by Lude, end quote. In quotes, it will just show what a horrible person Lana is, end quote. Then shares with the defendant and Kraft and Barnes the link that Kraft and Barnes created for a live YouTube broadcast to attack plaintiff. On or about January 6, 2022, just minutes after defendant writes a message thread to Kraft and Barnes, in quotes, I really think we all need to put our differences aside for a good cause for optimum effectiveness. Could you consider unblocking MJ? I realize there are hurt feelings and bad blood all around, but maybe we can work to mend that. That way we are all working together, moving in the same direction, and can help support what the other is doing. P.S. This is not me conspiring. I'm trying to mediate. I had to, emoji faces. We all have the same goal, end quote. On or about January 6th. God, they were busy beavers on the 6th. 2022, just an hour after previous communication, defendant asks Kraft and Barnes, in quotes, can you trace an account? Keaton. Defendant supplies Kraft and Barnes with a screenshot for Kraft and Barnes. Please see plaintiff exhibit blank. On or about January 6, 2022, Kraft and Barnes explains all details to the defendant in regards to her and business associate Vanina Suckadall. Requested clickbait parody video intended to harass and intimidate plaintiff.
So they're stalking a supporter of yours named Keaton.
Yeah, they were trying to trace an account. On or about January 9th, 2022, defendant's associate Vanina Suckadall sends defendants, other known associate Kim Taylor, goes by the online name Grim Truther, information to quote unquote help clear MJ's name, end quote. Defendant agrees with her associate and gives the thumbs up. Please see exhibit. On or about January 9th, 2022, defendant's business associate, the Grim Truther, aka Kim Taylor, uploads 2 videos to her YouTube channel titled Squat with the Family and Cut the BS Shazam. These videos were designated and at the direction of defendant Walsh. On or about January 10, 2022, this is why she wasn't producing any content, because she was making all these videos for them. On or about January 10, 2022, defendant's known associate, Viviana Suckadall, sends Grim Truther, quote unquote, all material to debunk her lies about her community posts not working during her Cooper Live and joke about the lewd call. So she might get obsessed with that next. Or you can throw her a shift curve, end quote. On or about January 11th, 2022, defendant tells Kraft and Barnes, in quotes, the unmasked Patreon emoji. Defendant continues with, I needed that. Guess I know what the drink will be for TCAWW, end quote. Defendant is purporting to her business associates that she plans on having to drink while she is doing her weekly true crime Patreon show, that she hosts every Wednesday night on YouTube through a membership subscription. Remember, she said that she couldn't work anymore because she was so traumatized by me stalking her. True Crime Wednesday, something or other. On or about January 11th, 2022, just after her triggering videos made by her business associates, Grim Truther, aka Kim Taylor, and True Fortune Teller, aka Crafton Barnes, defendant tells her associates that the plaintiff said, quote unquote, she is going to bury me, end quote. Defendant says she needs to get a restraining order ASAP. On or about January 12, 2022, defendant and her business associate mass report plaintiff's live broadcast over 50 times, as well as mass report plaintiff's YouTube channel to YouTube Legal. This would be a violation of terms of service if you are a YouTube creator in mass reporting. Please see plaintiff exhibit blank, page blank. On or about January 12, 2022, defendant purports that Andrea Powers was trying to reach out to her and provide her with information that plaintiff asked Andrea Powers to dox the defendant. Defendant thinks it is a setup and is making Andrea Powers go through a third party to contact her. Please see exhibit blank blank. On or about January 12, 2022, defendant business associate sets up a Zoom meeting to go over a three-pronged strategy. 1, evidence and reporter channel. 2, reporter nonprofit. 3, get the press involved. Defendant thumbs up the plan. Please see plaintiff exhibit. Upon reason and belief, defendant has multiple group chats with known business associates that were involved with Operation Takedown Lana. Please see exhibits blank, blank, and blank. These are all YouTube anonymous channels that were made for the purpose to harass, intimidate, and defame at the direction of the defendant and her associates. On or about January 14, 2022, defendant filed an ex parte civil temporary restraining order motion against plaintiff in Broomfield, Colorado. This motion was granted by Magistrate Russell. Please see plaintiff exhibit blank and blank, the application and court transcripts. On or about January 14, 2022, defendant purported to the Broomfield, Colorado County Courts that the plaintiff was a quote-unquote squatter that lived with a woman in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. On or about January 14, 2022, defendant Walsh contacted a private process server to serve plaintiff at her home. On or about January 14, 2022, upon information and belief, defendant Walsh and Rasakas told business associate Lindsay Hensley that plaintiff would be served on a public live planned to trigger plaintiff and cause the plaintiff to make videos that defendant Walsh manipulated in Broomfield Courthouse for March 7th, 2022 hearing. Please see plaintiff exhibit blank pages 1 and 2. On or about January 17, 2022, as reported by Lindsay Hensley, boom, a process server shows up. On or about January 17, 2022, defendant Rasakas makes a comment about plaintiff being involved in a custody battle that has the plaintiff committing crimes. On information and belief, between January 14, 2022 and March 7, 2022, there was only one group message between defendant Walsh, Crafton Barnes, and Viviana Suckadall, dated blank. Meanwhile, they were communicating like every day for hours. But then immediately after January 14th, it ceased. On or about January 27, 2022, plaintiff arrives in Denver, Colorado to attend a TRO hearing set for January 28, 2022 at 2:30 p.m. Upon information and belief, defendant Walsh obtains counsel for a TRO hearing after seeing plaintiff's live YouTube video on January 27, 2022, showing that plaintiff was in fact in Denver and planning to attend the TRO hearing on January 28th. On or about January 26, 2022, defendant Rasakas verbally and written threats and intimidates plaintiff by insisting that when plaintiff lands in Denver, Colorado, she'll be arrested. Plaintiff reports that these were the attempts made to intimidate plaintiff from coming to Broomfield, Colorado to ensure that defendant Walsh obtains her TRO and PPO. On or about January 28, 2022, defendant Walsh petitions the Broomfield courts to grant a continuation for the TRO hearing due to the nature of this TRO being a complex case that involves the possibility of the TRO being already violated at this point, as well as First Amendment right issues. This continuance is granted by Magistrate Russell. As you can see, this was the blueprint for basically what Lauren did. She wanted that continuation, but she didn't want to stipulate to it. She wanted to wait till everybody was there to inconvenience everybody and then say, oh yeah, I want a continuation. So that's the same thing that what's her name did. Suck it all. You like that? Okay. Now. Sherry D, did the people harassing Lana go to jail? No, they made up. Wait till you see this shit, man. This is fucking wild shit. Where is this? Okay. Between January 28th, 2022 and March 6th, 2022, defendant Walsh and defendant Rosacos purport directions to business associate Felicia Berry and Kim Taylor to continue posting videos that will harass, threaten, defame, and distress the plaintiff because they're trying to get me to break this temporary restraining order. On or about March 5th, 2022, plaintiff travels from Columbus, Ohio to Denver, Colorado for the TRO hearing scheduled for March 7th. Between January 18th, 2022 and March 6th, 2022, defendant's business associate Kim Kaufman calls the Broomfield Police Department numerous times to report that the plaintiff is violating the TRO by saying defendant's name on her plaintiff's YouTube channel. Between January 18th, 2022 and March 5th, 2022, defendant Walsh called Broomfield Police Department to report that plaintiff was saying defendant's name on plaintiff's YouTube channel, insinuating insinuating that it was a violation of the TRO. You guys, this is deja vu. On or about March 5th, listen to these crazy fucks. On or about March 5th, 2022, defendant's known associate Felicia Berry travels from Baytown, Texas through a snowstorm in an unreliable vehicle, which took over 17 hours one way for the sole purpose to literally intimidate and harass plaintiff and provide live coverage of the TRO hearing on March 7th, 2022. She just wanted to be in that courtroom. She drove 17 hours. I'm splattered, man. Flattered. Really? No. I think that's absolute bad shit. On or about March 6th, 2022, defendant purports to Broomfield Police Department that she was intimidated by plaintiff between 4 or 5 p.m. when plaintiff sent a third party to threaten and intimidate defendant by serving a quashed subpoena at defendant's home, as well as a fake subpoena for defendant's husband, Sean Walsh. On or about March 7th, 2022, Broomfield courts heard case number blah, blah, and after testimony from defendant and a pro se appearance from plaintiff, myself, Magistrate Russell came to the conclusion that defendant Walsh testified truthfully at her ex parte and at the TRO hearing that day, whereas plaintiff did not. Please see plaintiff exhibit blank, the court findings on case number blank. On or about March 8th, 2022, plaintiff retains with a $10,000 check Butler and Tellen law firm in Boulder, Colorado to represent plaintiff's interest in her appeal. On or about March 8th, 2022, defendant's known associate Kim Kaufman requests an audio copy of the court hearing for case number blank Walsh v. Oriani. On or about March 8th, 2022, plaintiff, me, fills out a written transcript request for case number blank. On or about March 14th, 2022, upon information and belief, at the defendant's direction, known business associate Kim Kaufman places a phone call to Broomfield County Courthouse requesting that the courts remove the final 4 minutes of the audio court. recording with case number whatever due to a quote unquote hot mic. They went out on a live broadcast and she told the world that she did this. This is how dumb these people are. The courts would honor this wish and remove the final 4 minutes, which at this time was unknown to the plaintiff, but known to defendant Walsh and her attorneys.
Like they literally had a shit fit that was on there because it's a hot mic. It's after the appearance, but the judge is on a freaking hot mic talking shit, and so is the clerk.
Yeah, it's not. It would have been overturned in a heartbeat. On or about March 8th, 2022, defendant Walsh requests an audio copy of the court hearing for case number whatever. On or about March 9th, 2022, defendant Walsh and Rosaka's associate Andrea Powers request the audio copy of the court hearing. On or about March 9th, defendant Walsh picks up her copy as well as Andrea Powers' copy of the court audio. Defendant Walsh then mails Andrea Powers her copy of the audio for the sole purpose to play on a YouTube channel belonging to Felicia Berry.
Do you think that their trauma bond was you? Like these chicks like had this whole like trauma bond that they all like, let's meet at the courthouse and let's pick up each other's audio. Like this is so weird for people who have never met you in your life. They have never met you in their lives.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know misunderstood says, I'm sorry. I know I'm going to straight hail, but this is funny as fuck. What's funny about it? Tell me which part. It's funny that Vanessa lost her channel basically because she was making trolling videos instead of covering true crime. I think that's pretty funny.
I think their attitudes are hilarious. I think it's clutching pearls so freaking hard that they're gonna spit out oysters.
Yeah.
Like literally, like uncontoured butt cheeks, chicks.
So obviously this is this was just a copy of, I mean, this goes all the way down through when I filed the lawsuit in like October of 2022. But
How embarrassing to not meet somebody ever in your life, to be this obsessed with somebody you have never met, to go this far because somebody is talking about you supposedly talking about you online. Like, do you guys understand?
I don't know.
I mean, like, it is ridiculous to me.
Exactly. Hot pink jalapenos. There you go. Exactly. Who's Vanessa? A fucking nobody. Lana is gonna bury me. Yep, buried in that channel, girl.
It sounds like this thing with Lauren, right? Like it's like exactly like what Lauren's basically saying they said, right? Is that the terminology? You know, someone says, "Oh my God, you freaking put a Nerf gun on me." Like I can't with these chicks. They're freaking nuts.
So,
Such grass.
basically, that dude was evading service. I was able to serve Vanessa and I was able to serve Unmask. Okay. And after when I filed this to sue them, okay. When was it? Oh, the year before that, people started reaching out to me to want to tell their story about how they were sexually harassed and by Unmask, by the people that were running that channel, that they were being sexually harassed. But more importantly, like, I don't know, somebody was banging or like having phone sex with people. And it was just bizarre. I have no idea. Yeah. So as an investigative journalist that I am, I was definitely interested in that behavior because these people were doing fucked up shit. And I let this girl come on and tell her story, you know? And then that's when everything literally blew up. And they were like, okay, we have to take her down, and we need to do something where we can actually go after her criminally. Shit you not. Shit you not.
They didn't go after the chick that appeared that claimed she was sexually cheating on her husband. And she's like, they didn't care about that.
They had a big internal issue. The person that could really talk about their internal issues would be someone like Teresa. They had a bunch of internal issues because they weren't a true crime channel at all. It was just a bunch of trolls who pretended to be true crime. And I exposed that. But what's nuts, the nuts part here, is that their channel became like fucking cesspool for like
It never recovers, bro.
no, I have to explain this. People that were mods, okay? People that were mods were slashing each other's tires. We're slashing each other's tires, okay? And so here I am. I'm like, well, I can get to the bottom of all of this. Like, because then the weird part was I said, well, why is James paying for these tires to be bought because this other broad slashed the other girl's tires? And I was like, why would he? And then this is when, so here we out, ready? So then this girl came forward and she's like, the reason that he bought those tires is because that girl had dirt on him. That girl knew that James and Vanessa were banging and having an affair, but James was also getting head from me, and she knew that. And so to keep her quiet, he bought her new tires that I slashed. I said, excuse me? I said, wait a second, let me get this straight. She brings in she's married. She brings in some guy that she's been having an affair with to run her channel. Then the guy starts having sexting with all of the mods of her channel and Patreons. And I was like, and she's like, yeah, exactly. And
when you see the guy, you're like, what the fuck are you fucking chicks doing? Like, is there a lack of dick? What the hell are you guys doing? The fuck? You guys don't even know what this guy looks like. Are you guys sick? I've seen him. He's a midget.
okay, so listen to this. So I'm trying to get this girl's story. Okay, because that's what I do. I'm like, wait a second, wait, what? And she's like, yeah. And see, I have proof that Vanessa was in on the slashing of the tires and wanted me to do it. I said, wait a second, what? So everybody was at that point, we can't have this girl running and telling the police. And so Snuffles got everybody involved. Like, so he bought these tires, and I was like, well, I want to make sure that that's actually true. Because I mean, so I call up Goodyear, I don't even know, Discount Tire. I go to Discount Tire, and Discount Tire just gives me the receipts. I said, hey, I think my boyfriend's cheating on me, and I think he bought some other broad some tires because her boyfriend slashed him, or whatever the hell I said, to basically get. And they're like, oh yeah, here. Oh, yep, so and so bought tires on this day. I was like, oh really? Can I get that receipt? Sure, here you go. Then I was like, well, hot damn. I said, well, I said, it looks like your story's panning out. Like, I didn't just let her go with her story. I vetted it. So I was vetting the story. And then I had all these people reach out to me saying that they're not, that person is not the only one. He was doing it with me. And I'm like, and so all these people are coming forward, and they're like, and we had no idea that Vanessa was cheating on her husband with this dude. And so now she's trying to blacklist us, and she was trying to get in front of the fact that if anybody was to tell her husband and really what the hell she was doing, yeah. And I was just like, this is what y'all do. No wonder you guys don't put out any content, you know? I couldn't even believe that though. I was just like, whatever. So I let after that moment, yeah, it was like we got to take down Atlanta, all costs, anything. And I was like, y'all are crazy. Y'all are fucking shit bat. And the girl was just coming clean with everything. She's like, listen, we troll everybody. Okay. You name it. Vanessa calls the shots. We go in there and we just start trolling all at the same time people's lives. We try to ruin the lives. We try to distract. We send people in people's DMs. We get blackmail. We extort. We do all this shit. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And I was like, I need proof. And she's like, I have it all. We all have these. We have certain chats. I said, you have chats? She's like, yeah, we have people that we knew that would like go in and troll. So there would be a chat and then only certain people were in it. And then they would start removing people that weren't going to be down to do it. So it ended up being at first like just one chat. One chat led to, okay, they would say, oh, hey, we have, an editing chat or a research chat, blah, blah, blah. Then it became trolling chats. Like, hey, who do we need? And I was like, I need proof of Vanessa orchestrating it. I need proof that Vanessa is asking you to do it. She's like, I have it all. I was like, okay, send me the screenshots of Vanessa asking you to go and attack somebody and verbally go into like, hey, I want you to go into this person's live and I want you to start harassing them. She's like, I got it all. She's like, it didn't just happen once. She's like, who do you want? What creator do you want? I said, holy fucking shit. And so I exposed all of it. And then these girls were getting threats from, because these girls went to Vanessa saying that they were all leaving her, her channel, her Patreon, because of, at the time they did not know that she was like messing around and dating that dude, but because of him, and because he's, like I said, he was doing things behind her back. I think she was supposed to like leave her husband, and she was still dragging that, and so while she's not keeping up her end of the bargain for them to like run off and be happily ever after, he then was just doing whatever. But here he was doing with these mods, and then he started blackmailing the mods, saying, I'm going to call your boyfriends or husbands and tell them, how you're such a whore and all this fucking shit, crazy shit. And I was like, if you give me receipts on all of this shit, okay, so I can vet this, I was like, then I'll have you on. So and I felt like she provided me with the receipts, and she was like taking just like screenshots, so stuff would like just, if someone just like sends you a bunch of stuff in your DM, so like when you would go to like pull it up, if it was like, I don't know, you could have like 10 or 15 messages and you'd have to like scroll back up, and then like if you're clicking on them all, if they were pictures, you have to like click on them. But yeah. Hello, Boston. What's up? So yeah, this is wild shit. Wild people. Her take on RA made it hard to take her seriously. Yeah. So what's the census over there? Did they do any questions? Did they ask people anything? A to Z, you are amazing. Thank you. Oh yeah. Who turned all green because of that? Your document deep dives are awesome. Thank you. Very much there, Jesse. The difference is Mr. Pitt is part of a fictional tale. She is reporting and being judged on actual people's lives who are looking at lengthy sentences. Exactly. She's comparing being a movie star, which is fake, you know, like you're making a movie that's fake, you know. And I just was like, Brad Pitt, what the hell are they doing? What the hell are they talking about? So when I said that I have experience in what it's like when someone's trying to get in front of something, I've watched people do it. I've witnessed a huge channel or that claim that they were huge do something. And so it had all the writing on the walls that Lauren was trying to get in front of something that was big. And yeah. Truth and transparency, a curious rose, a truth and transparency. You showed us the light and truth way back from Kay Kaufman's Reckoning days. Oh yeah, you were one of the mods, and you brought the realness to those of us who are begging for it. You're the OG. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. And it's the truth, right? I provided it, and whether or not people wanted to believe it, but people started coming and listening to it because I was putting out the receipts and I was showing that channel for what they were. And that's when all this stuff happened. When I started showing the receipts, having people on saying, this is what's going on with this channel. This channel is not producing, you know, they're attacking people. If you were like an upcoming person trying to like start a channel in true crime and you were in the orbit of talking about things that this creator, you know, was also talking about, they came for you. And that's when I said, I'm going to bury you. I'm going to bury you. And so she told the courts, and what I said, I didn't say that to her ever once. I said that to Jamie Watts, because Jamie Watts wanted me to help them with a cease and desist for the Watts family to put on Vanessa and her little cohorts. Okay. And I said, they're done. Don't even worry about them. Trust me. The truth is going to bury, I'm going to bury them. I'm going to bury them with the truth. Don't worry. I mean, you can go ahead and do a cease and desist, but I said, I mean, unless you're really going to do something about it, I said, just put the truth out. Because Jamie, Chris Watts' sister, she's like, Lana, I did not give Chris oxy to kill the children. And she's putting this out there and that's why she was talking about like that whole oxy shit. And then how about how crazy is this? So she's the creator back in the day from the Unmasked channel that was putting out stuff about Nicole Kessinger's involved and acting like she has an inside track with Nicole Kessinger. Meanwhile, the whole time it was a streetwalker that was her source, and she did not know Nicole Kessinger at all. And this person made a fake NK Ant channel. It was fucking whack as fuck. And it was all part of their like bullshit. So I outed all of that. But Jamie Watts was like, she's putting out the oxy shit. Chris did not provide the children in Shanann with oxy. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, the tox reports say that. What is she talking about? Like, Bella and Celeste had tox reports. They're not in there. Shanann had tox report, right? I was like, who would ever believe that shit? You know what I mean? Like, how are you, like, if you're reading a report, how would you ever believe somebody saying that? Anyways, then when this all happened to me, She fucking calls into the Broomfield Police Department and says that I put oxy in her, that I poisoned her fucking dog. And that she had to rush her dog to the hospital, to the emergency room, which is like 45 minutes away. And that her dog almost died because I somehow teleported from Ohio to Colorado and somehow threw oxy over her fence and her dog somehow ate it. No, bitch, you're a pillhead, and your dog seems like, and it's not even your dog, but your dog seems like it got into your stash. But you can't make this shit up. Like, she has an obsession with oxy. So Chris Watts is, giving oxy to people, and now she says that there's a 20-page police report. 20 fucking pages, and they recommended charges for me. And the police and the prosecutor was like, no. They were calling daily they made up that the dog was fucking taken to the ER and that I had provided oxy by means of somehow getting it into her dog's mouth. And I said, well, I'm sure you guys can look at all my digital evidence. Go ahead. I said, I'm on my devices all the time. I said, you're going to see where I was located at during the day before, the day of, and the day after when that all happened over, what was it, 4th of July weekend? Yeah, I was nowhere. I fucking hate Colorado. I don't go to Colorado. I was absolutely not in Colorado. Literally, I had to keep calling this officer to say, I need that police report for my lawsuit. Like, this goes to damages. Like, this is this crazy person has done. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, where the fuck is that Broomfield police report? Okay. I shit you not. July 21st, 2022 at 3:02 a.m. The detectives contacted me. This is Vanessa in a DM. The detectives contacted me, and in light of recent events, they have serious concerns for my safety. They are in the process of helping me relocate and ask that I cut communications with anyone who is in contact with the defendant or witnesses. And I'm not stupid. I have the detective pulling the identity of the NLB account. What? I can't. She told people that she was going in witness protection. I ate up Broomfield. I said, probable cause to start a criminal investigation into Magistrate Russell, Vanessa Walsh, and James Rasakis I sent to the Broomfield Police Department because I wanted to file a complaint. In order for you have to file a complaint for something to be then investigated by detectives, and then they can then request that this gets looked at by the prosecution. So I asked this dude that was this Detective Martinez. I said, I need the police report. Why haven't you provided me with the police report of this case that, I'm a party in, motherfucker? I said, you can add this to your case file. Your fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs victim is running around telling people that the detective contacted her, and in light of recent events, they have serious concerns for my safety, and they are in the process of relocating me. I said, oh, you're putting her in witness protection? I said, here you go. Add this to your fucking list over here. I said, Officer Martinez, can I please just have the date and the initial incident report that led to a criminal investigation into myself, and then the date that it was turned over to the DA, and then the date that Kristen Baker said no to prosecuting me? Please and thank you. Detective Martinez, I need you to call me back. I have no idea how I could possibly be denied my request. I am a party in the case. I did my own FOIA. I FOIA'd myself. I said, can you please explain to me why you tell me that I have to request it? I need you to call me back. No response. Oh my God. Where is this fucking Broomfield? Mm. Ready for this? Dear detective, I would like to know who I address my concerns and questions with as it pertains to the court audio and transcripts from my case in the number 2022C7 in Broomfield. I requested my court audio on March 14th, 2022, and received the audio on March 16th, 2022, when my courier came to pick it up from you. Prior to my request on March 14th, 2022, the petitioner in this case, Ms. Walsh, was given a copy of the audio that she requested and the copy of the one that had been requested by Andrea Powers. Again, this was per your words to me in a March email. As per Magistrate Russell, there was only supposed to be one official record, and so therefore there would be no recording or videoing of the hearing to see to it that the hearing, in fact, would only have one recording. So my confusion comes into play after listening to my court audio and seeing the total length in minutes compared to the length that was supplied to Miss Walsh and Miss Powers. Since you had supplied all of us with the audio, I was hoping that you could explain why my audio copy was altered and manipulated to the point that the final 4 minutes are missing from my audio transcripts. So if in fact my audio was altered and manipulated, I believe it would be considered obstruction of justice, as it would be tampering with the official court transcripts of a court proceeding. This clearly has happened, as I am without the last 4 minutes. So did a court official delete the final 4 minutes? ? Upon information and belief, there was a phone call made on behalf of the petitioner that tipped your clerk staff to a hot mic, as they refer to it. And well, this phone call aided in the final 4 minutes being deleted. So would the person who made the phone call to aid in such activity as to tip the court clerk and help them obstruct the future appeal that was in progress at the point be a crime as well? Accessory after the fact. What is it? Actually, they're involved in it. What? A co-conspirator? I was able to listen to the final 4 minutes that were deleted from my audio, but present within the audio of Miss Walsh's copy, and I have reason to believe that this was omitted for nefarious reasons. Have you heard the final 4 minutes? ? This action from a courthouse official was solely done to conceal the misconduct and language of Magistrate Russell. The language used by both Russell and the clerk was prejudicial as well as biased, not to mention their actions of performing Google searches on myself and looking me up to see if I was a criminal, calling me Miss Crazy. I am just speechless at what I had heard spoken by a woman who was the finder of fact in my case or in any case. It was a disgrace to hear such language after I had traveled not once but twice as a pro se litigant to defend myself against the false accusations of Miss Walsh, whom I have never met in my life, but was accusing me of stalking her. She clearly manipulated the Colorado state statute and made a complete mockery of that courtroom and the laws within her home state, whom domestic violence victims need in order to keep safe from true stalkers. This was a huge miscarriage of justice before the final 4 minutes were deleted, And now it is a crime once those were deleted and concealed from myself, an out-of-state pro se litigant. I am a single mother living in Columbus, Ohio, with a clean record and who fights for the rights of others through a nonprofit organization. Again, this may have nothing to do with you, but I am certain that you can get me in contact immediately with the person who deleted the final 4 minutes of my court proceeding. This will be taken to the district attorney, as it is the best course of action to be taken for all. All I want is this to be vacated and for the people to be held accountable for the perjury, if there was perjury, and I will take care of the defamation. Also, since Miss Walsh's attorneys knew she had committed perjury, is it okay if I file with the Mr. Radaman's office at the Superior Court this week, for my formal complaint? It's almost complete, and all these grotesque antics need to stop. So I'm just making sure that I'm filing in the right departments. Have a great day. They're like, oh, fuck shit, I want nothing to do with this. Forward it on to the cops. These people are all sick. But Vanessa and Lauren are just two peas in a pod. It got to the chief. Good morning. I am guessing you reached out to our department by mistake and instead need to reach out to the courts. We do not keep or release court audio of any sort unless it has been booked in for our case, which happens exceedingly rare. I said, I didn't write you, Mr. Thompson. Clearly, this was forwarded to you. Somebody wants you to be aware. And I'm glad that they did. Hi, my name is Lana. I'm sure we'll be in contact soon. I'm new to all of this. Does TNT feel Lauren is indeed being stalked? Absolutely not. The Batman. No, I don't. Lana is pro First Amendment and hunts the truth. Yeah. Lauren McAlbert, HTC, is a bully who lies and who wants to silence freedom of speech. Yeah, pretty much. I saw someone do a stream about Lana today. I listened, but I am not convinced by their YouTube presentation. Oh, you must be talking about somebody that was, what was it? I've never seen anybody do a live and comment on the commenter, not the live. Like, why would you cover me covering something? That would be like, why would I do a live of like Turtle Boy's live of his opinion of Lauren? Very bizarre. Yeah. But I know that my name brings in the numbers. So we'll see how well that fares for you down the road. By God, Delulu University. So what's up? What's Lauren doing? Oh yeah. Yeah, the Batman. It's just stupid. I'm all about First Amendment. And so big constitutionalists over here. So it's and these little fucking whiny bitches need to shut the fuck up.
It's such world first world problem. Like it is literally people are dying out there and you're worried someone's talking about you online. Get a fucking grip. Literally get a grip.
Well, no, if you don't want someone talking about you, then okay. Then I would just say that I probably wouldn't be on the internet. Well, but I mean, people are going to talk about you. Who cares? I don't care what people have an opinion about me. I do not care. If you want to interfere in my life, I care about that. And what I saw is Lauren interfering with the life of the witnesses and Christina because she was calling them her accomplices. Like, I'm actually shocked. Like, her accomplices. Like, there was no stalking. None. Like, same thing with me. I've never stalked anybody in my life. This broad goes to her local courthouse and says that I went to Colorado to make a movie, and then I was trying to come to her house. I don't even know who she is. I didn't go to Colorado to make a movie, and she knew that. I went to Colorado the one time in my whole entire life because I obtained a meeting with lawyers and was vetting the lawyers out to see who would be the best fit that the and I had my person that I had in mind that I wanted, which was Jane Fisher, who's representing Barry Morphy right now. She's one of the best in Colorado. She agreed to meet with me, her and her husband. They're phenomenal people. Like I said, she's one of the best. And she agreed to take the case. That's what I was doing in Denver. Like meeting with attorneys, setting up a nonprofit. And she lied to the courts. And this was in 2021 that I went to Colorado for all of that. It was February of 2021. And then somehow a year later in January of 2022, she tells the courts that I came to Colorado and made it seem like I had just went and that I was coming back. And she clipped a video of mine where I said, I'm building a binder. I'm putting a binder together because I'm setting my sights on Colorado to go there. And so she was like clipping some. Oh, and then I had a Nerf gun that I was putting together and I was doing for Christmas with my son. And she said that was a threat and that I was shooting at her. I was taking aim at Colorado. And so she tells the judge that I used this gun as a prop to intimidate her and that I was like shooting her. Meanwhile, it was like the day or two after Christmas and we were playing fucking Nerf wars. And I'm like, this can't be real life. Like, how can you clip shit like a little second here and a little second there to try to morph it all together and make it seem like that all happened at one time? Like it did not. Like first of all, this is an edited junk right here. And that's what she supplied the courts and said, oh, Lana's a stranger. I've never met her. And the court's like, wait, what? But I'm in fear because she said she's coming here and she's coming to my house. Whoa. Yeah, never said those things, never did those things. And then the night before our hearing, she filed a false police report and said that I sent 2 individuals to her house to serve a quashed subpoena. The fuck I did. I did not. I was live on a broadcast. Like I didn't send anybody to your fucking house. But this is the best part about it. Is she pulled a Dylan. This girl pulled a Dylan and a Bethany. If you were scared and someone comes to your house, right? You're scared. How long do you wait to call the police? I'm just curious. So if somebody sent somebody over to my house, I'd be calling the police, I don't know, right away. Well, I don't know why anybody would wait over 2 hours to call the police. Well, because she had to fudge and create evidence. I don't know why somebody would call her lawyer first and then call the police. And then she, I guess, was never thinking that the police were going to wear body cam. Have you guys ever seen this body cam footage? Well, what does Lana go and do? We go and obtain the fucking body cam footage of this shit. I had no idea. So I have no idea that she called the cops. No idea the cops were at her house. No idea nothing. Okay. I show up to court to fucking handle a TRO that she lied to get. And I was like, I'll be damned. Like, they didn't even have personal jurisdiction over me. She didn't even serve me properly. All this stuff. But I was young, inexperienced, never was in a courtroom in my life, represented myself, and almost won. Should have won. She didn't meet the statute, nothing. Did it myself, but I walk in there and I get literally ambushed. And all of a sudden I'm hearing, Your Honor, it's been come to our attention last night there was a yada yada yada, and I'm like, what the fuck? Before all of that happens, we're out waiting to come in, and her attorney grabs me, and she's like, hey, do you have a minute to talk? Do you want to talk about some stuff? And I'm thinking over here, yeah, she's probably like, hey, maybe we shouldn't go forward with this because I realize that my client's a liar, you know? That's what I'm thinking is about to happen. I get pulled into a room with this fucking attorney. Okay? And she's like, I know what you did last night. I'm like, I know what you did last summer. What are you talking about? I know what you did last night. I have no idea. She's like, I know what you did last night. I said, what? I said, what are you talking about? She's like, the police have launched an investigation into what you did last night. I said, fucking what? I said, what are you talking about? I said, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. And she's like, did you really think that you were going to get away with what you did last night? I was like, okay, you know what? I thought you were over here wanting to like talk about something to like, so this didn't proceed. I said, I didn't do anything last night. I have no idea what you're talking about. And she's like, the cops showed up, blah, 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 and you sent third parties, which you are not supposed to do. You're in violation of it. And violation of what I sent third parties. I said, I didn't do anything of the sort. I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. You had somebody chase down, what was she saying? Somebody's husband, like stare them down or some shit like that. I said, I have no idea I said, dude, holy shit. Holy shit. I was like, so I leave that room. I was like, you know what? This conversation is over. I said, oh wait, you said there was a police that went somewhere to where? Where were the police? At my client's house. I said, what? I didn't even fucking know this. No idea. Well, here, had I had any experience whatsoever, immediately I would have motioned your honor based off of the new information that's becoming to light here that fucking opposing counsel is saying. Then it looks like this needs to be continued because I have no discovery on any of this. I have no idea about what they're talking about. Last night, something took place. She wants to be introducing this. I said, this has nothing to do with the TRO, with what we're here for. If she thinks that I'm in contempt of something, she needs to motion to the courts, and it's a completely separate hearing. We need to handle this TRO. That's based off of that ex parte. That's bullshit. So then her lawyer moves. I had her lawyer moves to sequester these two people. One person who was supposed to like help me just like sit at the table and organize stuff like with what I had. She sequesters these two people. Okay. One girl drove from, I don't even fucking know, Missouri. Where was it? Some woman who was 60 drove from Missouri and fucking I was in love with me, had no idea. And but she sequesters these two people and issues like subpoenas of what did she call them? I forget. And I'm just like, wait. I was like, she's lying about these people have nothing to do with the TRO. Those people, she wants to question those people on an incident that happened the night before, which we're not here for. That's like outside the scope of everything. So anyways, it's all those receipts are out there. But I literally could not believe it. And so here, the reason that she had to wait 2 hours to call the cops, she got caught. She served herself she doctored. So basically what happened is these two people that went to her home decided, okay, I was not with them. decided after they saw her husband, oh, hey, give me that subpoena. I'll go hand it to him. Because I had subpoenaed her husband to attend and I was going to question this motherfucker because she included him in her bullshit. And the one woman who was 60 goes and knocks on the door. She doesn't answer, according to this woman. And so what she does is she leaves the subpoena in the door handle and she takes a picture of it. Okay? And leaves and then they leave. Well, I didn't fucking tell them to do that. Nor when they are asked, I was like, wait a second, you guys fucking left the subpoena for the kid? And she's like, what? No. And she's like, Lana, I took a picture. I was like, you took a picture of this? Takes a picture of it, shows it to me. I said, she's like, there's one subpoena there. She's like, it's 2 pieces of paper because it has the instructions on what it tells you when you ever get served with something like that. It's instructions on how to deal with a subpoena. And then it's the actual subpoena. So if there was going to be 2 subpoenas that have been served, there'd be 4 pieces of paper. Okay. And so she takes this picture, I download it, I save it. Well, guess what this fucking broad did? This dumbass. She calls up her lawyer instead of calling the police, and she has a conversation with her fucking attorney. And her attorney said, call the police. Okay. Well, when you call the police, there's a timestamp. Okay. Then the time that the police come there. There's also going to be a timestamp of what time you called your attorney. There's also going to be a timestamp on when you take pictures, and there's metadata of what time you're taking your pictures of supposedly this in the door. You took a picture of this car arriving and then somebody leaving something in your door. There's all going to be timestamps of that. Well, when she goes to when she goes to court, this is what a jackass she is. When I originally got those subpoenas, the courts issued them. Okay. So you have to go to the courthouse and they sign off and they stamp them. They do whatever the fuck they have to do. And so they were approved by the court. And I had 2 done, 1 on the daughter and 1 on her husband. Because like I said, she included them in her ex parte testimony. And so I was going to ask questions of these people because she put them in there. And they wanted to quash the subpoena with the daughter, and they didn't quash the subpoena with the husband. Okay. So I told the person back when the quash was made, it was way before, hey, they quashed that subpoena. So only serve the whatever the fuck one it was for her husband. Then it comes to the point that she claimed that the reason that she hired somebody else to go serve the one subpoena, because that's what they do. They do process serving. They do whatever. It's like a stamp, whatever fucking bullshit that they do. But she told me that she had witnessed the wife and the husband making out. Okay. And that the guy did not want to serve the subpoena because they thought that there would be a domestic dispute, because it was, if she's going to serve the husband or whoever the fuck was going, that basically this subpoena was going to tip off the husband that there's an issue and it's going to cause a domestic because the girl is cheating and stuff like that. I don't fucking know. At the end of the day, I was like, I can't believe that you have a company. I can't believe that you have a company. How could you ever say that you would ever be nervous or something like that? Like, you deal with that all the time. Anyways, whatever. I just didn't think that we'd be serving these subpoenas. And we didn't serve the daughter's subpoena. But guess what fucking Vanessa does? Vanessa prints off. Okay, so what I did is when I got them approved, I then sent a courtesy copy as well. The courts do it as well. So the lawyer and me, the lawyer of Vanessa is the only person that had a copy of these two subpoenas, and myself. Okay. But the lawyer's copy wasn't the signed copy. Okay. And if you're involved in your defense or representation, like, you know, if you're the petitioner, I guess, you're obviously going to be communicating with your lawyer. So the only way that Vanessa could have ever printed off the daughter's subpoena is to get it from the fucking lawyer. Okay. Because what she claims, she calls the cops over and she says that I had a third party come to her house and serve a quashed subpoena, banging on the door, doing all this stuff, chasing her husband or something like that. Yeah, that I sent somebody with a fucking gun. Wild shit. Absolutely wild shit. But, and so she has the cops over. They have these body worn cameras on. She, dumbass, didn't realize this. And then so she's providing, she's like, oh, I have pictures of this, whatever. Well, the guy's like, okay, hold on a second. Well, you guys have court tomorrow, right? Yeah, there's no violation here. And so you just need to take this, you need to take these subpoenas and bring them into court tomorrow and explain all of this to the magistrate. Okay. Keywords were bring the subpoenas, both of them, because she's telling the police that I served a quashed subpoena on a minor. Okay. Also, she takes a picture of the door that she now has placed another subpoena in and took a picture acting like that's what it looked like when this broad dropped it off. Thank God. Thank God. I'm not a dumbass. And that woman took a picture at the moment that she left, as it was walking away after she put just the one in there, which was 2 pieces of paper. Because when she put it in there and she took her picture, the ear flap of the dog ear, when she stuck in the papers in the handle of the door, it flapped over. And so boom, take a picture. Well, Vanessa's pictures didn't have that. And it was a very crisp piece of paper. Also, Vanessa did not go to the court the next day with the subpoenas. She came to court with a picture of it. And then she lies and says that the reason that she didn't bring it is because she turned it into the police. God. I had to track down all that. But I'm over here like, I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I'm like, wait a second. Wait, you're trying to say that I served a quash subpoena? Get the fuck out of here. No, I didn't. And then I realized that Vanessa waited 2 hours to call the police. And then I said, wait a second. The reason that she couldn't bring those in is because the person that I had do it, they had printed out on a, you know, if you have like a watermark. So Vanessa couldn't replicate that because the watermark of the printout was on just the one subpoena of the husband. Not in Vanessa printing out the paper, there was no watermark. So we have like that's why you didn't. I had to take all this time to figure out what the fuck had gone on. And I'm over here writing her attorney. I'm like, you do realize you have a professional codes that you have to abide by. And I like, do you want me to bury your license? I'm going to bury her channel and her career with the truth. Do you want me to bury yours with the truth? Because if you're helping her, which I know that you are, because she testified under oath that she called her lawyer before she called or I'm sorry, she testified under oath that she called the police immediately. I didn't have, when she's testifying that day, I didn't have anything. I didn't have any police reports. I didn't have any body cam. I didn't have shit. And here the courts are letting this broad talk about this, which that wasn't supposed to be what was happening. And then that's when I was going to be using all of this in the appeal and in my lawsuit. And I'm over here wondering what type of a lawyer would ever get involved in this type of shit. So when Lauren's doing this shit, I'm like, who is her fucking attorney? Who would ever be getting involved in this? What lawyer is like, yeah, this is exactly what I want to fucking do? You know? It's kind of like with some of the Turtle Boy stuff. Like, why would a district attorney ever want to do any of that? If you want to know all about her, she did a lengthy interview on Mormon Stories podcast. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good on that. Good on that. You can't question a client and knowingly allow them to lie. You can't do that. She said she had 4 lawyers. It's glitching. I don't know why. I went back and took a look at something, and I'll share with you guys of Lauren commenting on the Delphi case. So let's see here.
Deep dives. If you're curious in understanding why crimes occur, hit subscribe and follow as we delve into his. I've prepared to tell you everything you need to know before the trial begins later this month in Carroll County, Indiana. And if you are new to this, you are in the right place.
Directly.
Other inmates in the same facility, which, by the way, was a prison. And this is something else. Left leg.
How did she get this? Graphic representation based on defense memorandum. I thought that what the defense had in the memorandum was something else, but yeah, let's talk about this. Let's see. So this is before she gets to Carroll County. Okay.
Branches had also been cut with a tool, which they say suggested premeditation. Above Abby's head, the defense said smaller sticks were placed over her hair, mimicking horns or antlers. The crime had to force the girls down a steep hill through rough terrain and across a cold river before murdering them. But according to the defense, this theory didn't hold up, especially considering how both girls were posed, their clothing removed, Abby redressed with the branches meticulously placed on their bodies. The defense found it difficult to believe that one person, especially someone of Richard Allen's small 5'4" size, could have carried out these steps alone, all while avoiding detection. They also raised questions about the single unspent bullet found buried between the 2 girls and connected to a gun Richard Allen owned. When exactly was this bullet found? Was it found immediately at the crime scene when the girls were recovered, or was it found days later? The defense Allen's mental health had deteriorated rapidly while in custody due to threats from Odin's members working as guards at the correctional facility where he was held. They speculated that these guards may have coerced Allen into confessing by threatening his family. Finally, the defense accused the lead investigator of withholding crucial evidence and manipulating facts to obtain the search warrant for Allen's home and vehicles. Another issue
raised by the defense was the fact that some of the witnesses, whose initials we just went over, were actually interviewed by investigators, but the recordings of the witnesses were lost.
Let's talk about the defense's.
What do you think about that, Lauren? Like, what do you think about that? Like, Jesus, right? Like, holy shit. I'd be like, wait, what do you mean? That means that they lost every interview with the family as well.
Claim that in this case, basically the first 70 days or so of interviews with witnesses, other people in this case, have been destroyed. What was the prosecution's response to that? I just can't even imagine. You go into a case and you're trying to comb through the discovery and boom, all of this stuff.
This is why I appreciate Anjanette Levy. Exactly. Common sense. Wow. Like, she's not covering for the prosecution or the cops here. She's like, wow, how are you missing 70 recordings? 70, right? Like, what the hell?
Is gone from the most important stages, or what could be arguably the most important part of the investigation, the very early stages.
Absolutely.
Prosecutors filed a motion in limine to prevent the defense from presenting their alternative theory or mentioning other possible suspects during the trial. A hearing was held at the end of July into August of 2024, a 3-day hearing for the judge to rule on if the jury would be allowed to hear this Odinism defense. And since there aren't any cameras or audio recordings of this hearing, again, I've told you they have remained so tight-lipped, no audio, no video recordings of this hearing. The information that we have here is gathered from witness testimony transcripts and local media who attended the 3-day courtroom hearing. Investigators provided a detailed timeline of the crime, first off, asserting that Libby and Abby were abducted at 2:14 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, and murdered between 2:30 p.m.
So she has nothing to say about the 70 recordings that were missing or recorded over or don't exist. She was praising these guys. She doesn't even like touch, that's all you get to hear. But she can't say it. Like, she just thinks that it's fine.
Prison environments, specifically cell 107 in the A block of the Westville Correctional Unit. This unit, described by the former warden as, quote, a prison inside a prison, end quote, and is typically reserved for convicted criminals facing disciplinary actions or those requiring close supervision. Despite Allen's lack of any prior criminal history, he was housed in this maximum security facility while awaiting trial. The decision came after the Carroll County prosecutor requested a safekeeping order, citing the county sheriff's concerns about the staff's ability to ensure Allen's safety at the local jail, as well as Richard Allen being on watch. The former warden admitted that he had never seen a pretrial detainee subjected to such extreme conditions before. These protocols included round-the-clock video surveillance and the presence of fellow inmates designated as, quote, suicide companions, end quote, stationed outside his cell to observe him. Yes, fellow inmates, convicted inmates who are being housed in this maximum security facility helped to observe Richard Allen. The defense team raised concerns that these suicide companions had violated prison regulations by discussing Allen's charges with him, recording his comments forced prison staff, and even sharing them with their own family members. Eventually, the suicide companions were replaced by prison guards who also monitored and documented Allen's statements. While stationed outside Allen's cell, both inmates and guards reported hearing him confess to the Delphi murders. The former warden even testified that Allen had even personally confessed to him. However, the most damning testimony came from Indiana State Police Detective Brian Harshman, who was responsible for monitoring all communications involving Allen during his incarceration. When asked how many times Allen had confessed while in custody, Harshman revealed that there were, quote, 60 plus direct confessions, end quote. He stated that many of these confessions contained
none of that's true.
Details about the Delphi murders that only the actual perpetrator would know, including the motivation for the crimes. Harshman did not, however, provide further elaboration on those specifics. Detective Brian Harshman testified that Allen began confessing to the Delphi murders in March of 2023, shortly after Richard Allen had started reading a Bible in his prison cell and claimed to have found God. He again made it clear that many of those confessions took place during phone calls with his wife and mother. Harshman said that initially his family was in disbelief, but as the confessions continued, the responses shifted to phrases like, quote, they're messing with your mind, and, quote, stop talking about it, end quote. While Harshman presented his testimony, according to those in court, Allen was seen shaking his head in disagreement. Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman testified that a fellow inmate said that Allen had not only admitted to the murders, but also disclosed the weapon used. According to the inmate, Allen claimed he had killed the girls using a box cutter, which he later discarded by tossing it into a dumpster outside a CVS pharmacy. Dr. Monica Walla, a psychologist who regularly treated Allen in prison, also testified that she heard him admit to the killings. However, she claimed that Allen's mental state had drastically worsened by the time of these confessions and diagnosed him with stress-induced psychosis, explaining that his mental health was, quote, severely compromised, end quote, when he made
How could you read all of this and say, yep, Richard Allen got a fair trial and Richard Allen's guilty? This is so sick.
To be transported to the Freedom Bridge or the Monon High Bridge and to the site where the bodies of the victims were located, not the prosecution in this case. It's also the site of the old CPS building where the prosecution claims Richard Allen's vehicle was parked between 1:30 and 4 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. So not only is this trial in Idaho, I want to a lot of intense debate online. So definitely let me know in the comments what you are thinking. I am planning to go to the trial. And one reason that Dr. John and I have decided that we are going to attend is because unlike other trials, this is not going to be televised. This is not even going to have an audio recording like Lori Vallow's trial in Idaho. I want to be able to be there to bring you the very latest. No computers, no cell phones are allowed in the courtroom. All I can do is share what I am hearing and what I am seeing. And so we plan to do that. And again, Dr. John is going to bring his detailed analysis to this case. He has been studying, let me tell you. So hit subscribe, hit notifications.
Okay, so. Okay, let's see how fair it got here. So that was, hey, recap world. Then you go to here when she talks to, is Turtle Boy live again? Oh no. She's still up. Hidden true crime exposed in these documents, part 1. Everybody's premiering. Where is it's taking over? Let's take a look. LOL in order. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. I'm trying to actually find the Delphi stuff. Live with Lauren, the entire Delphi Bridge video released 7 months ago. I want her
Hey everyone. Let's watch it one more time.
Okay. What do you think?
Yes, this is the video. Nobody has disputed that. The defense has not disputed that. The defense released this video. Nobody is saying this isn't the video that was shot on Libby German's phone by Libby German herself. And you hear Abby in this video. And yes, the heartbreaking voices. Like, I am so grateful that everyone can finally see and hear this. It is heartbreaking. It is crushing. Can you imagine? And if you want to know why, in closing statements, the prosecutors McClellan shared, Libby wanted to solve crimes. And she did that. She solved her own murder. This is why this video is the biggest piece of evidence. You can see that the man is shorter, just like the FBI stated in their and yes, heaven forbid everyone says, how short or tall do you think men that are Caucasian in the United States are? An average man that is Caucasian in the United States is taller than what the FBI thought Bridge Guy was. You can take the measurements and you can see that he is below 5 feet 10 inches tall. You can see that he knows the bridge well. I've been to this bridge multiple times. I don't dare walk on it because it's frightening. And you can see that like Abby and Libby are going slow and that you can tell that they're being followed and they know that and there's nowhere to go. And you hear them say that. They're like, there's nowhere to go. And all these questions people have about like, oh, they were taken and they were driven away and like they didn't scream. They were alone at a dead end with nowhere to go. And they knew.
Wait a second. This is my argument. Ready for this? How do you answer the digital data on the phones? On that phone, there's not, if they were taken down the hill right away and walked across, how do you explain from 218 to 225 no steps on that cell phone? They were all just standing around having conversation for 7 minutes. And then at 225, you only have until 231, 233, something like that, until the phone never, moves again in terms of steps. There's not enough steps that are taken from then the point of 225 to 231. And then who plugs in headphones and who unplugs headphones? Like, what?
Knew this man was following him and he was fast and he was quick. And another big part of the trial was showing how well Richard Allen knew this bridge. He had appeared there many, many times. He had photographs of the bridge in a special memory box that he kept with.
Oh my God. Talk about, she is just spewing. That's
all of his most precious things, including a bullet in in a memory box. All of these photos.
Yeah, why don't you talk about the bullet? What do you think was the bullet was the memory box for? Didn't he try to commit suicide once or something like that? Isn't that to like remind him of something like that, if I'm not mistaken? Like,
he had taken his daughter there. She testified on the stand that he took her there and that she was scared and he made her cross the bridge and she was frightened, but he helped her. He mentioned that he went a lot. Yes, they stopped the video and used slow motion in the trial later, but not until they showed this unenhanced version multiple times. And they made it very clear when they were showing the unenhanced versus the enhanced. This is the original. This is the original. Because you only see them for...
yeah, but then they testified to what they believed that people were saying. And I have no idea how that was allowed. That's hearsay.
I'm not sure how far away, but it's a good distance.
Oh, God.
A normal, a fast pace. Normally than fast, what I usually do.
It is a lot faster than I even thought.
They were doing test runs out there?
Very... You know where to step. You know where it's going to fall. You trust it, is what he just said, just in case my speaker doesn't pick it up. Yeah. Sarah, thank you. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby, you brave girls. You solved your own murders. Thank you, everyone. I miss him very much.
So sorry, Lauren. What's going on?
Thank you, Duty Mom. I am just trying to stay focused and work. Work is a good distraction. So thank you.
Oh my God, Lauren, I am so sorry to hear about the deep loss of your brother. Sending you strength and support for my community to your family.
Hey. Tom, it's good to see you here. Tom Webster was at the trial. I met him at the trial. He says, even though I saw this at the trial a few times, it's so sad to see and hear again. Sarah, thank you. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby, you brave girls. You solved your own murders. Thank you, everyone. Abby and Libby, I'm so grateful that justice has been served. And so I also just wanted to, and I decided to come back. Richard Allen. I am at the crime scene for the second time. I decided to come back. Richard Allen was sentenced yesterday, December 20th, 2024. Today's December 21st. And I felt like I just wanted to come back to understand a little bit more about the last moments of Abby and Libby. I'm so grateful that justice has been served. And so I also just
I'm so grateful that justice has been served. Dude, nothing was just about that fucking trial. Nothing. Nothing. No, ducking felonies. No. Sorry, but there was nothing just about that trial. That's the sad thing. Too bad nobody cared to follow her evidence. Melissa Bex, what's up, girl? Shit, girl. This case just, oh, it's so frustrating, this case. People cannot, like, it's, for me, if Richard Allen can be found guilty, that, like, he is the definition, that case is the definition of reasonable doubt. Like, so, like not even a fucking, And then I'm sorry, Donna Sue Adelson, she did not commit first-degree murder. You want to say she conspired, you want to say whatever. There was zero evidence that was presented to that courtroom that she committed first-degree murder because there was nothing before the murders that they had on Donna Sue Adelson. Nothing. That's not the definition of first-degree murder. You want to get around conspiring somehow, you know, I have no idea, but I have no idea how they found her guilty of first-degree murder. That bar in Florida has now just been wrecked. It's, you know, I think that family is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, no doubt about it. But to sit here in each trial that the Adelsons went through, the prosecution had a different mastermind in each one. You know, Donna Sue Adelson is not wrong with what she said in her before she was sentenced. I thought it was actually like spot on, but yes, passenger 33, free Richard Allen. He deserves a new trial. Anybody that, I don't care if you want to think that he did it, you cannot sit here and say that that man got a fair trial. I have no idea. They got to that juror number 6. I know they had to. He looked so flushed, like he was so disheveled, man. Glasses were off. Looked like that's the guy that I said there's no way that Richard Allen's going to be found guilty. If anything, it's going to be a hung jury because that guy isn't going to say guilty. And then after that stupid interview came out with that idiot young juror, she blew it for the rest of the jurors. Nobody's going to come out and speak after that crap. Thank you so much. Great live, Lana. Loving the info on your own story. I saw some of it before, but not all of it. The crazy people. Yeah. I think for me, she should have embraced crime, a long crime, covering it. If you were a true victim, like I would have loved for a long crime to cover my stuff back then. Oh my God. To have mainstream media put out what truly happened, and like shit, they would have gotten those body cams. It would just been, nobody runs from that. Like you want, like, think of like as an athlete, you're playing in like the biggest game of your life. You expect it to be on a national stage, or in high school or whatever, that you're at the local national stage, the local stage. She ran from it being covered, which she should be wanting to say, this is not okay. This is not okay. People should not be put through this. All these things that she said that she was, it should be seen by hundreds of thousands and millions, so that, Melissa, I couldn't wait to see what you thought about Lauren. I appreciate Lauren's grind with, hey, boots on the ground, going around and being there and covering cases. I've always given her props and credit for that. Now, do I think her comprehension skills and how she would view something is definitely not the same as mine? The way that I saw the case, in my opinion, she has the right to her opinions and how she saw it. But I saw these cases completely opposite. I didn't follow the Dayball stuff, and no ambition to do that, but I can just speak on the Delphi case, and yeah. I agree with Christopher there. Christopher says, Richard Allen said it when he was being interrogated. He was of sound mind and proclaimed his innocence loud and clear. Yep. And it was just night and day. What the jurors then got to see, like, him deteriorate and look like, and what he was doing. Like, how could you put any weight into any confession? They shouldn't have even been admissible, and they're not going to be. Richard Allen is going to get another day. Like, that is happening 1,000%. It just matters of how long it's going to take. Is it going to take before he's in a courtroom to be able to do that? And I just hope that the new team, you're not there to solve the murder. You're there to show that your dude, yeah, that the case against him is weak as fuck. Lauren agrees with whatever John's opinion is, in my opinion. Lauren agrees with whatever the cops say. Lauren's like, yep. When they arrest somebody, it's like, this is who did it. You're being charged with something. That's how I look at it. You're innocent until proven guilty, because that's what the law says. That's what our Constitution says. That's what the Bill of Rights. And I just can't believe that people that call themselves investigative journalists, how are you investigative journalist and not live by that? Isn't your job as an investigative journalist to make sure that the government is dotting their I's and crossing their T's? That's the problem with the media right now, is that everybody's using law enforcement as their sources. So of course, do you think that law enforcement's going to put out anything that's going to make law enforcement look bad? No. Not until you get whistleblowers. Yeah. For me, I think it's fine if you can believe somebody's innocent, you can believe somebody's guilty, like, hey, yeah, I think this, but how anybody can just, how people can say that he didn't get a fair trial, or that people can say that he did get a fair trial, rather, how in the world? I don't care if you think he's guilty. Even if I thought Richard Allen was guilty, okay, there is no way that I'm going to say that he got a fair trial. He couldn't even defend himself. He couldn't even bring up Anthony Schatz. He couldn't even bring up Ron Logan. What? We can't even bring up the investigation. These are all the people that you looked into, and how did you clear them? What made you move on from them? Were there any lab reports of you testing any guns of anybody? You know, Jerry Holman saying that all these people that they talked about or talked to, or that they, you know, quote unquote, were people of interest, nobody panned out. Nobody panned out. There's 7 unknown freaking DNA there are 7 unknown DNA profiles at that crime scene. Richard Allen's is excluded. One of them is a cop. One of them is the Indiana State Police, somebody that either got put into the system later or somehow was able to avoid being put in the system. But then when they ran through another check, then that's when it came up, and somebody from the Indiana State Police was one of the profiles. And then I'm over here like, well, wait a second. Why isn't the defense asking who that belongs to? And like, where was that found? Was it somebody? Who is it? To this day, I have no idea. And why wouldn't you like harp on that? How are you getting if you're all like got gloves on and all protective wear, you know, and how the hell does somebody get their DNA at that? That's a cop. Oh, hey, what's up? Hello. Lauren and John absolutely planned to go to Delphi, hoping RA would be found guilty so they could do all the victim interviews after. I never saw Dr. John there once, though. I would love to know how. What's up, Doc and Dakota? I've watched the first half of John's sermon, and I don't think the results are going to be anything. Go tell it on the mountain. I don't. He never went to Delphi. We didn't see him there. And the other thing I think it's interesting is, you know, how does Lauren travel so much, and Mom, like she does a lot of traveling. So I'm just curious that recipe. You know, does he work as a doctor somewhere? I don't know. I have no idea what they do. I was just curious on how they are able to juggle it all. Lana, I went to that trial thinking most likely he was guilty because I didn't know anything about it besides what had happened to the girls. How do you feel now? John just compared some weird thing that happened with his son, JJ Val's. What? He's unemployed? You guys, I don't even know. So, 100% innocent? It's pretty nuts, huh? Docket Dakota, good to see you in here. Hopefully you've been doing well. Yeah. I just enjoy good debates. Like, I enjoy talking to Drunk Turkey about the Idaho 4 case because I see something one way and they see something the other way. Why would I want to discuss and have an echo chamber? Like, I want to debate people that think that Brian Kober had a fair, that he was having a fair shake through everything. I want to debate somebody that says that probable cause was truly made, without. That's not how they didn't get to Brian Kober that way. So how can you back that probable cause? Because I want people to say things like, "Hey, sometimes the means justifies the ends." I want to hear that because that's exactly what it is not supposed to happen. I want that to be somebody's argument. Also, if I think that you know what you're talking about, I want to hear why you would feel a certain way. Nobody seems to want to do that anymore. Like, what's wrong with a good debate? I'm like, yeah, like, I'll debate you. There's no reason to yell about it. Like, I want to talk the facts. Let's talk about facts. Why are you hiding that you used IgG, but you want to then, after the case is over with, tell the world how amazing IgG is? I want you to explain that to me. And then people could say, well, they didn't have to tell the defense that they used IgG. You're right. If they didn't use it to get to him, they wouldn't have. But that's how they got to him, period. End of story. So they made up everything on the probable cause. Why would one do that? So can we just all agree that, well, they did it because they didn't want to lose what? Their search warrant. They didn't want to lose all of the fruits that came from it, aka his DNA that came from the arrest. Because that would have went bye-bye. Speaking of which, in the Idaho case, there was a new drop, a couple documents today dropped. And I went back and checked something out with the alternate perpetrator evidence. So there was 4 people that they listed as like alternate perpetrators. One of them, the first person, they said that this person cooperated and they provided their fingerprints. And it was a male. And so this has to do with report 4, rather. And the only males that gave their fingerprints voluntarily were Showalter, Hunter Johnson, did they end up getting checked? I know they got checked, of course, DNA, but I don't think that they did the fingerprints. Anyways, so I believe that person number 1 in the defendant's offer of proof for alternate perpetrators, based on what was said, defendant first proffers blank proximity to 2 of the victims hours before the homicide without something else later that night is not probative evidence and is excluded under Idaho Rules of Evidence 403, particularly looking at blank. The defendant next points to 3 lab reports where merely reflect that as part of blank's cooperation with the investigators, he voluntarily submitted a DNA sample and fingerprints. So this person submitted DNA and fingerprints. And so I believe that the first person is Jack Showalter. As they say that Jack Showalter's DNA was not found on the knife sheath strap. That's where this profile was. On which the DNA was found that was matched the defendant, or in the DNA mixture found on the back of the sheath. And that was in the blood of the 2 victims. And that is in ISP Forensic DNA Lab Report 4. So going back and looking at this, then Lab Report 7 excludes him from the DNA from the swab taken in Xana in her bedroom. And so then if you go and you look at back to the exhibit sheet, you can, here it is. MPD item number 237, 1122 King Road, stain swabs objects from second floor bedroom, lab item 125. That is an unknown profile in Xana's room. There's a stain swab floor near inside doorway of second floor bedroom. That would be different. So I didn't know that. Now, Lab Report 13 excludes Jack Showalter's DNA from the samples from the fingernails of all other victims, as well as, Maddie's, as well as swabs taken above the stairwell at the residence. And that would be the upper floor banister and the bottom of the handrail. The bottom of the handrail. And that gets me back thinking about this whole running up and down. That Dylan's talking about. And that's in Lab Report 13. So we have unknown at the handrail, at the bottom of the handrail. Then Lab Report 26 excludes Showalter's DNA from a sample taken on the north wall of the stairwell. And that is at the residence, and another sample taken from the half wall at the residence, which is where I believe it's either where the bathroom is on the second floor, like across from it, because it's beginning like that half wall. Because the stairs, they have that opening. ISP Lab Report 31 excludes Showalter's DNA from the sample taken from the door of Maddie's bedroom. And so that would also mean that doesn't match Brian Culber's. So think about this. If there's DNA under Maddie's fingernails, okay, that it's going to be her and Kaylee plus somebody else. And Brian is able to be excluded. After we hear about these it's a totally different type of scenario. That nobody fought back, nobody did anything, right? That they were just sleeping. So we have underneath her fingernails. Then we have the door from the door of Maddie's bedroom, and that's Lab Report 31. My question is did they test any of the unknown samples that were unknown male samples to see if they could be the sample that would be under, or the profile that could be underneath Maddie's fingernails? Where has that ever been talked about? that make sense? Like you have unknown male, blood, and these swabs that you then got a profile. Were any of those tested to see if you mixed Maddie, Kaylee, and then could that make it up? Does anybody know about that? Bottom handrail between first and second floor. That's lab item 30. This was what the state was going to use as exhibits, but nowhere on here. Did you guys find if they were going to use the glove? Actually, I found that. Never mind. Okay, found this. Prince, John Showalter, lab item 4. Prince, Connor Chestnut, lab item 5. No. I want the date that they found that out, though. What's up, Detective Mowry? Mowry. Okay, so MPD's item 866 is Dylan Morton's Cellbrite Records, okay? They had her phone for how long? Since day one, out the gate, boom. How in the world could Dylan Morton's Cellbrite Records be coming in and being listed under MPD item 866? That should just tell you everything you need to know. In fact, it comes in after things like the U.S. Chef Store Video, 755 Indian Hills, 1125 Ridge Road, 770 North Grand Mobile Gas, Jack Decor Phone Records, there's 832. Dylan Mortensen interview from 1117. WSU Parking Hyundai Elantra plate data. PayPal DVD data for Brian Kober. Latah County Jail calls and notes. iCloud data for Brian Kober. TikTok data from Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. OneDrive data for Brian Kober. Brian Kober photos of search warrant on person. King Road video from 4:45 a.m. until 12:05, like after the murders. King Road video documentation of camera repair. Instagram DVD data for Ethan Chapin, Dylan Mortensen, and Bethany Funk. Isn't that interesting? And then 866, Dylan Mortensen's Cellbrite Records. There was nobody else as far as the victims or a surviving roommate where they're talking about Cellbrite Records. The numbering on the exhibits makes no sense. Oh, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. It's showing you that they were not introducing these items into evidence and booking them to then be turned over to the defense. Like, they couldn't have been because they're not even booked as an item. So I was going through this to see if the state was prepared to how they could possibly combat anything, you know, and there's nothing with anybody, no health data. Like, wouldn't somebody want to know when Ethan's phone last took a step? Raise your hand if you would like to know that. Oh, I would. I would like to know that. So then when you go over to You go and you grab the first. It's the evidence. It's a semi-log. It's the Spillman. It's and you actually look up. So I'm going to look up evidence number 866. Here she goes. DM Cellbrite. That was entered into evidence on January 11th, 2024. M. Kober interview, 869. January 18th, 2024. M. A. Kober interview. A. Kober interview. So those are all on 118. Screenshots, emails. X-rays, 2/22/2024. SNP profile trace. SNP profile trace. 5/2/2024. Remember I told you guys, I said that you guys do know that none of that DNA stuff, the defense never got it until, look at, the SNP profile trace was entered into MPD item 881 on May 2nd, 2024. Fucking wild that like, just disgusting, man. Ridge Road video, July 18th, 2023. The disposable film from that camera, April 25th, 2023. The last thing to go in on June 27th, 2025. Additional Amazon items. The tire repair kit. All same day, June 26th, 27th. Grand jury exhibits, 6/5/2025, because they reclaimed them. Funk fingerprints, September of 2024. Funk fingerprints again, because I don't know, they must have got fucked up. 8/20/2024. FBI TUI requests, June 17th, 2024. Cast Viz DVD, May 22nd, 2024. Cast Viz DVD, which was right before that hearing. Cast Viz. You gotta be shitting me. Gray key extracts, May 21st, 2024. Like, Ann Taylor could not have her hands on any of this until this became, like, it was marked and booked in evidence. Let's see what they had to prep with as far as okay. When Batanti filed and said that Bethany had exculpatory evidence, okay, that would be whatever they possibly had their hands on up until, let's just say, just the end of March of 2023. That would be vehicle ID DVD, vehicle charts, DMV photo, the knife that was in the kitchen, DMV MPD. Then there's knives, plural, cell contact. No idea what that is. Stinker video, Pullman DMV, hair and fibers, a Glock, turn signal assembly, gear knob and boot. I think that was when they took his car apart. I think Alant and Johnson had turned in their fingerprints in February of 2023. Josie's interview, Hunter Chapin's interview, Macy's interview, Quality Inn receipt. So they kept everybody at the Quality Inn. Scene photos on February 27, 2023. Someone with a G interview. I have to go back and licensing receipts, phone swap, paper pedal swap. So gear shifts. This is all stuff to do with his car. Apple Watch, DVD, black boots, CD, Hyundai fob, criminology books, dark hat, black gloves. So that's all his crap. Taylor knife. Okay, this is everything that was at his. Let's go back to them. Okay, interviews. These are all redacted, but Detective Walker interviews, Corner Club receipts, a bunch of interviews, tips on January 12, 2023. They had that Arista video on January 10th, 2023. Search warrant audio and search warrant photos on January 6th. That would have been everything for Brian stuff. This is still everything with Brian stuff. They waited until they didn't enter into evidence, not a single interview with anybody. Oh, here's Cellbrite. Cellbrite USB. Don't know what it belongs to, but that was on December 6th, 2022. 1, 2, three. On the day that Brian was arrested, they only had into evidence 3 interviews. That's fucking crazy. And then they put in on January 10th, because this is when Ann Taylor's asking for all of this shit with her discovery request. On January 10th, 2023, They then put in on that day, the 10th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 interviews. Then on the 12th, they put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 interviews. Then on the 13th, they put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 interviews up to the 19th. God, Ann Taylor was probably like, what the fuck is this? What's this hotel receipt on 1/20/2023? And you could tell how she's asking for things. That's when stuff's getting added. That's why I can't wait to see her requests. Anyways. John is legit comparing what is being done to Lauren to the Salem witch trials. What? Oh my God. I'm over here trying to read damn documents. They said, you say what? Dogged Decoder says, John is legit comparing what is being done to Lauren. They are sick. They are, dude. I can't stop watching, laughing at this madness. It's too much. What's up, Neeks? How you been? How you been? Where you been at? Oh God. Lana would know all about humiliating yourself in court. Yeah. Not so much, champ. But I'm not a pussy. I don't need to delete your comment. Thank you for the subscription to write your comment, by the way. What law enforcement and FBI ignores blood evidence in it? Yeah, and then who doesn't ask any questions about it? Like, okay, granted, let's just say, yeah, law enforcement's not mentioning it. How is no one asking any questions about it? You know? If I was a parent of a victim, I'd be like, all right, hear me. There's this unknown. Are we sure that there's only one person? Because I would want anybody that did anything. And, you know, like, hey, if they say, listen, we think that blood would, house was a mess, man. But you can't say that with the sheath, though. There's somebody else's DNA on that sheath. Nobody cares. Mind blowing. Mind blowing. You been here? Okay. That's right. Mind blowing that nobody want to know about that. Let's take a peek in. Is it over? How do I find this? Is it a video now? Oh, they ended.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
We're back. I know that a few of you, the hashtag Free John is going around a little bit. You okay? He's here. He's okay.
Yeah, you had to unlock the cage in the garage to let me out. So I'm here. Yeah, I thank you for giving me some breakfast this morning too after letting me out of the cage. Don't worry, you don't have to free me. I'm good.
Yeah, we're here. And we have a lot to talk about. Remember when I said that last live and it went 9 hours? I don't think this one will be 9 hours.
It's going to probably be a few hours though. I don't know.
It's going to be long. We've got a lot to say.
Grab your beverages, grab your popcorn, grab something, right?
Whatever it is you grab, your tea.
I actually have some coffee this morning.
I've got a bit of everything here.
Oh, so this
laid
was
out.
this was filmed in the morning. You know, no offense, but I wouldn't have even responded. Is this the first live that she's done since? Anyways, I don't even.
And Ann Bartol, page 521. Their definition of cyber stalking is using the internet or other forms of electronic communication to threaten or engage in unwanted advances towards another.
Does John have a toupee? Not that it matters. I'm just curious. Does he have like a wig? Is that what you call it? Does he have a merkin?
Pretty simple, right? Were you threatened? Yes. Was it unwanted advances? Absolutely.
Unwanted advances? Wait a second. Who was threatened? But I want. Where was somebody threatened? $30,000. 30,000 people watched that shit.
Let's talk about cyberbullying. This is how they define cyberbullying. Quote, cyberbullying is defined as sending or posting harmful or cruel text or images using the internet or other digital communication devices. Was saying that you engaged in non-consensual, that you desired to engage in non-consensual relations with your brother to obtain his sperm? Was that a cruel message?
Yeah.
That's cyberbullying.
What? How did that?
Bullying. I'm just gonna say quickly what this is also ultimately, this is what Bartol and Bartol say about cyber stalking. Quote, ultimately, much cyber stalking is designed to control the victim, usually through threats and harassment. So a large part of this is about control. Here's another definition of cyberbullying. This is from a research article. Quote, building upon this, the definition of traditional bullying, the authors have defined cyberbullying as, quote, an aggressive, intentional act carried out by a group or individual using electronic forms of contact repeatedly and over time against a victim who cannot easily defend him or herself.
Who was contacting anybody though?
Some might argue that you could defend yourself, except you can't, really, you couldn't. Right? The reason you couldn't defend yourself is because our brand is not to engage in these types of petty arguments or conflicts with other creators. Like, we're not going to do what he said, she said, or tit for tat. That's not our brand. We couldn't defend ourselves without looking like absolute fools. We couldn't defend ourselves because people have the perception that because we're a bigger channel, that somehow we would be bullying her. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we didn't want to go public with this. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we thought we could ignore it long enough that it would go away. But after months and months and months of continuing multiple posts and escalating, we realized,
to the point where law and crime was getting involved.
yeah, we realized this got to the point where the risks were increasing, and we weren't willing to deal with this forever. And that is why in the end, we decided to get a stalking injunction.
So what I meant about law and crime is even after that, it still got bigger. It's, how did they find out about it? And law and crime got involved. And then I decided to draw my Yeah, not her life.
Let's talk about
Because law and crime got involved, I decided to drop my. That doesn't even make any sense. That is not sensible. Like, that is the. That should have given you more drive to do it. How about, did she ever feel that maybe law and crime actually had her back and that they were covering it to like expose what is happening to her? Why did she think that it was a negative thing? Does anybody ask that question? Why would you be? I would never think that law and crime would be covering my stuff to like they're covering, like, why would you think that it's bad? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's that? Like, where's that thought process? Like that it'd be like that they don't have your back. Think about it. She must know something because otherwise she would think. I mean, the way that she thinks. Come on, the way that she thinks, she'd be doing cartwheels. Like, I get to be the lead. Okay, so clearly she must have been in the know about something, because why wouldn't she be thinking that she has all, like, you know, all these people support her, and you know she's friends with people that work at places like that, right? I don't know, right? Target to coder on this whole thing. God, dude, I'll go to this Salem
the
stuff.
definition, the legal definition of stalking in Nevada. So I think, is it fair to say that, I mean, I guess our haters are going to disagree, but I think any
Who cares? That's what I'm saying. Like, who cares? Who cares if the haters disagree? This was supposed to be about, like, for me, I don't care what people want to say about me or think about me. I care about the process. So, like, if I was being X, Y, and Z and I went and got this, why would I ever, like, pull back? Dude, just days before she decides to fold, she was asking for this mom to have an ankle bracelet on her, to have jail time of 30 days, to pay $6,000 in fines, to pay her attorney fees, to be charged criminally with a felony, a misdemeanor. All of that stuff came before, like, she wanted to have happen to Christina. How could you be wanting all of these things and then literally pull the plug? Nobody with a mind can, nobody with a pulse can believe that.
By the way, thank you. Virtuous violence, it's a moral crusade, right? I've covered. So for those of you out there who know a little bit about philosophy, if any of you read Nietzsche on good and evil, you understand the importance of Nietzsche's idea that all morality is essentially an attempt to foster and maintain social norms and social moral systems, because the prevailing ruling classes do not want challenges or change. And by enforcing an existing system of morality, you're also making the world fit into a very narrow box, right? And so that's one of the problems of a moral crusade, is that if you don't fit within that box, then you're going to be vilified. Right?
I know, because I tear that box up. I know what you're talking about. I got you.
And so you became vilified. As we talked about on our Patreon. In one of the declarations, the TikToker made it very clear.
Wait, now they call her the TikToker. Before it was the stalker. It was the stalker. Now, okay, is she no longer called the stalker? She's just called the TikToker?
Conformity was a big part of this issue.
Yeah. That was actually in their declaration and sort of the little joke that I made on our Patreon exclusive episode, which is no longer Patreon exclusive, thanks to those who picked it apart and shared it. But yeah, in their declaration, their angst against me, or one of the things that upset me, was that I talked about how I don't like to conform. And then I jokingly said, thanks for being a Patreon supporter, because that particular episode was behind a paywall, which meant that someone was paying and sending that on to them. But it was ironic, because you have always talked about the fact that one reason
What are they talking
this
about?
type of thing happens is because they're upset that I'm not conforming.
What is she?
I gave a classic.
Wait, all she does is conform. When has this girl ever went against the grain? Come on. What is she even talking about? Conform to what? Oh. You guys, I'll show you all receipts, man. I showed you guys the other night of a receipt of like, this is what happened to myself. Like, when you want to talk about somebody coming and stalking you and sending somebody and delivering, dude, they were sending like dick bombs that would explode if you open them. And, but they didn't look like dicks, and they just looked like a poster that you would like, that somebody sent you like in the mail. And when you open it, it's like a glitter bomb or something. I mean, who's over here calling the FBI on you, Lauren? I don't see anybody doing anything.
I talked about
I think they made a TikTok video.
classic example of the Salem witch trials from 1692,
The
where obviously witches are seen as an abomination. They're seen as demonic, right? They're seen as separate from the community, not conforming to the community's morals, right? So in many ways, the Salem witch trials were exactly, or they showed similarities to a moral crusade. And we'll talk about that a little later. We won't get into that too much, but so I want to make that point before we move on, because I want people to understand the purpose of a moral crusade and what it does, how it fosters conformity or attempts to, and how it really.
Wait a second. I thought this was about you being stalked. Why are you making it now about something else? Like, this is just about stalking. This is about using the stalking injunction, using the statute, and like, she has the ability to put out her ex parte and everything, that all her exhibits for the ex parte. What did you say, Lauren, to get a judge to give you the ex parte? The ex parte is when you went there and claimed that you were in fear for your life.
Oversimplifies the world, so that people that they don't have to grasp with the, they don't have to grapple with the complexity of someone who's maybe a little more complex, somebody who can say some off-color things in private messages, someone who has a sarcastic sense of humor. You do. I do.
Could have fooled me. Wait, if they had a sarcastic personality, then none of this would be happening right now.
Obviously, it got you in a little bit of trouble on Patreon, but you didn't do anything wrong. Like, part of our brand is to bring in levity. You can't clip a part of that segment and say, oh my God, she's not serious about stalking.
Duping delight, or duper's delight.
So stupid. So stupid.
If you don't laugh, you cry sometimes. So yeah, thank you.
Everybody that deals with true crime and law enforcement, investigators, they know how difficult it is. They know the importance of humor. Part of our brand is to be humorous.
I have never seen them be humorous in my existence. I think everybody would be like, Lana's humorous. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck are you talking about, John?
So let's talk about the definition of stalking.
Part of my survival depends on being humorous. It's how I cope.
Right. But hey, let's vilify you for that. Let's continue the moral crusade train and just keep piling on because you showed a little bit of humor.
Wait, what? What is he talking about? Because she showed humor. People are piling on her. Wait, no. I mean, unless. What? Nobody's piling on her because of. Wait, what is she being? What? Because of that.
Let me start with, so let's
Are they trying to rewrite?
Defining stalking.
Are they trying to rewrite history here? We just saw what she was talking about for 9 hours. She was crying. She was crying this whole time. I didn't see any parts where she was like laughing and saying, "Look at this moron who thought I was being serious when I said, I'm gonna mow that bitch down. I'm gonna mow her beef down. She better move out my way. I'm gonna mow her beef down." Like, no, all I saw was tears. And wow.
So one of my favorite definitions actually comes out of the UK. So in the UK, there's some local police agencies.
You don't live in the UK.
Social workers and people that kind of deal with stalking that often refer to what they call the big four. And when I say the big four, I mean four as in capital F, capital O, capital U.
I think she should be more concerned about her having sex to get, I don't know, information. Maybe she should be more concerned about that than she was. Lana, they're referring to whatever shit she was talking about victims in her text messages. She's afraid of coming out. I could tell you that she needs to be way worried about some other shit. That is the last thing that I would be worried about. I mean, maybe their brand might take a hit because they put victims first. My brand's all about, we don't want any more victims.
Capital R. And so, and I know this is the UK and not here, but the big four stands for?
The big four. Feel them, fuck them, forget them, find another one. Find them, feel them, fuck them, forget them. That's the big four to me. Find them, feel them, fuck them, forget them. John, what is your big four? The big F's.
F.
Yeah, what was that one?
Fixated.
Fixated.
Oh,
F
sorry.
means fixated. Fixated, is this it? So let's go through this. Is there fixation here? So yes.
Whoops. I think we're talking about two totally different things. So yeah, find them, feel them, fuck them, forget them. They're talking about something completely different. So let's see what they're talking about.
That often refer to what they call the big four. And when I say the big four, I mean four as in capital F, capital O, capital U, capital R.
Oh, my bad. Totally.
And
I thought it was all F's.
And I know this is the UK and not here, but the big four stands for F.
Yeah, what was that one?
Fixated.
Fixated.
F means fixated. Fixated, is this it? So let's go through this. Is there fixation here? So yes, there is.
But that's objective. Who's fixated? I didn't see enough of the fixation. If you guys were here earlier and I was reading off, like, I see 3 dates that she talks about, and she's talking about people attending public events that these people normally would attend. Okay. Who's fixated here? I didn't see any type of fixation. If you're reaching out to somebody and you're initiating contact,
There are social media accounts that specifically target you. That's part of the definition of stalking, is there has to be some type of individual target. Guess what? Every one of these social media accounts is fixated on you. Fixation, yes. O. The O stands for obsessed. Is there obsession here? There's 50 plus or more, way more if you count all the social media accounts.
100.
There's
Over 100.
there's over 100 posts that showed no signs of stopping or abating, all about you. Is that obsessive? Absolutely.
And Lindsay did admit on the stand during that hearing that they never heard from me, that
She admitted it was about you.
she admitted it was about me.
You were the target. So we have fixed.
she didn't admit that you were the target. There was no, those words were never used. How delusional to say that. Lindsay didn't testify that, yeah, Lauren was the target. No. Like, we just listened to that interview, you guys. The interview that it wasn't an interview. The testimony that she didn't play, that she had. She didn't play it. Because nobody even knew that existed. They thought that the first hearing was going to be on, the 16th, the day after.
Obsessed. The U stands for unwanted. You, in an email and in a text, you said, I feel threatened. Please leave me alone.
In both the text and in email.
What are the dates on
Did that
those?
stop it? Nope. Actually, it escalated from there. Everything that was being sent to you, you said, please don't do this. And the person continued. Not only continued, but escalated.
Wait, what did you say? Please stop contacting me? Because they were able to show that there is no contact. She's not able to show that somebody continued to try to contact her. We are here to contact you.
The R stands for repeated.
Repeated.
I think that's obviously a
Repeated
no-brainer. Was this behavior
unwanted
repeated?
fisting.
Obviously, over and over and over. So the definition of stalking, the most simplistic criteria for stalking are fixated, obsessed, unwanted, repeated. Yep. Check. Here's how I'm.
I agree. That's harassment, not obsession. Call the cops. Or how about this? It seems what you don't want is you don't want these 50 to 100 videos, right? That are defaming, that are attacking your reputation, whatever. File a lawsuit. Okay. Nobody who came to your house, who came to your, I don't know, like
The websites that talks about the Big Four.
they didn't even say your name in any of the videos. So I'm super, like, just because Lindsay had a personal opinion of who the videos were describing, because she had hey, if I gave you that insider info, okay, that hey, I'm making a channel, I'm calling it Objection, Your Honor, and I'm just going to talk about the disgusting behavior of Lauren. I'm not going to say her name or anything like that, and I'm just going to describe some situations. Okay. How dare you?
Find stalking. Stalking, and this is stalking. This is physical or cyber. This is both, right? Quote, this is from a website in the UK. Stalking is a pattern of unwanted, repeated behavior that can leave you feeling
I would agree.
Scared or distressed. You don't have to be threatened with violence to be a victim of stalking. Any kind of persistent, unwanted contact that causes distress is stalking. Do you fit that definition? Yes.
Wait, why aren't you giving the examples then? So I would be saying this is the examples of this. Okay. But they're not. why would you even do that? This is like what they're justifying. They're in there, they're justifying this to themselves. Why what? This is the most ridiculous, like, what a waste of 3 hours of your 3 hours and 43 minutes of your life. And then you edited this shit. So that took another fucking, I don't know, 7 probably hours to put it together. That's why they probably kept pushing it back and back and back before they dropped it and released it, because editing takes time.
Let's talk about, again, this is from the same UK.
I feel like they're in a therapy session and we're like eavesdropping. I feel that this isn't the therapist is talking to his patient. And we're all just eavesdropping on this. The price of truth. We speak out after 9-hour live. Lauren and Dr. John. Like, we shouldn't be listening to this. Like,
website. And I'm also pointing out that this is not just this, the definition of stalking and cyber stalking we're talking about. This is all over the world. This doesn't just apply here. This is in Australia. This is in
Australia.
The UK. Right?
Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. What are they talking about? Why are they talking about Australia and the UK?
To identify stalking, they talk about this, what they call the SLII, double I strategy. To identify stalking, professionals often use the SLII strategy. What's the first S? Surveillance.
Surveillance.
Stalkers often engage in surveillance, closely watching and tracking their victims' movements,
How?
routines, and social interaction.
Okay, how was she surveyed? How was Lauren surveyed? I was surveyed. How was Lauren surveyed? I'll tell you how I was surveyed. Okay. People were acting like they were my friends and in a group message and writing stuff to me to try, oh, hey, yeah, what are you up to? Where are you doing? Where you at? What's going on? Da-da-da, da-da-da. Yeah. How were you surveyed?
This includes monitoring their social media.
I had close to 20 people literally monitoring my lives and like video recording, like this, like screen recording, and they would also screen record just chat. So just chat had a screen recording going, and then like right now, no doubt about it, out of the 600 people that are in here, I promise you, there are people watching this live to monitor me. They wait. They want to, come on, we get her doing something, and then we're going to clip it, and then we're going to make a video about it. Or we're going to clip it, and then we're going to send it to, you know, blah, blah, and try to get her, you know, lose custody.
The goal is to gather personal information and maintain a sense of control over the victim.
And let's talk about reporting when at trials or crime con. Interestingly enough, one of the people who wrote a declaration for the stalker, Janice, admitted to filming us multiple times and then even showed in evidence her filming both my producer Grayson and
You're allowed to be filmed in a public place. Sorry, but that's not the same thing. And I'm allowed to film if I feel like, dude, there's no way I'm going to allow something to go down and this person try to twist it. So of course I'm filming so that I have proof of what you're going to try to claim did not happen.
Even at CrimeCon after the stalking injunction was put out, and actually put those videos that she unknowingly took of me into evidence.
Wait a second. Lauren was waving to the cameras. You are on YouTube. You are not being surveyed. They are all delusional trying to fit this into their narrative. I agree. I can't. I need a beverage, man. Let me press play. I need a damn.
But there's other ways that you're being surveillance applies here.
Correct.
They're following your Patreon. They're following when you did a Mormon story. She let you know that she's watching that.
Yes.
She's following everything you're posting, everything you're doing, every social media post. She's recording you without your consent. She's clearly, and she's doing this to gather personal information to harm you.
She even admits, I'm looking for their LinkedIn because I want to see who they're linked to. Isn't it strange they don't have it? I'm going to call UNLV. I did call UNLV. We know other people that they have contacted. Thank you to those who have reached out.
So surveillance.
Wait a second. Did she really just say, wait, you have a Patreon, so it's paid membership. Somebody that's paying to be behind a paywall, you then are going to flip it and say, this person is paying me money to belong in my club, where part of what I'm offering my peeps that's the whole experience. It's like, Lana, what are your tiers going to be? If a member of your channel is like of binders and brains, and what about this other one? Like, are you going to do like, one-on-one tutorials on how to do a FOIA request, or like what, girl? So if somebody did that, if I offered that as like a tier membership, once a month, I just do this tutorial and I only put out the code to people that, are those top tier members. I then am going to go to the courts and say, dude, this person's paying money to then be taught by me how to FOIA request. And this is not okay.
Number 2, life invasion. The tactic involves invading the victim's personal life or space. It can be as subtle as sending frequent, unsolicited messages, including on social media. Are you receiving frequent, unsolicited messages? Absolutely. The third one is the I part, intimidation. Stalkers often use intimidation to instill fear. How about showing up at CrimeCon when the stalking injunction said she couldn't, and then showing up in the bar 10 feet from you, taunting people, taunting the police who had issued this injunction, within hours showing up at the bar, basically saying to you, I don't care, I'm in control, I'm going to intimidate, I don't care about this injunction, I own you, right? It's intimidation.
I own you?
The nature of intimidation is threatening messages, aggressive behavior, or implying harm. Implying harm. So it can be something as simple as implying harm. Is there implicit threats and implicit harm throughout this? Absolutely.
Yes.
How about ruining your kingdom, burning your kingdom? Is that harm?
Yeah.
Ruining your kingdom. Jesus. Dear Lord, is it Sunday? No. Oh, I want her to start singing Why You So Obsessed With Me. According to definition, I have a lot of stalkers. Anyone who causes stress, cop the justice. The kingdom and the glory are yours now and forever. Amen.
It also can include reputational harm. The final one is interference.
Why beat up 32 months
The stalker is involved in deliberately interfering with the victim's life. Examples include damaging someone's reputation or trying to sabotage their personal or professional relationships. The goal is to isolate the victim and make them feel powerless or dependent.
That happened.
What? She felt
Right,
powerless?
exactly.
You went and took the power, girl. You went and grabbed the power. You filed a stalking injunction. Oh, the power. I lost the power. What?
Examples include damaging someone's reputation or trying to sabotage their personal or professional relationships. The goal is to isolate the victim and make them feel powerless or dependent.
Girl, you have 320,000 people. You are not isolated.
That happened.
Right, exactly.
You gained 3,000 subscribers because of this.
You meet all those criteria.
Lauren's just a checkbox. We meet all the criteria, Lauren. You are just one checkbox, baby doll. I don't even know what to say about that. You're just one big bubble. Scantron.
I'm going to read. Let's talk specifically about cyber stalking now.
Okay, let me have a drink while you do that.
This is from the textbook. This is my favorite textbook on criminal psychology, by the way. Criminal Behavior, a Psychological Prose, 12th edition. It's by Kurt Bartol and Ann Bartol. Page 521. Their definition of cyber stalking is using the internet or other forms of electronic communication to threaten or engage in unwanted.
Why is she taking notes? What the fuck is she doing? She's taking notes?
Wanted advances? Absolutely. That you desired to engage in non-consensual relations with your brother to obtain his sperm? Was that a cruel message?
Yeah.
That's cyberbullying. I'm just gonna say quickly what this is also ultimately, this is what Bartol and Bartol say about cyber stalking. Quote, ultimately, much cyber stalking is designed to control the victim, usually through threats and harassment. So a large part of this is about, or quote, an abnormal or long-term pattern of threat or harassment directed towards a specific individual.
What?
Yep.
What?
Here's how the authors define it. Stalking is, quote, a constellation of behaviors in which one individual inflicts on another repeated, unwanted intrusions and communications. Yep.
Where is the examples?
So I've read a lot of definitions of stalking. I've read definitions of cyber stalking. Do they fit?
Yes.
Yes.
Yet, of course, there's plenty of people apparently out there who argue that this wasn't stalking, this was catfighting, this was Real Housewife stuff. Whatever, there was no harm involved.
It 100% was though. Wait, no, these are ex friends though. You guys, like, I didn't know that. These are people that were inviting, Lauren was inviting her over to come have swim time, dinners. Like, what? These are friends parting ways. And then it's 2025, okay? So instead of friends going back like it was 1980 or 1990, where they would just pick up the phone, okay, and call and have like three ways with like a group of girls and be like, listen to this shit. This is why I don't talk to her crazy ass anymore. Blah, blah, blah. And then guess what? Those people go and call other people, and then they have a three-way, and then they have a three-way, and then they have a three-way. That's 1990. It's 2025. So I'm just going to go use my social media account to vent and say whatever I want, or make a video about me putting on makeup or dancing. And that's 2025. I just, Dear Diary.
I would urge them to go look at the legal and academic definitions, as I just defined, of stalking.
Somebody putting out TikToks and describing and basically having a phone conversation, but through a TikTok, that's just the 2025 way of doing things. I'm sorry, but I don't even know. And yet I have no receipts. For 3 hours and 43 minutes, they don't show any receipts of what he is just checking boxes off to say, okay, look at this happened to you, this. Like, where is any of this constant threat? where is somebody saying that they're blackmailing you or that they're intimidating you to say, listen, we know all about X, Y, and Z. And if you don't, like somebody gave, the way I heard it is somebody gave you an invoice and you didn't pay it. So they resent you an invoice. Where's the receipts?
Because stalking, one of the interesting things out there in terms of listening to some of this debate about what stalking is that almost all the people who would disagree with the academic criteria that I'm reading and the legal criteria, they see stalking as like a 1930s phenomenon where you follow someone around in your old Ford, I don't know, 1930s cars, your old Ford Jalopy with a gun, right? They think stalking is physically following someone around with a gun. Right? Guess what? It's not. We live in 2025. Stalking is...
Dude, I had no idea.
Obsession
I had
behavior
no idea that he was going to start going in this pattern when I just described like how 1980 was and how 2025 is. Oh my God. Physically stalking is not someone in a 1930s car in the 1940s driving around, physically following you around with a gun. What? That sounds like attempted murder to me. That sounds like attempted fucking murder to me, John. That's
unwanted and repeated that causes distress in the victim. That's
you don't need a gun to stalk. Do you see how they put 10 on top of 2? Yeah, I see.
Precisely what's going on with you. So this idea that there's a team Lauren and a team, I mean, people can believe whatever they want.
To think that there's a team Cleveland Cavs in the Orlando Magic, you're just whack if you think that there's a team, the Cleveland Cavs, and there's a team, hashtag the Orlando Magic. Yeah, we say it in true crime. I say I'm team Jack Decor all the time. I want people to leave Jack Decor alone because he had nothing to do with the Idaho 4 murders. I say hashtag team Richard Allen. Hashtag team fucking truth, bitch. Truth and transparency. The title of my fucking channel is everything. Truth. And I'm going to give you the truth through being transparent. Like, here you go. Here are the receipts. They just can go on 9-hour lives and 3.5-hour lives and literally provide nothing. And I have no idea how they have this many followers. One has to wonder, do I need to do a deep dive into if they've bought any subscribers?
This idea of teams is absurd. If you look at the criteria for stalking, how it's defined legally and academically, there's 2 teams.
Okay, let me explain. That's also the 2025 way of saying who you believe. Saying hashtag team Lauren, saying hashtag team Christina, okay, is just a 2025 way of saying who you believe. What you have 2 different stories coming out. Okay. And I'm over here hashtagging truth and transparency. Here's the audio. Here's the court audio. Here's the declarations by everybody. Okay. Here's both sides. And then hashtagging the team and then the person's name is just, that's your way in 2025 of saying what version of the story you believe. And who, like, I like, that's exactly what that means.
Team Lauren, who fits all the criteria of stalking and cyber stalking, every one of them. And then there's the stalking team, who doesn't fit who meets all the criteria of someone who's stalking. I don't know. I mean, have we litigated that in court yet? Nope. But I feel very confident that if and when we do, if we re-up this case and litigate it in another state that's not Provo, Utah, that we're going to show quite clearly that you meet the criteria for stalking and that you need protection.
Oh my God. So he just forecasted that basically they're going to refile in a different state. They're going to file in Nevada. Well, guess what? Nevada has no personal jurisdiction over Christina. Christina, you get your lawyer on that. What's the long arm statute over there? Is that, I mean, I got to listen to that again.
There's two teams. There's team Lauren, who fits all the criteria of stalking and cyber stalking, every one of them.
Yeah, John, you're not biased. You're not getting your dick sucked by her, but okay, go ahead.
And then there's the stalking team.
Team stalker.
Who doesn't fit who meets all the criteria of someone who's stalking. I don't know. I mean, have we litigated that in court yet? Nope. But I feel very confident that if and when we do, if we re-up this case and litigate it in another state that's not Provo, Utah.
Wait. Why do you wait? I thought that you weren't. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I thought that you didn't drop this whole thing. Do you understand? He just contradicted everything that they've been saying. They said that they dropped this because Law and Crime picked it up. You don't think Law and Crime is going to pick it up in a different state? They are seriously fucking delusional. You know, I've tried tonight to be so like, listen, just pay attention to the facts. Here are these declarations. Here are these TikToks. Here is the timeline, okay? Here's the court audio. Here is what she was trying to do to another mom who she was friends with, okay? And, like, we're talking, like, jail time, $6,000 fines, misdemeanors, ankle monitors, taking away her First and Second Amendment rights if she was to be slapped with this. And whoa, off of what? What evidence? And guess what Provo, Utah said? You're not going to get a stalking injunction to prevent freedom of speech, to prevent somebody saying something about you. If it was to be granted, just so we're clear, that person can say whatever they want about you. This does not mean that she wanted her not to be able to get on different social media platforms, to ban her from using social media. Who the fuck does one thing that they are? That's pretty crazy.
That we're going to show quite clearly that you meet the criteria for stalking and that you need protection.
So he just admitted that according to Provo, Utah, she actually didn't meet the criteria. She wasn't going to get the injunction, okay? And in fact, her ex parte perjury was going to come out all over mainstream media, national Law and Crime, which will be viewed by, take that 400,000 and times it by some, okay, that had seen the 9-hour video, all right? And it would wreck a hoe, you know, like, wow. When somebody sees what you tried to do to another person, you think they're going to want to come and follow you to get their true crime information when they can go and get it from somebody else that doesn't have that type of moral compass? Yeah. Like, because at the end of the day, you support people because, like, you want to support them. You can go and, I always say this, you can go get a cold beer anywhere you want. You can go to any bar you want and you're going to be able to get a cold beer if you want a cold beer. Why do you choose to go to places over other places? Because of the people. I go because, hey, I really love that bartender, so we come here. And maybe we wait an extra, like, 10, 15 minutes, whatever, but I I'm not going to that bar because that's, you know, those bartenders suck. But you can get a cold beer anywhere if you're going to a bar. 9 times out of 10, you're picking a place because you like the atmosphere, you like the people.
And to the media who thinks that filming civil stalking injunctions is okay. By the way, I hope that you can reconsider that position and wonder if this is maybe why people that are being abused can't escape their abusers, or that it might be used as an abuser's way of coercive control if they're encouraging media to cover a civil stalking injunction.
Well, and on that point, by the way, we fought vigorously for privacy.
We did.
Vigorously.
The same county, by the way, where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I might add, by someone who was incited by online rhetoric and violence. Same county where someone lost their lives because of online rhetoric.
You said lives. Did Charlie Kirk have multiple
Lost
lives?
their life.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
On that note.
Okay, I'm done. Wow. These people are absolutely off their rocker. Absolutely off their rocker. Does she even understand what they're saying? Okay, I'm going to be full 100 with you guys. When I don't think that somebody has an ounce of smarts and IQ into what they're telling, like if this is your topic and it's going to be this case or that case and you're a true crime creator and you're even if you're just reporting on it, once I hear you talk about something and I'm like, dude, do they have any clue what the fuck they're talking about? That's how I look at Lauren. I ask myself, does she know what the fuck is going on? Do they know what the fuck they're talking about? They have no idea what they're talking about. Like literally none. None. They are in 100% La La Land. Absolutely. And if I can't believe, like, somebody has to know what they're talking about for me to be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to listen to what they have to say because I think they know what they're talking about. Or at least you're selling it to me like you do. Okay. For Lauren to go and print off a transcript that would have been spoken by somebody on mainstream media, printed it off herself, to then read it like it's her own, and to show a video of the Delphi case like this. I'm going to show you.
This is the original. I feel like NY Libby likely brought her phone. Raw Bridge Guy video was released. That video was
okay. Right.
Freezing. She was absolutely freezing. Maybe she was going through hypothermia. They crossed this creek right here. And Sweet Libby gave her her clothes. She was freezing. She put on her clothes. They didn't know what was coming else. I do believe they would have ran.
Did you just hear what she says here in this Delphi shit?
This is the exact way Abby was feeling. And as I've tried to process what I think happened, and this is my own speculation and my own thoughts, I think that Abby, being under 100 pounds, according to the coroner, that she was freezing. She was absolutely freezing. Maybe she was going through hypothermia. They crossed this creek right here. And Sweet Libby gave her her clothes. She was freezing. She put on her clothes. They didn't know what was coming else. I do believe they would have ran. And they walked over here with Richard Allen because Richard Allen was scared about the white van who just saw. So he made them cross that creek. And then they come this way. The bridge, by the way, is over there.
What the fuck did she just say? If you've ever followed the Delphi case, do you understand that this killing had to happen? Like, what is she? Hypothermia? And that she just gave her clothes to the other girl? That's how she's trying to explain why they are dressed in each other's clothing. If the one girl gave the other girl her clothing. There is no blood on the clothing. If they were, what, they were asked to get naked before they crossed into the water. But hey, what do you are what?
The bridge is over there. And so he takes him here, he makes him cross this creek because he's scared of the cars. And look, there's a car right there. So just slow down. So that's what he saw. You see that car there? Yeah. So they come this way. And I'm going to take you guys to where their final resting place was when Richard Allen did the unfathomable. This was a tree, by the way, where Libby was found, where blood spatter experts believe that she crime scene investigators, blood spatter experts believe that she was pulled over here. That actually she died and took her last breath someplace here. And she was pulled over there and covered in sticks. Abby and Libby, I'm so grateful that justice has been served. And so I also just wanted to explain a couple more things. I want to cross this creek right here, and they were naked, and it was cold. And so I actually want to point something out. As I was walking down here, I had my ear pods in. I was kind of in a zone because I actually crossed this creek right here, and they were naked, and it was cold. And so I actually want to point something out. As I was walking down here, I had my ear pods in. I was kind of in a zone because just kind of inward. And I looked down, and I had my hands like this, and I was like this because it was cold. It's very cold out here. It's about 9 degrees colder than it was that February, but I have multiple layers on, and I didn't cross a freezing creek in February. And what I thought of when I looked down and saw this, I just want to say is, this is the exact way Abby was found. And as I've tried to process what I think happened, and this is my own speculation and my own thoughts, I think that Abby, being under 100 pounds, according to the coroner, that she was freezing. She was absolutely freezing. Maybe she was going through hypothermia. They crossed this creek right here, and Sweet Libby gave her clothes. She was freezing. She put on her clothes. They didn't know what was coming else. I do believe they would have ran. And they walked over here with Richard Allen because Richard Allen was scared.
She's absolutely crazy. She's absolutely crazy. The evidence doesn't show anything like that, Lauren. I've never seen this before. I never knew that she said this. She thinks that they were naked. That they were naked on the other side of the bridge. Where were their clothes, Lauren? Where were their clothes? He's like, strip right now. Let's go. And you're going to walk across this water. All of their clothes were drenched. I get that the volume is too low in the video if you have earbuds. I mean, she talks so silent. She's saying that she believes that Libby gave Abby her clothes because Abby was going through hypothermia, and that they were on the other side of the bridge naked. Then they walk through the river naked, and that somehow their clothes though get on the other person, and they're drenched though. The clothes are drenched. And she believes that Libby was being a really good friend and just gave Abby her clothes. That's what she said. That's what her belief is. And that's when I said, oh my God, like that, if that's truly what she thinks, I'm telling you right now, then I have no idea where the hell she was every single day of the trial. That never came out, even out of the own mouths of the prosecution. Never, ever, ever did that come out of the mouths of the prosecution. Anyways, you guys just have a great night. Listening to this stuff makes me want to puke.
We talk about privacy. Let's remind everybody that you guys could have gone public 4 months ago.
Yeah.
We could have sent masses to this woman's account 4 months ago. And why didn't we? Because we said, it's okay, we'll handle it. Let's just be private about it. We don't want anybody to know.
No. What do you mean, Grayson? You could have sent masses to this person's account. You think that you got it like that? Anybody that's ever followed my channel, I have never in a 1,000,000 years, okay, have, even when I had no masses, okay, would I ever be like, I could send people to you? How could she even say that? We could have sent masses of people to her. Why are you letting this young girl who is so sheltered speak? What's going on? I knew that she was young. I met Grayson. I liked her. Okay? I knew that she was young, and I knew that whatever fucking Lauren said, she fucking hopped to it like she was sucking on Lauren's titties as a side job. Like she was her bitch. And it's like, hey, you're paying your dues, I guess. I don't know, whatever. But we could have sent masses to her. Like, I would never even think that I could ever even do that. To even say that I could, if I wanted to, I could send masses to you, and it went public and have like come for you, basically. Do those people realize that are listening to that Lauren and John and Grayson think that they can get you to go and do something like that? That's pretty fucked up.
Nobody knew about it for months because we continued to just try and be quiet until we felt like we had no other option.
So Grayson is over here saying, let's remind people that we could have come forward in public 4 months ago and taken this into our hands and send everybody over to her account and taking care of this 4 months ago. But we didn't.
Wait, what would you have taken care of? By sending people over to her account, what would that have taken care of? Do you hear this logic? I cannot stand fucking illogical, no common sense motherfuckers. How the fuck do you, like, these are the type of people that you wonder, dude, how do you function? How does your life function? Like, you are just, this is so,
Because we wanted this to remain private. And we didn't want people going over to her account to harass her or attack her. We could have come forward 4 months ago, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm also saying, somebody reached out to me.
but what would coming forward 4 months ago change for you? Like, you yourself? Like, are you under the impression, Lauren, that if you stuck 100 people or 50 people or 1,000 people or 300,000 people on, dude, come at me, bring 300,000 motherfuckers this way, because guess what, I'm gonna get all 300,000 of you people to end up liking me, to end up subscribing to my channel, and quite frankly, you may even become a member, because you're gonna be like, drive the traffic this way. I would love it. Go ahead. Sick 'em on me, baby. Bring on 300,000. Because trust me, people aren't leaving my channel and saying, that girl makes no sense. They're leaving my channel saying, wait a second. Wow. Wait, what's going on here?
Who knows this person? And they just wanted to let me know that they had been contacted. And I told them, I find myself having a lot of empathy for her right now, regardless of what she's done, because I see the hate that she's getting. And I would never want somebody to feel that way. And I would never want somebody to consider maybe doing something to themselves, or maybe, like, I actually don't believe, I don't think that the way you get somebody to have remorse and to change their behavior is by screaming at them. Yeah. I actually feel like that incites anger and that makes them more vengeful.
Wait, but why do you care if they feel any type of way? Why is your life about changing them or making them realize anything? Who cares? Who cares what they say, think, who cares? You know what they say in life? I don't know the keys to success, okay, but I know the key to failure is trying to please everyone. And this is what this sounds like. I don't care. Sorry. This is wild. But this is the thought process of a 20-year-old. I mean, how old's Grayson? I look at her and I think she's 20. I don't know. Is she 21?
And so I find myself having a lot of hurt people. It can hurt people. It can incite. Look at the death threat we got online with somebody loading a gun and quite literally shooting it, saying, "If you come to my state, guess what I'm going to do?" But so I don't believe in that. And I was telling this person who reached out, who had a relationship with this person, the TikToker, and just wanted to give me some information. I said, "Thank you for the information." And I literally sent back a message and said, "I find myself having a lot of empathy. And although I'm really struggling right now, it's no secret I am. I've been public about it. Haven't been public about the specifics. I find myself having a lot of empathy because I wonder if she's maybe in a similar boat that I've been in for the last while. And I never want somebody to feel that way. And again, I don't think that going to her account and screaming at her and telling her she's wrong, if you want someone to change, that's not the way to get them to change.
Why do you want them to change?
That actually makes them worse.
Why?
The best way you can appeal to somebody's empathy and their appeal to their conscience, really, if they have one, is by having one yourself.
It's by going and getting a
and
stalking
trying
injunction.
to do it reasonably. Now, is this person reasonable? I wouldn't necessarily say so, but I would say that, like, again, just going crazy on her on social media is not.
Why didn't you file for a restraining order? She lives with her. Why didn't she file for a restraining order, like herself? Because normally that shit doesn't fly. You can protect minors, but you can't protect, like, adults. That wasn't going to fly after that hearing.
We're just getting started, guys. I'm looking at this, and you told me about this part, and this is important.
I told you this is going to take a long time.
Yeah. And you guys were making fun of my 9-hour live. Dr. John is ready.
I told you it's going to take a long time, girl. I'm ready. If you guys could talk a little faster, we can get through this.
He's like, hold my
dick.
Coca-Cola. Here we go.
Coca-Cola.
I don't drink Coke. Hold my iced tea.
Hold my dick.
So I put up a diagram from a book called The Psychology of Stalking, Clinical and Forensic Perspectives. It's edited by J. Reed Malloy. This happens to be from his chapter in the book, from the chapter by J. Reed Malloy. J. Reed Malloy is one of my psychologist heroes.
Oh my God. They really put up a diagram. Narcissistic linking fantasy. Special loved, admired by, superior to, what? Feelings of shame. What? Oh, for fuck me.
Brilliant. He's done a tremendous amount of research on psychopaths. Early research on psychopaths. He's done a lot of research on the psychology of stalking. He's a brilliant guy. If you look at the schematic I put up, I'm going to talk about his theory, borne out by research and evidence of stalking. So for Malloy, stalking begins with what he calls a narcissistic linking fantasy.
This is so interesting to me. Okay. Guys, she was explaining this to me, and I was like, oh, okay.
They're like, oh, crap.
Okay, here we go. A narcissistic linking fantasy.
You'll see on the schematic that under the...
A schematic. Oh my God. A fantasy. You know what I think about when I hear the word fantasy? I think of Mariah Carey. Boys to Men. Fantasy.
It says narcissistic linking fantasy, and some of the typical narcissistic linking fantasies they're listed by Malloy.
Thank you, love.
Special, loved, idealized, admired by, superior to, destined to be with the object. So what does he mean by a narcissistic linking fantasy? What he means essentially is that Someone with narcissistic features that's very self-absorbed creates a fantasy that links them to the stalked object. The stalked object in most cases is a person. The narcissistic linking fantasy. So there's a link between the personality, often with narcissistic features. That's how people become so obsessed, because they're narcissistic, right? They're obsessed and they're narcissistic. They create a link to this fantasy of the object. Those fantasies revolve around feelings. Well, I'll read it.
Yeah.
Page 18 from The Psychology of Stalking by J. Reed Malloy. Quote, the general dynamic begins with the individual forming in her mind a narcissistic linking fantasy to a particular object. Such fantasies are characterized by conscious thoughts of being loved by or loving, admired by or admiring, in parentheses, idealizing, being exactly like, in parentheses, mirroring or complementing, in parentheses, twinship, or sharing a destiny with a particular object or person, in parentheses,
Whoever said that there is right. They literally did a 3-hour and 43-minute live lecturing us in 101, like a classroom. This adjunct professor thought that he could have his TA Lauren showing tits and ass Lauren in his videographer / Elmo slide provider Grayson for our 3-hour and 43-minute lecture class. We have diagrams, motherfuckers.
So I'm going to read this again without the parentheses. Such fantasies, narcissistic linking fantasies to particular objects.
I'm going to read this without the parentheses. I'm going to read these without. You guys. Oh my God. Are they trying to sell us on the fact that Lauren was stalked? What are they? I mean, is this like, do you feel like it's a sell job? Like,
fantasies are characterized by conscious thoughts of being loved by or to be deified is not so flattering.
I've never tried to sell at my channel, hey, these are the documents. This is how I view them. And I think that there's something here that is problematic for, you know, what the state's been telling us, what these cops have been saying, or, you know, we're going to go get the material that mainstream media is not putting out to say, hey, look at this. Why is this narrative? Why is this only the only narratives being pushed? Why aren't there questions coming back? You know, what's going on here? They're literally trying to like sell this. I don't need. I just had to take a little screenshot there. This is fucking.
Dynamic risks annihilating a person's room for complexity and blunders, and this sets everyone up for suffering.
Wow. It's really fascinating. Worship is dehumanizing.
Wow, it's really fascinating. And this would have been me. Dude, wow. I don't even know what you said. I'm in class falling asleep. Holy shit, who am I going to get these notes from so that I can pass this test? You know, hey, can we just read the book? Are the questions going to come from the chapters in the book? Okay, great. See it on test day. You know,
you're looking at the book. Can I just see the book? I want to hold it up. Keep reading.
You're just looking at the book.
So let me read that again. So some of the dehumanization in this smear campaign is the fact that you're portrayed as evil, right? Like,
wait, you're portrayed as evil. Now I feel like we're fucking listening to the door, like the Lori Daybell case, like good versus evil. You're light and you're dark, and you're dark and you're light, and you're evil.
that you've been labeled psychological essentialism. They've taken certain texts or whatever and private texts, and they've labeled you evil. And then there's this moral crusade.
Yeah.
But there's other ways you can dehumanize. And one of them is by portraying someone as something they're not giving them the room to, as she says, not giving them the room to be complex and to make blunders. If you don't give someone the room to be complex and to make blunders, you, according to her, I agree, you set everyone up for suffering. Because you're not defining it as a real relationship.
Sitting through this is fucking suffering. Okay, that's what's suffering. Okay, sitting through this is suffering. Let's see.
You're defining it as a cliched, right, rigid, narrow relationship. And if you do that, so if you're fangirling someone and the relationship turns out to be not what you expected, there's a lot of room in there for disappointment. There's a lot of room in there for anger. There's a lot of room to turn against someone because that relationship is turning out not to be what you wanted. And so now that I'm thinking about this, I'm actually going to read another quote from Amanda's book, Act Like I Know Her.
Really interesting. You're not talking about this.
Act Like I Know Her. I don't know her.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting book.
That's true. I see celebrities dehumanized all the time. Real celebrities.
Here's what she says. It's just a sentence. It's simple, but I think it's totally relevant to our discussion. Quote, page 21, quote, nearly every stan worship A-lister has seen their flocks mania pervert overnight from devotion to disdain. Some of the people she talks about, Beyonce.
Who's exceptionally private.
There's so many. Charlie XCX. There's so many, right? Like if you're a stan worship A-lister, loved by your flock, loved by your group, you can literally go overnight from devotion to disdain based upon one mistake, right? And I think you're not an A-list celebrity, right? Like, but the point is, like, part of this campaign is to try to flip that script. Part of this campaign is to try to get your flock to go from devotion to disdain by dehumanizing you, by not.
Wait, why isn't part of this movement that it's like, hey, that's Lauren's side of the story, and then someone like myself, I just put out the audio and read all the other people's declarations to say, okay, that's what Lauren said. Okay, this is what the other side is. There's two sides to the story. Lauren didn't put out any of the other. If Lauren would have just put out here, these are the documents here. This is their declarations. These are my declarations. This is what happened in court. Lauren started her live and said, how dare Law and Crime come and take and want to broadcast my trauma, my son's trauma. Your son has not gone through anything. Period. I don't get it. That's how she described this. And so they're over here talking about, like, it's like, I don't understand.
Giving you any room for complexity, not giving you any room for vulnerability, not giving you any room for blunder, as she puts it.
Yeah.
And
Christine hasn't even messaged her.
Fortunately, our viewers are astute.
Who cares how they found out?
That's part of this.
Why does she care?
Gems, not minions.
Yeah. Our gems, not minions. Yeah, I know. Right. Let's go back now. Let's return. So I talked about this idea of stans and what creates a stan, and this really important idea of life force essentialism in terms of
Stans?
right. You want to buy the celebrity's sweater so that you can feel like you're getting some of that special quality, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't know how someone can afford a sweater for $250,000, but
hey,
hey,
someone did, and they love it. So
okay, let's go back to our diagram. So it begins with a narcissistic linking fantasy or life force essentialism. And then you go to what he calls acute or chronic rejection. So you have a fantasy, you have rejection. The rejection leads to feelings of shame or humiliation, which is then defended against with rage, which then leads to behavioral pursuit. That's the stalking. It fuels behavioral pursuit. The behavioral pursuit is intended to hurt, to control, to damage, or destroy. Only after the target, you, is hurt, controlled, damaged, or destroyed is this narcissistic linking fantasy restored.
Wow.
And this gets back to the idea that we've been talking about all along. That the goal of a cyber stalker or any stalker, a physical stalker, it doesn't matter. The goal is to ruin and damage the person beyond repair or to have them end up dead. That's how stuff like this, that's how this stuff ends. And the reason, according to Malloy, is because that's the only way for the stalker to restore the narcissistic linking fantasy. Okay, now we talked about so much.
Yeah.
But we talked about recently psychology stalking. We talked about the research on that. We talked about Malloy's chart, types of stalkers, stalking criteria, definitions. One of the big issues out there, in addition to all that, one of the big issues out there is one of the arguments for the TikToker, for the stalker, is that it's free speech, right? This is probably the biggest argument. Well, it's free speech. This is just Mean Girls. Free speech, Mean Girls. Who cares? Mean Girls are Mean Girls. That doesn't mean you should get a stalking injunction. Don't weaponize the legal system. Stupid.
Cat fight.
Catfight.
That's how John talks when he's on camera. He's like, Lauren, what's up?
One thing that philosophers do, that, since I was majored in philosophy as an undergrad, one of the things I always loved about philosophy, even back when I was an undergrad, which...
Getting his undergrad at Princeton, might I add, winning the thesis award. I know that you always underplay, and at this moment, now that people are trying to mock your education, I'm going to own it. He's brilliant. Scholarship. Valedictorian. Go ahead.
There's this argument about free speech, and as a matter of fact, in the TikToker's attorney's objection, that was the heart of it.
Yeah.
This is free speech. Who cares if she says that you want to have non-consensual relations with your brother, right? Who cares if she's threatening to harm your business? Who cares if she's reaching out to everyone in your business contacts and trying to ruin you and damage you? None of that matters because this is free speech. So, one of the things philosophers like to do is we like to think about thought experiments. And I came up with one.
Okay, a thought experiment. Okay. For all of us at home, including me, I'm at home. A thought experiment with Dr. John Mathias.
Thought experiment.
PhD. All right.
And the reason we present thought experiments is because the reason philosophers do thought experiments is because they're trying to figure out kind of the boundaries around an issue, right? And whether by going through a thought experiment, you could ask questions about whether this is free speech, whether it's not, right? I'm presenting a hypothetical, but I think you could see this easily as being real. So in my thought experiment, there's a woman, Sylvia, and Sylvia has a daughter named Becky.
Okay.
And Becky's best friend is someone in school. They're adolescents. Okay. They're both 16 years old. Becky's best friend is Victoria.
Okay, Becky and Victoria.
Yeah, and Victoria happens to be the captain of the volleyball team. She's very well liked. She's considered to be one of the more attractive girls in her class, which is, I think, sophomore, junior years in high school. But Becky and Victoria have a falling out. And Becky's very angry at Victoria because Becky wanted Victoria to help her join the in crowd, and Victoria was kind of on the fence. She didn't really know how to do it, but she was happy to help her. But Becky thought it wasn't enough.
Okay.
Becky felt like that she was being shunned by Victoria in certain areas, and that Victoria could have helped her more to become more popular.
Okay.
So Becky goes home to her mother, Sylvia, and Becky says, "Mom, I'm really hurt. I just got shunned. I just got rejected by my best friend, Victoria, and I don't know what to do, and I don't want to deal with her anymore, and I'm done with it." And Sylvia says, "You know what? I love true crime. There's this raging debate online now about a stalking situation, and everyone says it's free speech, and I agree it's free speech. And you know what you should do, Becky? You should open a TikTok account, and you should target Victoria. And what you should do with your account is you should try to harm her and ruin her life as much as you can, because that's perfectly acceptable under free speech. And what I recommend you start with is that you start with a post that you want to come back to, by the way. You want to repeatedly come back to this post, but you start with a post about how Victoria engaged in non-consensual contact with several of her younger siblings. And Becky says, "Oh, that's great. That sounds great. I hate Victoria. I want to start this TikTok. I want to really hurt her." So she posts the first TikTok in a video of Victoria engaging in non-consensual relations with her younger siblings. Goes viral. Victoria is really hurt. People believe it. People start shunning Victoria. People start avoiding her. None of it's true, by the way. But Victoria becomes a bit of a laughingstock. People are talking endlessly behind her back about the supposed non-consensual contact that Victoria had with her younger siblings. Victoria is so upset by this, and she's receiving so much mockery at school that she has to, within a year, she has to leave the volleyball team, and she leaves school to be homeschooled by her mother. Becky continues because Sylvia, her mother, says, you know what? You should post as much as you can. Post every day. Go back to the post about non-consensual contact, about Victoria being an abuser. Go back to that regularly. But post other stuff. But now post her dropping out of school to be homeschooled and how only losers do that. Now post that she wasn't strong enough to stay in school, that she wasn't strong enough to stay on the volleyball team. I want you to just mock her because free speech. They graduate from high school. Victoria does it obviously not in the actual school. She does it from home. And when she graduates, Becky posts that homeschool doesn't really count, that even though she passed all the accreditation exams and did what she needed to do, that Victoria's a loser because she had to be homeschooled and she couldn't stand the fact that she couldn't deal with the truth that she was in fact an abuser. But of course, Becky's posting all kinds of other things, like she says, I'm going to burn your flipping kingdom to the ground. She's saying she's going to expose her, that because she was her best friend, she has all these private text messages and emails that she's going to put out there to harm her. She continues posting every day. Years pass, still posting. Victoria gets married. She sees that Becky sees that Victoria's posted photos of her marriage. So she mocks her marriage. She mocks her husband. She talks about how ugly he is, what a loser he is, how he has no future, what a loser she is. She continues to say that whatever Victoria has in her life, she's going to take it away and she's going to burn her kingdom to the ground. Victoria finally has kids. When her first child is born, that she believes she's now going to abuse her child. She posts that her children are losers. She posts that CPS should become involved because, of course, she's an abuser and the child are going to be taken away. So why doesn't CPS jump in now? And she can do all this because, of course, free speech. She can say whatever she damn well pleases, right? Free speech. Victoria has another child. A couple years later, same thing. She has another child, same thing. Becky keeps posting that her children are going to be sexually abused. She keeps posting that Victoria is an abuser, that CPS should get involved, take her kids. She won't stop with that theme. Victoria's struggling. This is taking a toll on her. It's taking an immense toll on her. So finally, Victoria and her husband decide that they're going to pursue a stalking injunction with the court. The initial injunction is granted, but they go to court, and basically the judge says, this is just a catfight between two now adult females, but this is a catfight between adult females, and of course, free speech, because you know what, Victoria? I don't think Becky should be silenced. I don't think anyone should be silenced. So just basically take it. And even though, Becky's a little bit of a mean girl, maybe she's cyberbullying you a little bit, I think that stalking is just showing up at someone's home with a gun. And she hasn't done that. She hasn't approached you in your car. She hasn't approached you. They live in the same town. She hasn't approached you at the grocery store. She hasn't approached you anywhere. She hasn't physically harmed you. So the judge actually goes on record and says, you know what? This stalking injunction is dismissed because, quote, this reminds me of the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. So guess what? Go back to your life, just grin and bear it and carry on. Victoria has been supported by her husband for most of her life, but she finally decides, after having 3 children, all of whom are targeted by the stalker, by Becky, she decides to get a job. She goes back to school. She gets certified as a teacher. She starts a job. And what happens? Becky starts posting again about how Victoria is an abuser and that she's going to harm the children in her class because she's teaching in elementary school. And then she needs to lose her job. Victoria does lose her job because of these posts. Their posts are persistent. They're repeated. Victoria has told Becky numerous times, please stop. Please leave me alone. I feel threatened. I feel harassed. But the court will not protect her. She's forced out of her job. She's forced to resign because of all the rumors and gossip about her being an abuser. So what does she do? She finds another job. This time she goes to the local community center. She loves working with kids. She's got 3 kids. That's her passion. But guess what? Becky's persistent. Becky takes back to social media and tells the community center, you are an abuser. You should not be working at this community center. You're putting all these kids at risk. Lo and behold, Victoria loses her position once again. Because Victoria doesn't know what to do, because she still loves kids, she starts a YouTube channel. And the YouTube channel it pertains to children's education. She reads books, children's books. She's just doing anything she can to help kids. But guess what? Becky thinks that's absurd because there's no proof of this whatsoever. But Becky decides, of course, that she shouldn't have her YouTube channel or any way to make a living because she's an abuser. So she starts posting relentlessly on her TikTok, again, about Victoria and her abuse. An online mob flocks to her channel, which is starting to get some momentum finally. And she's canceled. Not only is she canceled, but her friends, this girl when she taught, they all turn against her. So finally, after all these losses and all this trauma and this rumor that she can't dispel, even though she said repeatedly, I did not do that. Even her siblings have said, she did not do that. It doesn't matter. She's continued with this lie over and over again. It's called the sleeper effect. If you tell a lie enough, over and over again, people believe it.
People start to believe it, which is actually what's happening.
That's what's happening with you. People are telling lies over and over, and people are believing it.
What the fuck?
So finally, after years, and by the way, so Becky meets with her mother for lunch, and she tells her mom, Sylvia, she said, Mom, that was great. You know, you allowed me to see quite clearly that because of free speech, I have a lifetime pass. I have a lifetime ticket to just ridicule and threaten and harass this friend of mine who didn't do enough for me and who rejected me. And so she thanks her mom and says, wow, this has just been great. Free speech is so great. I love it. And oddly enough, Sylvia says at this lunch, Sylvia says, you know, I've been watching this and, you know, maybe it's too much. Maybe you've gone too far. Maybe you should really rein this in a little bit. But Becky says, no, Mom, you taught me free speech. Like, I could say any damn thing I want. I'm not stalking her. I haven't showed up at her home with a gun. I haven't followed her in a car. I haven't followed. Nothing wrong. I can say whatever I want. Free speech. So the way this ends, and I don't know the final ending, but the way this story ends, the way this thought experiment ends, is that she wakes up one morning in her bed. Distraught. And she tells her husband, what the fuck? That she can't keep doing it. Okay, let's take this out. The way this ends is Victoria, she can't keep doing it. Okay, let's take this out. The way this ends is
what the fuck is going on? Oh my God. You know what, Lauren? I want to show you something. Take a look at this. Okay? Take a look. Here you go. Let's see. New Zealand, the motherfuckers. I never watched. He was like, "Oh my God, father." Ass on the treadmill, her own channel. It's fucking shit. Pain. Sick as I think they are, but to me, and we talked about.
Has he gained weight?
Actually, no, he looks good. I mean,
He looks good.
Awesome. His skin's he's not as tan, obviously, because he's inside.
He was tan as fuck when I saw him.
He doesn't want to cut it because of COVID. They're not doing that, so his hair's a little longer.
Really?
He gets it wet with water. Yeah.
He gets it wet.
When I say longer,
Hold on, this isn't the right one. Hold on a second. He gets it wet. Sorry, that's not the right one. Fucking A, man. Okay. Okay. Hold on. That's not it either. Fucking A, Lauren. Boom. Got it. Okay. Okay.
Don't engage in behavior like this. I don't talk bad about people. I don't swear on my channel. Like I mean, so please, I hope people do take.
Okay. This is the sex panel scandal that they did against me. These creators all got together and all lied and said that I sexually here, listen.
Take this seriously. And then I know
We're gonna start with facts. Here we go.
Joke or something. Anyone that knows my channel, I've never. I hope people do take this seriously. And then I know that there's a lot of people that have been affected.
get that money?
So, I mean, Melissa, I take you for your word. I don't think that you're doing this for just a view, or I don't think this is.
No. If anybody knows me, they know I am very much against the drama.
This had nothing to do with that. And as far as her saying that this is a setup and all that bullshit, like I said, she ain't relevant enough for somebody to set her ass up. I mean, come on.
All right, there's your first part. Natasha Cooper, she ain't relevant enough for anybody to set her ass up. Well, it's November 29th, 2021. And I think everybody knows Lana was set up. But who was Lana set up by? Do you bring up a great...
I don't know. I'm just saying. This is some mess right here. And I'm going to tell y'all, I had no idea the depths of this when I went live to say why I didn't go and do this.
Exactly, Natasha Cooper. You didn't know the depths of this because.
So she has a live broadcast and has these people come on panel.
In a part on her channel. I had no idea that when I said, if anybody else is out there, woo, come forward. I had no idea that I was going to be talking to 16 people.
Woo! Woo! You talked to 16 people? You talked to 16 people? So in the courtroom, when we get to ask this question to you, Ms. Cooper, it says here that you talked to 16 people. Who were they? Who messaged you? Alts? Were they alts?
Like I said, I appreciate you letting me come on here. And if there, like I said, anybody else out there, if you're in that situation where you do feel like you're backed into a corner by her, please reach out to Natasha.
They were soliciting the fucking they had a live panel. And they were soliciting for fucking victims to come forward to make up a claim that I sexually fucking harassed them, that I sexually. Listen to this shit.
To this
Listen
other
to what this
on
girl says.
Melissa probably, I'm sure, and me.
Any of us.
Because it's terrifying and it's traumatizing and it can affect your life. And the last thing we need is something really bad to happen for someone not to be able to emotionally handle it and do something that they potentially couldn't come back from. Because I've spoken to people that it's so overwhelming and so scary that they can have a night of drinking or being so scared they would do something to stop it themselves that they couldn't come back from. And that's, people need to realize that's how serious this stuff goes. I mean, I get that it's online and it's social media and there's a certain amount of harassment when it comes to this case, but you guys, this really, really goes deep with people. And it does. And I challenge you guys. I mean, I get that when we talk about the Chris Watts case, there's a lot of emotion and there's a lot of about that, but the best we can do to keep it about the case and less about people's lives, I think the healthier it is for people, because so many people struggle behind the scenes and are affected in such take a moment to use this as have a.
And you think about it, in the last 2 weeks,
you can call or text Natasha at this number or email her at this name or number.
I've had my life and my family's lives threatened verbally. I mean, other people have been threatened verbally. Then we've got this going on with basically the sexual predator behavior and, victimizing all of these people. I mean, there are so many things going on right now that are just like,
yeah. Thank you for everyone who is talking about my channel. I appreciate it. That
this fucking whore gets up there and says this shit and is now thanking this Melissa fucking Jade bitch. Gets up on this panel and is now thanking everybody who is fucking commenting. Hey, yeah, I just heard a YouTube channel. My name is Melissa Jade. Oh, thank you so much for talking about it as I come up here to make my name off of the back of Lana Oriani to say that, yep, I'm a victim of Lana Oriani. What?
That's a no drama zone, and I guess that's what I fear too, is that this is gonna bring the drama. But
what?
This is crazy.
Pray for them too, because trust me when I say they're going through just as much, and it is,
other people. Melissa, who are the other people? Or Melissa?
If you talked to me 20 minutes ago, I was one of the people who didn't come forward yet, but they're struggling too, and it's seriously, like, I've never experienced anything like this in my life. I really haven't, but it's terrifying.
What has Melissa experienced?
And right now it's all about the backlash. We're all waiting for, how is she going to respond? What is she going to do? And,
we're all waiting. We're all waiting. Who in the fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What Melissa Jade is saying here is that we're all waiting. Who is we are all waiting for what Lana is going to do?
how embarrassing is it going to be? Because that's what I'm scared of. And I know that's what another person's scared of.
And that's what everyone's scared of with her when it comes to that.
Yeah.
And
Well, none of us are going anywhere, hon. We're with you all the way through this. We're not going anywhere.
And not people, if you don't
wait, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here with you all the way through, Melissa. That's from Kimberly Wade here. Okay, sounds good, Kimberly Wade. Sounds perfect.
Because I mean, not everyone is built or suited to go public with this kind of stuff. But that doesn't mean you don't have to. It's not for most people. I don't honestly recommend it, to be honest. It's probably better.
Don't take her up on that offer.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Let me give you even a better clue. Let me just give y'all some advice here. Don't slide into anybody's DMs.
And disable vanish mode. I didn't even know what that was until Lana showed
I've never heard of it. I didn't even know it until you said it.
If you're like, so if you come into me and your Facebook messages, it's white background unless you have like a theme, and the blue and white, white bubbles. But if you swipe up, vanish mode comes about and the screen turns black. And so any message you send, once you leave that screen and go to a different message, it's gone, never to be there again. And so if I took a screenshot or started recording, you would be notified immediately, kind of how Snapchat does it. But yeah, it was sneaky.
Well, to tell you an idea how boring my poor life is, when I went to sleep one night and evidently hit record and posted it.
Please say why you're scared. Like in regards to me, why am I scared? You're gonna have to.
Fear of the unknown. It's fear of the unknown.
Well, I was scared, like I said, because she said she was gonna come on. Well, I heard it from my own ears. This isn't hearsay. She was gonna come on and read out our messages and do this reenactment. But I already heard almost an hour recording of her reading out the messages, and she was reading the responses, but she was manipulating how she sent it, if that makes sense. That's like me saying, okay, but the way I'm gonna repeat it now is okay. She was repeating her responses as if they weren't engaging and stuff, and it was just I don't know, it's the fear of the unknown. What is she gonna do now? I hope this all just drops and everyone can learn a lesson, and I wish her nothing but the best. But don't lie, don't manipulate, don't use people. It's just not right. Keep your word. Your word is the only thing you have in this life. So if you're gonna tell someone, no, I'm not gonna send it out, or if you're gonna be in a relationship, do exactly that.
This straight girl came in my DMs fucking sending her nudes. Who the fuck sends somebody nudes if you're straight to another female? Because she wanted Chris Watts information? These are nudes that you need a tripod to pull off. You on all fours.
Because you have to look at yourself in the mirror.
And I said, why are you sending those? You need to go into vanish mode. You should not be sending stuff like that. What the fuck are you doing? That's vanish mode. I was trying to help a hoe. Don't fucking put your shit all over the internet.
Or that should be.
She just put it out there.
Well,
I don't get it.
And I think a lot of people do realize that every person
what the fuck
has been very different. And Melissa,
in case you guys couldn't hear Kim Kaufman there, KK, she says you have to understand that every person's interaction has been different. Well, Kim, who the fuck have you talked to? Who have you talked to?
Everybody person, yeah. This is all staged. They all set this up to have these fucking creators. Wait till you see what happens here. This was all planned to have all of these fake fucking victims come forward and say that I sexually fucking harassed and God knows what else they were saying I was a sexual predator.
Says relationship or experience. Every experience has been different, and especially to the women who've had an emotional or physical relationship with.
Wait, KK, what in the absolute fuck are you talking about? What women? What women have you spoken to, KK?
Yeah.
What women have you spoken to, Kim Kaufman, at this point in life, at this moment, May 27th?
And I'm married to a woman. Some people have not had the experience with women, so Atlanta's had it for the first time.
She couldn't tell Chris Watts she was a lesbian because she wanted to get the fucking scoop because she was lying to him. And I was like, you're gay as fuck. Why are you letting this man?
Tell Chris Watts. She couldn't tell Chris Watts she was married to a woman. She couldn't tell the Wattses. She couldn't come clean on Jays for Justice's channel about it because Jamie's husband would have lost it.
And because she's Mormon, allegedly. I don't fucking know.
Like, just kind of
like, you know, like whether, even if you go in there and talk professionally, she always makes a sexual comment, you know? But I definitely engaged. I was definitely having fun, but that doesn't mean that's anyone else's business. I shouldn't have to be worried about it going out.
You're
you know,
absolutely right, Melissa. It shouldn't be anybody's business. I didn't make anybody's business until I was forced. When I asked Allie if you're talking to Natasha Cooper, because I had already blocked you on that Friday night, and I showed Allie that I blocked you to give her peace of mind. Let's continue here.
I'm manipulating it.
Right. And you seem a lot more open, you know, to that. You talk about that. Some people are not, and they're terrified of it. So
yeah,
you're using that to get somebody, the sort of a conversation coming out, any type of pictures or videos. You guys, that's just wrong on every single level, no matter what. No matter if you think, oh, this person's, you know, they were, you know, complicit with the relationship, and now what? The fact that you get to a point where you feel terrified or scared or something's going to come from it, you guys, that's just wrong on every level. So,
Agreed.
I mean, I think that
they said that I blackmailed all of these women. I'm like, who are these people? I'm like, I have no idea who you're talking about.
This
was their big plan to get me to try to shut up and get off the internet and be not on YouTube to expose their fucking bullshit. They tried to label me as a sexual predator and came out and fucking, I literally started my channel at, I don't know, March 26th of 2021. They did this panel 2 months later, May 27th of 2021.
That position.
And I'm like, this is crazy. All these girls were literally flying in my DMs telling me that they were spaghetti because I said, yeah, you're straight until you get you wet, just like spaghetti. And fucking literally just sending nudes. Like, it was insane.
Squeezes a boob stress ball, for fuck's sake. And that's true. Did you see her the other? That was the
Yes,
when I was going freaking out.
I got a screenshot of it. Yes,
Yep.
somebody sent it to me.
Exactly, Leslie. Exactly.
Melissa's role in this whole thing was so minor.
Yeah,
And-
it really was.
and it was being
this whole thing.
Wait a second.
What was her role?
So Kimberly Wade here decides to tell us that Melissa's role in all of this is so minor.
There's a fucking role.
Maybe you're right, Kimberly.
Yeah, her role was so
Maybe
minor.
you're right.
She came in my DMs on purpose and with the intent to try to get me to engage in sexual talk and to try to do all of this shit for the unmasked people. Unfortunately, Melissa over there caught some fifis, didn't realize it. Dumb. And I'm over here like, girl, you wild as fuck.
Was Melissa a pawn and she didn't even realize?
There, other people are hurt terribly.
Lana's
You know?
really mad at me because she sees me as the reason. Because I believe I believe Lana liked this other girl, my friend. I do believe that as much as she can like someone. You know,
I was just gonna say, as much as she's capable of.
As much as I'm capable
As
of
much as I'm capable of
liking somebody.
What does that
So
even
we're
mean?
victims and therapists now.
Now they're
She views
therapists.
me as the reason it didn't work out, you know, and I ruined it. That's like
Wait a
literally
second.
being
Wait a second. It didn't work out. Me and Allie were still talking at this point. What didn't work out at this point?
Cheater and blaming your spouse for finding out. You know, like, come on.
You can't cheat on somebody if you're not in a relationship with them.
And that's not, you decided to lie. You decided to engage. But here's the funny thing. If she had reacted and responded totally different, if she had just owned up to it from the beginning, none of this would have happened. It's the fact that she decided to double down and lie. And that's why it ended up getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
That I was exposing you guys for being hoes, whores, and fake, I don't know, bisexual people or real bisexual people who didn't want to be bisexual to the world. I have no idea what you're talking about as far as, like, you're wild as fuck. I have never sent a nude in my life to somebody, let alone to a same sex person. Like, because you want a scoop? That's absurd.
Oh, absolutely, Leslie. Listen, she's going to play it off like she didn't like my, if you only knew. I have no problem. You want to see my tits? Go ahead. They're great.
Oh my God. She sent recycled 2-year-old titties.
I'm sorry, Jessica.
Who
and that is
recycles
nothing
their
compared to
fucking nudes?
the actuality of the things she was saying. You don't want to know.
The tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, you don't want to know the details of what
Kimberly
was
Wade, the
discussed.
tip of the iceberg.
No,
Kimberly,
Commissioner.
you need to take a fucking hot dog and put it in your mouth because you were so stupid. Yes, Kimberly. Oh, that's just over my head. Oh, the tip of the iceberg. What tip of what iceberg?
That fucking dumb cunt. Where is she even at nowadays?
People don't even know who you were. So they came to you too? These fucking make-believe motherfuckers?
These make-believe.
No.
So I'm getting a lot of
There was 16 victims that came forward that I was threatening them to expose them to their husbands or jobs or some shit like that. I don't even remember. It's been like 4 or 5 years. But this was me trying
So
to.
why didn't she this time?
This was me trying to
that's what
figure out. I had to record this. This was me trying to figure out, because guess what they did? Watch this shit.
So wait, let's get this straight.
I'm taking notes here.
Melissa right here admits that it was this person. Okay, let's continue.
been talking about her son. She would have been talking about her
channel. It would be on.
I'm sorry, Melissa. Like when I saw, I'm like, oh, and Melissa's up there, and then I caught wind kind of what was.
Okay, here. Hold on. There's another person that
It's just, it's look that up. If they type my name, they're gonna get it. My ex could look that up and try to use that against me. You know,
Right.
It's just, it's not something I wanted out there.
Yeah.
Okay, here.
Ooh. Red Kim comes on panel 3 hours and 58 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm literally doing a live and I'm reconning this whole thing so that I can put all my shit together. I made it out of a live. So I was like, if I got to watch this shit to figure out who the fuck did what, because they said I revenge porned them. That I revenge porned them in during this live broadcast. Watch this.
The game, Kimberly.
You know, yeah.
What? Oh my God.
And people's parents, their employers might not be as diversity friendly.
Yeah.
And to me, that's like a huge thing.
It is, because
to take away that choice from somebody and use it in that way. And it's just
and not even if they don't know about your sexuality, because I could just attest for what I was experiencing. Just the fact that she said she was planning to go live and portraying our messages in a certain way. Listen, my job could look that up. If they type my name, they're gonna get it. My ex could look that up and try to use that against me. You know, in regards to our job. It's just, it's not something I wanted out there.
Yeah.
You're sexting somebody can do what? What?
What? Oh my God.
This is the logic in these broads.
It's not something I wanted out there, but you let Natasha Cooper play it?
Oh,
What were you told?
It was
to let
definitely not
Natasha Cooper
drama.
Play it.
They tried to
Think long. Think
get
long.
me labeled a sexual predator.
Oh, this is getting good. This is steaming up.
There was
I'm sorry, Melissa. Like when I saw, I'm like, oh, and Melissa's up there, and then I caught wind kind of what was.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, that's okay. I don't want it to continue. I don't want this to be content. You know, it was either stay silent and wait and have her continue holding it over, you know, my head, in the other people's head, or come out when Kim came out, because it makes the story more valid the more people.
The story more valid. You got that right. It's a fucking story. 4 hours and 20 seconds. It makes the story more valid the more people that come forward.
These people are sick.
Just getting warmed up.
People who do come forward and say,
Amen.
you know, but I just like trying to reassure people, no, there's plenty more behind the scenes, and they're struggling just as hard because it's a very hard decision to make.
She's saying there's plenty more people that are behind the scenes that are refusing to come forward, and they need to stay anonymous. That they are like suicidal.
Now, Melissa, I have a question for you. Who told you that there was plenty more behind the scenes besides Natasha Cooper? Who? You're going to have to answer this on the stand, so.
Fucking sure did.
These are your words. What? And where do you think Ludovica Bibiani comes from? Where do you think Ludovica Bibiani comes from?
Unmasked.
What camp?
Horrible. I'm going to tell you. I mean, I know, you know, I can't say anything bad about Critical K because
Where the fuck does this come from, Gina?
when Kim was out of town,
Oh my God. Where does this come from, Gina, that you just all of a sudden say, Gina?
Gina doesn't know anything about shit. Gina
She's
just drank
still harassed.
wine every day, morning and night. That was her job. And then she would fucking write Chris Watts and then want to go see him in prison. And I'm like, you're a fucking whack job, dude.
That was like 2
I'm like,
years ago.
the first thing I said is Kim knew her clearly well enough to know she could
Yep.
just circle it.
The chat thug minion. Definitely
important to just see all of it for what it is. Just it's all about kind of trying to gain power over people.
Well, and you have to realize that when I cut ties with her, she
looking at chat.
Okay.
Okay.
So
listen to what she's saying right here, right now. Her reaction. Let this go.
Spawned the same way, you know.
16 in 2 seconds.
Themselves, like it's like Lana went so low and they absolutely stayed high.
Okay. So somebody comes in chat under an alt account that's called Rocket Man. And they say they make a new account on YouTube and it's called Rocket Man. And on this channel called Rocket Man, there is porn of somebody like that they released of themselves. They porn revenge themselves and tried to make it that I created this Rocket Man account because what I was supposedly threatening these people with is that I am going to put their nudes out. What the fuck? Why would I ever do that? Number one, do I want to get arrested? Like, I'm going to go on YouTube, make a channel and put people's nude pictures out there. Like, are you people high? And so they come out on this live broadcast and say that I have 16 victims, that I'm threatening people with their porn, their nudes. And then I'm going to, if I try that I was making my mods in order to mod for me, you had to send your fucking nudes. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I got like 67-year-old women there sending me nudes. I said, where is this coming from? You know, didn't realize this was a strategic hit to take me down and to get me off of YouTube.
I'll say this about Lana. When it came down to us trying to, but
I don't.
Now this is
me experiencing it because if I didn't,
who were you? Who were you? Channel? Who?
Because I blocked their ass.
Okay.
There's nothing on Lana's channel.
Well, listen to this. Here it comes.
she's probably posting stuff to members' phone. If you're not a member, would make it.
I'm a member.
Oh, okay.
These bitches.
Yeah.
These bitches pay their members.
Here we go, guys. You guys ready for this?
Who the fuck pays for?
I don't know if you're ready for this.
If this will I'll ever get the chance again, I want to give credit absolutely where it's due because this is like a human issue, you guys. This isn't even a Watts Island issue.
Right.
And unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people didn't know what was going on because it was Lana lashing out at Gina, at Kim. You know, so if you were avoiding those channels, or you think about to
very listen. Look at all the circles. None of the circles highlight except for Kim and Crafton's. Okay.
Of kind of this broad-based support, and they made the decision not to, talk.
Do you hear right there?
Did you hear that?
They say fuck.
Did you hear that?
You hear they say fuck.
Talk broad-based support, and they made the decision not to, talk.
Do you hear right there? They say fuck.
Someone says fuck.
You hear they say fuck. While Kim Coles is speaking, okay?
This broad-based support, and they made the decision not to,
right here. I'm going to pause it because right here it's at 4:16 in 2 seconds. Here it comes. Listen to the fuck. Ready?
Talk to.
You guys hear the fuck, right? And it's because somebody is here. Now watch this.
Did you hear it? Saying fuck. Do you see that?
Didn't have kind of this broad-based
This
support,
was
and they made
figuring out who was behind this fucking channel.
Everything. Every single thing
Here,
I said.
here, Melissa Jade goes on a fucking acting.
I'm like, I don't know if I want to ask.
Watch.
I can't see chat, so.
Okay, ready? Wait for it. Wait for it.
What is it?
On her channel?
Okay, right there, Melissa Jade says, what is it? Melissa Jade says, what is it?
No. Oh, wow. Yeah, we got it, Natasha.
Sorry. See, you guys, but this proves everything. Okay, it proves.
This is how great of a detective Melissa Jade is. See, this proves everything. This Rocket Man channel that just fucking got created yesterday, like late in the night, puts out now
everything. Every single thing I said or anyone else said.
Okay, listen to what she's saying right here, right now. Her reaction. Let this go. Let this play, and then wait for this right here.
If it's not your nudes and you did not, if you see the video and it's not of you, you would have no idea who this possibly could be of. Okay? Unless it's your fucking video. Unless it's your nudes in your picture, you'd be like, what the fuck is that? What is this? Unless you've seen it before. Unless you've seen. So listen to this broad's reaction.
Is if we come forward, if we say anything, your sexual shit and stuff will be posted. So thank you, Lana, for proving our point, because that's all you did. Shame on you.
Well, now, look at Natasha's reaction. Natasha's reaction is she can't fucking believe it. Okay? Look at Natasha's reaction. Okay? Natasha was told the same thing. All right?
What is it?
On her channel?
This proves everything. Okay? It proves everything.
Melissa Jade looks at chat. She looks at chat for it.
Every single thing I said or anyone else said is if we come forward, if we say anything, your sexual shit and stuff will be posted. So thank you, Lana, for proving our point, because that's.
So right there, Melissa Jade is saying that I blackmailed her. And if you come forward and you try to say anything, I'm going to put your shit on the internet. And that all these other people, that's exactly what they said that you told them as well. That's why they're having this big fake victim bullshit. The whole fake victim from Turtle Boy, dude, that's so fucking outplayed. This is 2021's 16 fake victims right here.
All you did. Shame on you.
Well, and I'm going to say this.
I can't see what you do.
I would have text messages. I would have text messages. I want to know this.
Yeah, I don't think we should. I don't think we should dignify it with even saying.
No.
Or do that to the person. Fuck that.
This is
okay. She says, or do that to the person. Or do that to the person. Hang on, guys. Hang on. I supposedly have, think about this. I supposedly have all these people's nudes, including hers. Think. Immediately, she says what she just said, which I'm going to state my opinion on that, which is that I believe that Melissa was coached on how to handle the porn being released. She's controlling How does anybody? So let me just let her go ahead and finish.
The thing though, if she's posting anything that's any type within the boundaries of like revenge porn, something sexual,
Girl, this is porn.
It's straight up porn
You need
of one of the subs.
You need.
I'm sending you the link so you can look at it.
Here's the thing. Please report that to the police. I'm serious, and I will contact them with you if you need to. Please call the police and make a report because this is ridiculous, you guys.
I want you to go look at this. I just sent it to you. Oh.
Yeah, whoever it is just joined today to do this, so that's definitely her.
Well, this is her second channel that she was going to make. That Tam, will you open the door?
Yeah.
Is that him?
Is that what it is? Her second channel?
It's something
Yeah.
called Rocket Man.
Report it as it's happening, Crafton.
She
because
said
they'll
she was
look
going to
at
create
it.
it yesterday, you guys. She said she was creating a second channel to go on and do.
She said she was creating a second channel.
Then Melissa Jade now saying, I said that I was going to create a second channel.
Yesterday. Melissa Jade uses the term yesterday. Right there. She said she was creating a channel, a second channel yesterday. Listen. We're almost there, folks. We're almost there.
I gotta check on this person.
But this is exactly why we are all scared to come forward. This is exactly why the rest are scared to come forward. But trust me when I say that they are back there. They have come. We're not exaggerating. It's not like, like it was just me and we're saying there's no, there really is. And this exactly is the issue.
Can someone download that video right now and literally whoever this is, call the police. This is illegal. And this is
can you send me a link? Because I've looked at
this is what I'm doing, guys.
I'll send the link.
Okay, right here. Send me a link. She hasn't seen it yet.
Right there. Melissa Jade says, send me a link. She hasn't even seen it. So if I have her nudes plus all these other people's nudes and she hasn't even seen this video yet, how does she know that it wasn't her fucking porn that was put out? Unless she knew that what fake porn was going to be released. Unless she's not in on the fucking scam from the jump. Because she should be saying things like, oh my God, whose is it? Oh my God, well, you need to send me that so I can see, like, how does she saying that she doesn't have a fucking fear that it isn't hers? She hasn't even seen it yet.
Send me the link. And I'll replay it so you guys can hear it.
This little cunt.
There really is. And this exactly is the issue.
Can someone download that video right now and literally, whoever this is, call the police. This is illegal.
Hey, Lauren, this is fucking defamation. This is some fucking crazy ass shit. Okay? This is civil conspiracy.
And this is
Natasha, can you send me a link? Natasha, can you send me a link? She says, Natasha, can you send me a link? Here it is.
There really is. And this exactly is the issue.
Can someone download that video right now and literally, whoever this is, call the police. This is illegal. And this is
Natasha, can you send me a link? Because I've looked at
Right there. She said, Natasha, can you send me a link?
This is what.
How do you know if you haven't seen it? How do you know what was released? It could have been your video. It could have been anybody's video. But wouldn't your first reaction be like, oh my God, well, what is it? Like, my first reaction would be, holy fucking shit, is it mine? Is it my video? Whose video is it? Is it mine? Is it my fucking video? Is it mine? She doesn't have she is not sitting up there saying, oh my God, whose video is it? Whose fucking video is it? What video is it? Whose fucking video is it?
She should be freaking out.
Wouldn't she be like, oh my God, well, what video did she release? Is it mine? Whose is it?
I'll send the link.
Send it to me because I need to report this. I'm sick to my stomach.
Well,
the youth report this. She hasn't even fucking seen it yet.
She should be nervous that it's her. She should be nervous that it's her vag and her titties. Right? But she's not because she knew what was going to be released. And it was their fucking bought and paid fake porn. And I found out whose channel it belonged to because I'm smart as fuck. And fuck all of you. Because guess what? Well, when I did some digging and I realized, because I never at first was going to recon my own case. And I was like, fuck it, these people need to go down. Like, this is some fucked up shit. Like, you can't fucking do this. You can't go on a live broadcast and then solicit fake victims and then fucking say that all this sexual shit, like, this is insane. So I pull up this account, because I had screenshots and I noticed, I was like, wait a second. I was like, wait, the Rocket Man account, that wasn't created. As you guys heard Crafton say, oh yeah, this account was created yesterday. And they're talking about yesterday. Well, when I got the screenshot and I actually looked at the account, Rocket Man, I was like, wait a second, this account was actually created the day actually of the sex panel. Okay. So it was actually like the same date, like the 26th, whatever this date was, 26th, 27th. And so I looked and I was like, wait a second. This account couldn't have been created, okay, the day before. It was actually created the day of. And it was created in motherfucking overseas because of the time change, you dumb bitch, Nina. I fucking caught your fucking stupid, dumb, fucking titty ass, but fucking Nina, bitch, ho. And you're a lawyer, you stupid cunt. You, though, live over in other La La Land, the UK, where you were 5 hours before Eastern Standard Time when this was aired. And so it actually showed that the account was created before the sex panel fucking took place, you dumb bitch. So the sex panel here was on the 27th, but the account was created on the 28th. Because when this sex panel happened, it was at 6, 7 o'clock at night. And she is in the UK, which was 6 hours before, because the time change. And I was like, wait a second. How could the Rocket Man account been created by date wise? It needed to have been created before this would have ever happened, right? And I was like, holy shit, the person that created the account is not in the fucking United States of America. I was like, by the time change, fucking sure as shit, did more, figured out, yep, Lana, you're so fucking smart. Boom. The account was created. This took place on the 27th. The account was created on the 28th. How could that be? Well, because of where the account was created and where it was located. And I was like, I got you, dumb bitch. So nobody, including myself, couldn't be the account because I live in the US and I was in Eastern Standard Time Zone, which I was also driving in a vehicle when this was going on. And had no fucking clue about any of this shit. It was Labor Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Like, you're going in May to like go fucking, I don't know, go boating and shit. These fat fucks sit around and do this shit. Anyways, I was unable to show that I couldn't have created the Rocket Man account because it was created on the 28th. And technically it was created like 1 a.m. Which that would be the 27th for us while this was going on. And so, and that Vanina, that was the right-hand person to Vanessa Walsh. And the person that's nudes that they used was the streetwalker hooker that they said was related to Nicole Kessinger. That was their fake source for all their Chris Watts stuff that they were putting out on their channel. No, the Glare took Melissa Jade and said that he took these fucking hoes version of events without even knowing anything and had some sissy Larry on there who's a little fucking baby bitch girl.
How does she know it's not hers?
The Glare is so dumb.
I'll see you in court.
User is the Rocket Man who was in here earlier.
I just said, see you in court.
Making
Yeah. And talking in first person, like
text me and I will give you the link so you can go report it. I'm not posting it in here.
No way. No.
Text me and I will give you the link, but I'm not posting it in here.
Text
Oh
me,
my God.
text me, I'll give you the link. So they're just passing around this hoe's porn.
careful about sending it to people because
what a bunch of dumbasses.
Right.
Like Melissa Jade, you are so fucking stupid. Why don't you go listen to Wade fucking Wilson's fucking, I don't know, 911 calls or some shit, you dumbass. So anyways, so Lauren, this is what, I don't know, cyberbullying looks like. This is what absolute craziness looks like. Okay? This is some crazy ass shit. Creating fake sex scandals against people.
My truth channels. I want to fucking see you now.
Yeah.
Let's get the fucking truth buzz going.
Yeah, where you at now?
It has nothing to do with fucking Larry.
I need to report this.
It has nothing to do with fucking
person
Larry.
again and have an officer
know
respond
exactly
to
And then
Atlanta's
so
house.
what I did from May of 2021 is I researched all of this stuff and then I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna take down all these motherfuckers. And I took them all down. I buried them with the truth. Straight up hoes. Straight up unethical, literally bedbound bitches. I mean, who the hell pretends to be bisexual and sends literally recycled nudes out to people like desperate? I mean, I think that you have a complex. I think that there's something wrong with you. But that, Lauren, so when I hear their little stories about stuff, okay, and you guys were writing, you guys knew because they were all in on this. They knew that none of this shit was true, and yet they were calling up and filing fake police reports. And then I realized that they were lying about fucking calling police up, and they were just telling each other that because they knew they weren't going to be the one to call. You're going to call the police on yourself? I mean, get the fuck out of here. But I'm like, this is crazy. And I said, if it's not someone like me that this would have happened to, when they want to talk about people going and committing suicide and doing that type of shit, that's what people like. And so this is how I started exposing all of this stuff. And when I was exposing all of this, I then unraveled and realized that Unmasked was behind all of this.
I'm fucking pissed. I'm just so sorry to the person. You want to talk about a cocksucker? She's a cocksucker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a felony. So
I didn't see MJ cry like this to me when this all happened.
Can you call back to the officer that you made the report on against Lana right now so we can get in the report on this? Because we can report it too for
what office?
The officer that you had the report on about Lana to begin with. Can you call that and have that
Girl,
person?
I think he's sick of being. He's sick of me calling him.
We
right there, Gina.
They called
Your
the
digital
fucking
evidence is gonna come into
FBI.
play and gonna see that you never called anybody out about me. He's sick of you calling him. Let's see how many fucking phone calls you made to this officer. Lying ass fucks. Thirsty fucks. Jealous motherfuckers. What was it? Because my channel couldn't have all the hoopla going on about the mock trial?
Who gives a fuck about that?
Where's all my truth channels? I want to fucking see you now. Let's get the fucking truth buzz going.
Yep. So here's me. I was like, dude, law and crime. If I'm Lauren, right? I didn't do any of this shit. None of it. All these motherfuckers lied, but they conspired together. And then when that fucking blew up in their faces, then it was like, okay, now we have to team up and try to get Lana to lose custody of her kid because then maybe she'll leave the internet then. And so that we can go back to, lying and having our subs and just saying that Lana's crazy. So basically you're trying to muddy my waters and trying to discredit me because of like the shit that I'm going to expose because I cannot believe that people were literally believing these people on YouTube of whatever they were saying, like they were buying into it. I'm like, this is like the Inquirer. I was like, this is fucking nuts. Who comes on YouTube and actually people are watching people's channels and like they're literally lying about this stuff. And the only reason I knew that channel was lying about the Watts case is because I fucking talked to the fucking Watts and I talked to Chris and I knew that none of this shit was true. And it wasn't for me being like, oh, I fucking love Chris Watts. No. Absolutely not. He's guilty as fuck. He's a little liar. He's a little punk ass liar. And he's put his parents through so much shit. I've been on the train. His parents are victims. His sister is a victim, and his parents are victims. They woke up that morning to exactly what the Rusiks woke up to. And yet here, they were villainized. And it's like, are you kidding me? What the fuck? How is that possible? Like, I just think that that's wrong. And they had, like, DA Rourke treated them so much differently. If they wanted to know information, nothing. They could never. And I was like, listen, either your son needs to tell you the truth, but if he's sitting there telling you that he didn't do it, I said, then tell him to go get a lawyer. Tell him to do a 35C. Tell him to appeal his stupid ass shit if he is so fucking innocent. You know, like, that's what you like. Here, I'll help you get a lawyer. You know, is this truly what he wants? And they were like, yeah. And he was like, yeah. I was like, well, then here, have a meeting with Jane Fisher. Then a week after that, he told his mother over Taco Tuesday that he thinks that his hands were strangling the children, but that it was an out-of-body experience or some shit like that. And then that's when I just said, oh my fucking God, you guys are all nut. I'm out. I'm out. And the nonprofit that I'm creating will go to actually help people that, you know, I thought you guys all like were being like, I was like, this is crazy. So, and then Sheldon Jeter Jr. immediately, I actually started the Sheldon case before I even said, and you know who I've always felt really bad for is Ronnie Watts. Ronnie Watts is a good dude. Ronnie Watts didn't, he saved all the messages. He showed them all to me. Yeah. He's like, I never talked to my son. I didn't strategize with him. We like literally just, he picked me from the airport. We went like straight to the police department. Straight there. We didn't even stop to drop off my clothes. Like nothing. It's just straight there. I didn't have a chance to talk to him about anything. He didn't confide me in anything. And they never asked me any of that. And then, because I was like, why didn't you tell him when he was saying that stuff? Like, you didn't make sure they got a lawyer. He's like, they wouldn't let me see him. I went up there 3 times. And I was like, well, I just felt really bad for him. Because people have always looked at him like he knew something. He didn't. He didn't know anything. I think if Nicole Kessinger is involved, then everybody should be super pissed at DA Rourke. Okay. That's how I look at that. If you want to cut deals with people, then that's what happens. But I can tell you that the digital evidence does not support the fact that Chris Watts went up any flights of stairs to put the kids in the oil tanks. I can tell you that off of the digital evidence. There's no flights of stairs, and there's steps that are being taken, like, but there's no flights of stairs. You guys saw how high the oil tanks were. An Apple phone is going to register that as a flight of stairs, possibly 2, just 1 trip. There's no flights of stairs on his with his cell phone, and his cell phone was in his pocket. So I always thought that was interesting to me. Is that, could that potentially mean that somebody else put the kids in the oil tanks? I also know that's going to take a hell of a long time to dig, even if it was like a shallow grave out there. If the ground is hard as rocks, you know? And that's going to take some time unless you dug that shit earlier. And I felt like Tammy and the detective, why would you, I've never heard in my whole entire life, and that's why Jane Fisher wanted the case, is so much stuff that the cops did was just bizarre. And that whole like polygraph in the interview, like that's not even how you're supposed to do that. But why did they go back? Why did they go to Wisconsin? He already pled guilty to everything, basically the same way that Brian did. Brian Koberger. That'd be like in, I don't know, 6 months, a year from now, that Gilbertson takes a trip with Detective Payne, and they go and they have a sit down with Brian Koberger. Like, if you really think about it, why the fuck would Tammy and what's his name go out there to talk to Chris to get something? They wanted a confession, but why? It's bizarre. They didn't ask any questions about that. I think they were going there to seal up because they knew that there was a bunch of crap that if he was to ever if he wanted to appeal, that there was going to be some problems. That's what it looks like to me when you actually take the discovery and you look at it and you look at the shit. That they were trying to seal that up. That's what it looks like. Anyways, fucking, I don't even want to talk about the Watts case can kiss my ass. That case is absolutely stupid to talk about. So, but yeah, these people are absolutely batshit, and these people still are around doing God knows what. But when I hear that fucking John and Lauren talking about what they've been through, I have yet to see a shred of fucking piece of evidence of what they've been through.
Victoria is in her bed, crying. She wakes her husband up, and she tells him that she can't keep doing it. She's decided that she can't go any further, and she's thinking about herself.
But this is crazy.
What happens after that, I don't know. That's the end of the thought experiment. I don't know what she did. But she wakes up at that point because she realizes that Becky's not going to stop
Becky with the good hair.
until she's completely ruined her life or she's deceased. Because Becky understands that by hiding behind this argument of free speech, that she has a lifetime ticket to target and harass any person she wants over anything without any repercussions because of free speech. So my challenge to people with this thought experience, my challenge to anyone is to say to them, if you're a mother of someone, a daughter or a son, if you're a mother, would you recommend that one of your sons or daughters engages in this type of behavior? And if you do, I guess that's your choice, right? Free speech. But I'm curious, I'm curious. Is that a reasonable
Thompson.
Is that a reasonable course of action for a parent to say to their child, or for an adult to say to themselves, I have an issue with this person. I'm going to set up a targeted social media account to harm them. And I will spend the rest of my life engaged in this campaign of harm until I ruin this human being.
Who the fuck said that? Like, they just put 10 on top of 2. So I just can't even. Yeah, so it's just, it's hard to, I think someone like Turtle Boy has the experience too. Like when you see something like this and you're like, wow. Like, yeah, I have a lot of things to say about it. I think this is absolute crap. And I think that for the type of platform that she has and the type of numbers that, like, that's fucked up. And it just, you wonder though, how does somebody, him and her, and the logic that they possess and the common sense that they're spitballing out there, it's just like, dude, it is totally, for me, It's like anything in life, okay? The majority, that's usually the average, okay? So maybe it's easy to comprehend people, like this when you're just like them, and it's the people that it's too hard to follow her because she goes way too in depth and I don't know this and I don't know that, but I don't know how anybody could literally follow somebody and be lied to. If I make a mistake, if I state something wrong, I'm telling you it's not to fucking lie to you. It's I made a mistake. I read something wrong, something like that. But to give a completely false narrative of a case or that's the moment that I would see that somebody that I was following on a podcast or watching, a true crime channel or even a makeup tutorial and you're fucking teaching me the contour wrong. I don't fucking know. I would never watch you again. I wouldn't be like, oh, let me just give her another try. It's just bizarre. I just can't believe that people enjoy being lied to as much as I see nowadays. Hello, this is Tina with the Fuck Transition Services. This is flat out insane. You guys, they had 400,000 people watch that 9-hour live, at least some percentage of it. 400,000 people. 400,000 people watch that shit. And can you probably imagine how many more numbers there'd be if people weren't commentating on it than, oh, here, I'll just watch it through this. It's wild.
And even if you argue that that's free speech,
it is free
that doesn't even
speech.
consider, because this is a philosophical thought experiment, you have to consider the ethical and moral implications of that behavior. We're not even.
What about her ethical and moral compass of going and getting an ex parte and lying about it? Why wouldn't you address the fact that you didn't do that? Why wouldn't you take what the declarations were being said of these people and show receipts that they lied in a declaration? Isn't that just what you would do, is just show that? And how bomb ass would that receipt be? Is to say, look at what these people put in declarations, and you just like, boom, hit them with the receipt.
Addressing that. Are there ethical and moral implications to letting your child set up such an account?
Okay, put a 1 in chat. Do you think that they fucked after this? Do you think that they were like, baby, we did so good? I just gotta ride your daddy. 1 in chat. Do you guys think that they went ahead and had sex after this? Stephen Fillmore's like all day, every day. And anybody say no that gets a 2, I'm just curious. Lisa's like, probably.
Under the auspices of free speech to harm someone else? That's my question.
You guys, how do these TikTok? Okay. Fucking A, man. Where's this TikTok shit at? Where's all these videos? There's none of these videos are threatening her life. They don't even say her name. I mean, these videos are telling people to call the police on me and to report me for revenge porn, which is a fucking felony, as well as all this other shit. Call the FBI, child exploitation. Call the Attorney General's office. And she has a fucking TikTok that doesn't say her name. I don't even know. If I just type in what do I do? Lauren Mathis stalker stalking. What comes up? 10 hours ago. Oh, great. I'm surprised. I must be doing really good with my hashtags. The price of the truth, that live that they did tonight, 55,000 people have tuned into it. Turtle Boy did a live one day ago. 50. Listen, I said, I was like, if there's not a break in the Karen Reed case, Lauren will be the next Jennifer McCabe. So Lauren better be hoping and praying that fucking Karen Reed something fucking pops in that case, okay? Because if he continues to just have time on his hands to do these videos on Lauren, oh god, did he do a part 5? She's gonna be the new. She may find her way onto the ratchet bracket or whatever it's called. Can you imagine that? If Lauren wins the mom bracket? Oh shit. Oh god. That's funny. I want to see a guy make the bracket. I think that we should put some guys up there. So Lauren, I just typed in Lauren stalking, and I was just trying to catch, like, I just want these TikToks. Do you know what live Turtle Boy put the TikToks on? I just want to see one of these TikToks. Okay. Okay, here. I think I found one of them. Oh, she has like a
Contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots. What's the Nevada law?
And this is one of the things that she called the police over. She said that Lauren True Crime called the cops on her because she shared screenshots of her text messages.
That's true.
Imagine that was illegal.
I have the 50-minute police phone call. Has anybody put out the audio of that yet? I have the audio of the fucking police call. I listened to that shit and I was like, dude, this cop doesn't even know the statute. He told her that if you took screenshots of a Nevada resident, that's against the law. Excuse me? No, the fuck it is not.
Oh, because that's.
So I'm not going to toot my horn, say I'm a best detective or anything, right?
Yes, it's like those
due
vibes.
Diligence, do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that we just don't know all.
It started in the morning after I confronted
I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me.
her about all of her lies. Love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm there right.
Everything I love. So these are Lauren True Crime's text messages. And so she's like mad that she's sharing.
And they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do.
Hi, Christina. I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversations. This is April 9th, which you described as vulnerable with other people. I have done this for you, yet I'm already getting calls about the things I said to you in confidence, and I threaten, do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things I've said to you in private because they are considered private. And I reiterate that this is becoming a threatening matter, she says. Okay. It's like, this is literally that's what it says.
She's making up her own. She's making it a threat herself. She's feeling that someone screenshotting my messages, my text messages, and sharing them, that's okay. Lauren's feelings about that is not what the law is. Because that's not a reasonable person. A reasonable person cannot, the judge is never going to think that a reasonable person is in imminent danger because somebody is screenshotting their private messages and sharing them with people. A court is not going to see that a reasonable person should feel threat. You shouldn't talk to that person.
And this is a message from Lauren True Crime to this other woman in real. And there are he's got a big following or whatever. He's like some boomer retired cop, and he's got another boomer retired cop on there. I don't know anything about them. They're like former NYPD detectives, but they're also suckers, right? They're also serious anything. Man, to be like secure. No disrespect to you, but that shit was embarrassing, dude. Fucking embarrassing. And you have no fucking idea. I did more. See, that's the thing. That's what I'm journalism Jesus. Back to the one before.
Adjunct professor since 2007. No, you have no records at all working for UNLV? No. Okay.
So she called up UNLV to see if he was.
Objection, Your Honor. Can someone without a PhD in psychology actually perform forensic evaluations? Nowhere on their website does it.
An adjunct professor, and there was an artist
is lost child counseling that does not have his PhD in psychology, then able to call himself a doctor of psychology, or able to supervise doctorates in that does degree in marriage and family.
He also received his master's degree in marriage. What? See, I told you guys he was some therapist. Family and child counseling from the University of Southern California. He went to USC. And he has worked with hundreds of families, couples, and children over the years. He supervises UNLV doctoral students on forensic assessments, clinical case formulation, and various therapeutic approaches to clinical work.
And child counseling that does not have his PhD in psychology, then able to call himself a doctor of psychology, or able to supervise doctorates in psychology when he has his doctorate in philosophy. Also is he able to be a forensic psychologist.
And these people in the comments are like, quick Google search, less than 5 minutes, I found a document published in 2024 by UNLV containing his credentials and work with their university. Okay. So that's fine. If she's wrong, she's wrong. That is not grounds for a order. That is not a crime. That does not put you in fear. Okay. Let's suppose she's completely wrong. She's barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, that's what
Of course, ex-friend is like, oh, she can fight her own battles. Well, duh, she can fight her own battles, but you sent her freaking cease and desist full of untrue claims. So you're making others fight her battle. Okay. Hours later, my ex-friend goes to the police claiming my friends were stalking her.
Yeah, she went to the police over this.
Even though my friends had been at that restaurant first. For multiple hours had been at that restaurant.
This is a theme.
It's like calling 911 on someone for being in the same room you just walked into.
Sorry, but that's hilarious. It's like.
That's how unhinged the sex friend is.
The sex friend.
I know that abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem or that they look like the solution.
Yeah. So there we go. That's her.
One of the
Oh my gosh.
I love that song.
Is the keeper of the screenshots, the receipts.
This is another one she's got her on.
I noticed she likes you. She
Her
came
and I
over.
talked a lot, and she even came to me after, and she said, "Thank you for being so kind."
Yeah, I
And then
noticed
she was very open to me asking anything because she knew I was kind to her.
Anyway.
I got a lot today from.
Anyway, so you guys get the point here. This is what this is all about. Okay. So I didn't know anything about this going into the show the other night, and then I actually watched this woman's TikTok. So civil stalking injunction against some show is a fraud. Okay. You're allowed to fucking do that. Is it cunty? Perhaps. Okay. Is it annoying? Perhaps. Is it drama? Absolutely. Right. Is it illegal? No, it is not.
I'm capable of this. I have so much empathy for Summer Shiflett, Lori's sister, so much. I wept as I listened to her talk to Lori on recordings.
Okay.
I've been through. I cannot imagine what Summer has been through.
Yeah.
Respect that. Not everyone needs to. For this hot mic moment on Lawn Crime.
Details on that phone call.
Yes, I will. I'll text you. It's just on Amazon. Here, can you see it? We're leaving, but like, I got a lot today from Summer. So we're leaving, but like, I got a lot today from Summer. I noticed she likes you. Her and I talked a lot, and she even came to me after, and she said, "Thank you for being so kind to me." And then, yeah, I noticed she was very open to me asking anything, and she knew I was kind to her. Yeah, I got a lot, but we're leaving, so she said she'll call me. So.
Okay, yeah, yeah. You too.
I'm always in Instagram. We're going to do it. And
Okay.
well, I'm not a podcaster. I don't continue. No, I know, but I would be nice for a name. No, I have some empathy for Summer. I love very she's incredible.
She
So
knew
before
that.
I ever knew there was a hot mic there,
Oh, right.
I
Yeah,
said
she
I have
did.
empathy for her.
So
That was
she's
the
saying
moment that my stalker decided to delete. I think it's also
What?
becoming very clear that I have done nothing wrong.
What?
I have done nothing wrong. They are looking for anything that I have possibly done, and they find it a hot
Okay.
mic moment of me.
So if Duty Ron has cancer, I'm sorry he has cancer. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
I agree.
I hope he beats cancer. As somebody who lost his mother to cancer, I hope he beats.
The subject you choose. He's so private, desperate to find.
If she's actually doing this, and if your husband is actually what he says he is, I'm trying to like discredit me. Let him try. Get a civil.
As now taking it back.
Street cred are her husband's credentials. She claims that he
Okay,
is
we've
criminal
seen
record
this already.
search and paper in marriage.
About is that she claims that she looked to see if he had his license, and she found out that he did, and she found to her that this is what you call confirmation bias.
So blah blah blah. So she's like, okay, I looked it up, and is a and if free.
I don't want to hurt people.
Okay, then who cares?
Let's go on.
Then be
Ever seen, and I have their receipts because contrary to what the Nevada Police Department
safety.
Oh, sorry. Example 20, text TikTok. These are texts I'm not ashamed of.
the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen, and I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen, and I have their receipts because contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots.
What's the Nevada law?
You see, like, I was just doing some searching because here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to my horse. I'm a best detective or anything.
We watched this already. Yeah.
Later, full on love bombing. I'm
Good
gonna
there.
ride or die. The best
These are the screenshots she's talking about. Remember, she shared these.
person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal action. Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about it because I had a legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs, and you do too.
So there you go, continuing showing what I've done. A fastest friendship crash ever. You guys, I'm not ashamed of that text. Okay. And by the way, the police officer.
I'm not ashamed of that text, but I'm threatened by the text. Dude, this broad is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I gotta go. It's 4:00 in the fucking morning. Okay. This is just a goddamn train wreck. She is ridiculous. This is crazy. Okay. The best part is when she plays the attorney calling her out about Lauren. Yeah, I listened to that. No, can you play it, please? Play what? What am I playing? Play what? What is he doing?
Officer to her on the phone.
The screen
Instagram
not
comment.
Convenience. This is an annoyance to her. Screenshots. This is all just an annoyance.
This is
something she
fucking
can easily
crazy.
just ignore. Notice she is never alleging once that this Christina person contacts her.
Correct. Never once. Because she doesn't
harass.
Worse.
Well as John that have come forward. To the others that haven't come forward, please come forward and let me know.
Yeah. So basically, so I can go out.
She's soliciting. Dude, come on. I just showed you
get a
guys what it looks like to solicit.
Restraining order on every single person who sent an email to the Wilbur Theater.
Yeah.
Against me and how it is affecting my mental and physical well-being.
This is
my stalker uses herself as well as others to continue, and I will say in long crime, clearly too, to continue to harass and stalk me daily. The attack.
She's saying the long crime continue to stalk and harass her. Get the
Are
fuck out of
unrelenting
here.
and
I
she
gotta go.
will not stop.
All right.
I fear for our safety.
This is not fear.
and our well-being.
This is not fear.
This is a text.
Oh, okay. Here's a text. Dude, her husband, I shit you not. This is the part that stood out for me the most. You just brace yourself. This man, and I use that term very loosely,
5150
is the biggest pussy I've ever heard of. Like, she is not. I got bad news for you, lady. You're a lesbian because you are married to a chick. Ready? Wait, watch this.
For my husband. I can't sleep. This is from Dr. John to me, his wife.
I got news for you, lady.
I can't sleep.
You're a lesbian. Because the man you suck in has a clit.
My heart is racing. I'm a mess. I don't think I can do the meeting tomorrow. I'm probably in no condition or mood to film the next week either. This shit is a life destroyer. I hope I don't have a heart attack over all this bullshit because I can't calm down at all.
Oh my God.
None of this is good news. I feel like we were back to square one where we started.
TikToks.
I will try to go
TikToks.
back to sleep if I can, but it seems unlikely at the moment. I hope you can get some rest or are resting.
Look at her crying.
I will never forget these people if something happens to him.
If something happens to her?
He did what? If anything happens to him.
This is great. This is awesome.
An obsessive, unrelenting
You
attacks.
can't sleep at 2:30 in the morning because he has heart issues over TikToks, bro. What kind of you're man? I got bad news for you. You're married to a gay man.
Not only are you a lesbian, now you're a confused gay man. Lauren, you went from being a lesbian to being a confused gay man who is married to another gay, sensitive man.
Even like the gay man, the community is like, no, he's too gay for us. Can't have it. He's the next level, whatever that is, of sexuality. You can't be fucking serious. Like,
Yeah,
this is
gay.
a real dude.
I told you all these fucking people, gays, bis, swingers. I think they're swingers.
This can't be fucking real.
Yeah, I think they're fucking swingers, full blown.
Reputation at our work.
Oh my God.
I feel threatened and in danger
Oh,
24/7.
God. Oh,
I cannot
Jesus
continue to live in fear every single day, wondering what will happen next. The stress of this has already caused many dangerous health side effects for my husband and for myself and my family and my producer. It's positively malicious, as I have already described in painful but important detail. I am fear.
Guys, I have. How did people watch this the first time it went on for 9 hours? And why is nobody saying, hey, did I miss where this person threatened you? Did I miss where this person did these things? Like, she just kept on saying, I have no idea what I did. We're not asking you what you did, bitch. We're asking you what fucking she did. She's like, I still have no idea what I did. What I did, Amber Heard says. And she looks at the fucking jury like, no. Mm-mm. Nobody, we want to know what she did.
Fearful of how far she will continue to take things if the court does not step in and help.
I mean, people like, the guy probably looks at her fucking face every day and it's like he's just reminded of McDonald's because she's got the fucking golden arches over her fucking eyes. And he's like, oh, I'm hungry. I could go for what's on the dollar menu this week.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Okay. See you tomorrow. But make sure you guys hit up the Golden Arches, get yourself a fucking meal, get a hash brown. There it is. I know that's what Lisa was waiting for. All right, guys. Peace out. I truly hope that Lauren and her ex-friend could maybe just patch this up. Maybe they can just have a reunion episode and then just say, like, listen, I think we all just got a little carried away here. And then, it could be okay. Like, maybe people could understand that. I could probably get behind that and say, yeah, like, what were we thinking? Like, this is ridiculous. Maybe there was just complete misunderstanding along the way, Maybe she was having dreams and she thought that those dreams were real, something like that. I mean, Moscow Police Department believes it if you have dreams that they're real. So we're all for it. Peace out.